The fight for Tokyo comes down to this single day, and the pressure in EMEA is at an absolute breaking point. Foot Esports and Humble have locked in their tickets, but behind them, 6 teams are fighting for one last direct world spot and the chance at the last chance qualifier. This is the monthly final of 2026. There are no second chances. My name is Sunny, alongside Ark and a very special guest who has his name etched in Brawl Stars history. 2019 world champion turned content titan, and while his reflexes might have aged like fine milk, his brain is as wrinkly as ever. Sven, it's great to have you.
Thank you. I'm besides a fellow Unk right here, so I kind of blend in pretty well.
We've all got wrinkles going on here.
Gentlemen, with a season-ending elimination on the line in this quarterfinals already, who do you think has the most to lose today?
Oh, I mean, where to start in EMEA, honestly? I mean, this is probably, in my opinion, the one region that has the most potential evolving storylines. I mean, for FA Kumala Zavesta, like, they have got an amazing opportunity, but they've got to get past the #1 seed, which will be locked. Foot Esports will go into the World Finals as the #1 seed no matter what happens today. If they can get past that first round, the rest of the bracket, it could be their grand finals early. For Reply Totem, they've made the World Finals. It's just about seeding when it comes down to things. But for Big, for Navi, for Heretics, this is a huge, huge day.
As you said, there's so many storylines, there's so many potential upsets. It's a little bit unfortunate, as you mentioned, that Kuma has to face the Titan of Foot. But there's always room for an upset, and especially when there's so much on the line, maybe that might give Kuma a little bit of an edge.
There's 2 reasons why we see a couple of new faces in the August monthly final. Once, Novo, unfortunately, didn't make it into this monthly final, so a lot of those teams now have a chance to snatch away their ticket to Worlds. The other one, we have challengers happening. 12 teams from 12 different regions will battle it out for one last ticket to LCQ. They're going to be in Istanbul, another LAN event this year, Ark. If you look at these teams, how do you feel will they do? Do you have a favorite in mind?
Honestly, I don't know what to expect when it comes to challenges, honestly. I think there's some incredible teams from all around the world, but this is the first time that we've done it. So, like, I feel there's a great opportunity. I mean, certainly for a team like SK Gaming, right, who didn't have the best of seasons in the main BSC league. For them to go out of challenges, to get to LCQ, to maybe have that Cinderella story run into the World Finals would be absolutely incredible. Similar to kind of like FA Kuma today with Lena, you know, a player who's been on as many rosters as I can count, various teams over the years, in just this 1 year. He could make a stellar run and still make Worlds despite his, misfortunes at the beginning of the season.
So teams like SK Gaming aren't even here today. They decided to go for challengers instead. And this is gonna shape up our leaderboard today and change it quite heftily. Novo is not here today. Otherwise, they could have had the chance today to lock in that World Finals spot, Sven.
The storyline in the monthly qualifiers was Talent Labs beating Novo quite early on in the upper bracket, and then Novo versus Reply Totem in the loser grand final. It was absolute cinema. It was crazy. And now Novo just have to sit at home and just hope that these situations don't unfold, and I would not want to be in their position because honestly, Kuma are looking great. And as we see here, there's only 1 ticket left. And there's so many teams fighting for it. Some of them have a harder path than others, but at the end of the day, it's Brawl Stars. Anybody can win.
5 teams still fighting for one last spot to World Finals directly. They're under a lot of pressure today. Now, we want to have a quick look also how we think today is gonna go. I'm super excited to see if my fellow casters said the same thing, and it does look like we are pretty aligned.
I would say that maybe Spoo didn't flip a coin today, simply because the matches that follow on seem to be kind of in line. And I rate it. You know, I don't think that for Esports are a guaranteed victory in that set. They are still looking, to me at least, like the #1 seed regardless. I think they've had one of the most consistent runs that we've kind of ever seen in an EMEA season of the BSC. I feel like, going into the World Finals, very curious to see how Guesty perform at LAN, as we didn't get to see him at the Brawl Cup. But I think that is going to be a serious match, but they've been preparing really nicely. It's just like with these last-minute roster changes, in the same way that I have reservations on Big today, having that last-minute roster change going into the last monthly final of the year, there's risk attached to that.
Whether you out there agree with us or not, you can get rewards by locking in your predictions over at event.brawlstars.com. There's a pin at the very end, as you can see here. The rewards are also going to change up again next weekend, so make sure to lock in your predictions today and next weekend, event.brawlstars.com. By the way, we still have a couple of tickets as well. World Finals is where it's at. All of these teams are trying to lock in that golden coveted ticket they were fighting for all season long. And you can get there without having played a single time. You might not be able to play on stage, just like fellow ex-pro player over here. You might be looking
Ox played on
and
stage
watching
once
some
before
Brawl
as
Stars.
well.
I've played with you on stage.
Yeah.
We won the Invitational in 2019.
That's all you've got going for you on your CV.
I beat what was it? A shill. Beat Coupe de Ace.
Wow,
You know.
some really...
I've got some serious things for my CV.
amazing. Sure, that happened, totally. But you can still get some tickets. There's still a couple of tickets left for the World Finals. For our community team today, we have Foot Esports. Now, the first month we did this, it was a complete curse last month. More often than not, the community voted teams to watch were actually doing fairly well.
I think when the community choose to have a team be the team to watch, we curse it. You know, it happened yesterday in East Asia. It's happened all throughout the season. But this is one where I don't know whether that curse is going to be the same. I feel like Foot Esports at the moment are certainly not just the team to watch, but the team to beat in EMEA.
Foot Esports, the indisputable #1 seed in EMEA, are going to kick us off today against FA Kumala Savesta. They just don't get a lucky bracket every single month. Kuma has some of the best teams in EMEA against them. Still, they are in contention for an LCQ slot. Do you have a little bit of a roster swap now? Mine decided to play in challenges with a different roster, so they picked up Lena. And this is his third time where he was a last-minute sub. He's also playing against his former teammates from the Brawl Cup.
I feel like that's his time to shine, right? Like we've seen in Brawl Cup, how even myself, I doubted him a little bit. I know that the Foot roster was insane. I was like, wow, adding this short addition, they beat Crazy Raccoon, they beat Zeta. Insane. And they almost, with Kuma, Lane substituting in, they almost upset Humble in the monthly qualifiers. So you know that it actually works. They have a fighting chance. And as you see, the circle of Lenane, it's constant. Every year we were talking about it, but this guy is so talented. Why is nobody picking him up?
It's been a tough year for roster changes, hasn't it, in terms of like who is even available. Whereas like Lenane has always been present and always pulling in the goods. You know, specifically for me at Brawl Cup, I think that he did a really incredible job coming into the final hour for Foot Esports to get them to a grand final. I didn't see it coming, to be completely honest. I mean, and to be able to now be in a position to take things into his own power and have his literal destiny be decided by himself, if he's able to defeat the very team that he was able to bring to that grand finals of Brawl Cup today, and then maybe go all the way, he could still make worlds by his own doing.
Others are collecting post stamps or postcards from our LAN events. In-game pins. Lena is collecting player jerseys out there. He must have had more teams than any other player that we have in the BSC. These are the maps that we're gonna play today. Kuma got to pick first. They decided to go with Open Business, then Out in the Open, Pit Stop Hideout, and Pinhole Punt is our random decider. Many of these maps we've seen just yesterday in East Asia. How do you expect the meta to have evolved already? We had balance changes this Wednesday, and how is it going to differ compared to East Asia, Sven?
So I think it'll be fairly similar, to be honest, after like looking and analysing the metas. They are quite similar, and as you see by the global bans on the screen, Bolt being banned out by Foot, which nobody wants to see Bolt, right? But the thing that I was talking to Ark about it, teams were not banning roughs against Foot. It's like, this is literally the brawler that Foot play, no matter what. You can't counter Nob on the roughs, you just can't. And then going into the map selection, which you seen just before that, I'm a little bit confused by Kuma's map selection, because you've got Open Business, which is Foot's literal favorite map.
Ouch!
And and then
look at this poll.
They also pick Pit Stop, which is Foot's favorite map as well. So they're literally picking their opponent's favorite maps. You've got the vote there, which is nearly 100%. They've got so much going against them.
3%, that is one of the most dominant showing we had in one of the votes. Yesterday we had a vote that was only 2% for Fennel, 3% almost there. You guys are being harsh this weekend, honestly.
But I think it's kind of warranted at the same time. I mean, Foot Esports have won a grand final in every monthly final in this summer split, and prior to that also. I think if they had Guesty, would have probably gone all the way at Brawl Cup, in my opinion. It's hard to say because it'd be Guesty's first appearance, but I think that would be the case. I also feel like, to be honest, like when it comes to maps, that first map, although it is one of FUT's strongest ones, they did practice it a lot. I think from memory, 12 instances, 10 of which they won. So I'm looking forward to this first map.
Last monthly final of the summer split, last monthly final of this season, and we're going to start out on open business. FUT, the undisputed #1 in EMEA, Kuma, that are still looking to get some points towards that LCQ slot. They're looking at it a moment. We have the bands in already. Meeple, Stu, and Lumi banned out by the side of Kuma. They do have the first pick. And on a map like this one, you want some area control, you want some damage. So Griff, definitely a good first pick here.
I was trying to pick out some holes in the band selection, but I think most of them have just been covered. Like, they removed the Grey. They don't want to face off against what we saw in East Asia yesterday. The Grey Ems combination is just so hard to counter. So what do you go into Griff? You've got, well, Meeple is banned out. I was going to suggest that. They do love the Finks, though. FUT, no matter what, they love going Finks into any matchup. And then I wouldn't be surprised with EMEA. Mina is a great counter to Griff, and especially, okay, Crow. The Crow's not a brawler that I've not been seeing too often recently. With the recent balance changes, he does have a good matchup into a Griff, but now we need a little bit of zone time. Like, yeah, Crow stays in the middle, but he's not got the most health. They need someone to push up and make aggressive plays. It's very predictable, Angel Boy and Mina, right? And we've even seen in his YouTube videos recently, make sure to watch them, by the way, they're goated. He's been posting ranked content out there. He's been explaining that Mina is so good into Griff, so surely we're going to see it, right?
I want to see brawls like Max be sort of highly valued here. I think as well, Sirius is definitely one for Kuma Lavesta that they like to bring in. Edgar, I think, is definitely up there. Sirius, yeah. I think, like, you've got to be a bit cautious with the Edgar open. I mean, Ems could also be an option here, but another brawler which is susceptible to Edgar. I kind of want to see whether that might be on the minds here of Kuma Lavesta. I think maybe Berry. I'm curious as well with this region how Damien is faring currently. We saw it drop off a little bit in East Asia, but still get some good results. I know you've got your reservations on that Brawler 2 spend, so kind of in these early doors moments in EMEA, seeing how they kind of value brawlers like that.
Usually you see a lot of Mag on this map, Lou, but the global band's already super targeted towards this hot zone map, actually. Finks coming in here, he had a great run in every single hot zone map in recent times, but wasn't picked up too often yesterday, also not in July. I wonder why that is, Ben.
I'm also wondering too, and I'm also wondering how they can counter the Sirius, because Sirius, I think most people, what they go is like a Barley or something that can counter the Sirius, but it's not really been working recently. Sirius is kind of the most underrated brawler in the meta right now. I've been seeing a lot of teams use it, and now they're going to go with Edgar. Wow, okay, so Edgar we saw previously that's pretty decent into the Sirius. Now with a last pick available, are we going to see the Damien? Are we going to see the Mina? Are we going to see something that can create some pressure onto the opponents? Because now you can't go more control because the Edgar's thrown out.
It could be Damien, but the Griff worries me a little bit in that regard. But often when we see this early serious pick, it's a lot to do with the idea that the opposition therefore can't consider Damien, and they can just kind of pair it in that third and final pick instance. But again, like, there could be other ideas. I'm curious how this Crow's going to fare as well. Chester, going forwards, not the flashiest, but definitely always been a very, very solid brawler in terms of the meta. Yeah, Crow, we didn't see at all. Like, I'm still on the sort of fence as to whether that buff has really done too much to Crow. Was surprised to see that we didn't see barely any of it yesterday. So looking forward to seeing how it will fare post-nerf.
Everything on the line here for the side of Kuma. They win the monthly finals today and they can lock in the world final spot. They at least win the quarterfinals and they have a chance at LCQ. This match is so important for them and it's against seed #1. I'm excited for this one.
Let's kick it off then. So open business. Again, this map was like, wow, putting it up against FUT. How are you going to beat them at their own game here? Now the middle interaction is going to favor Crow quite heavily, I believe, in this first interaction. Edgar's going to jump in pretty early. Lenar picks up 1 kill already, but into Chester, he's definitely going to face his match there. Chester, we've not been seeing too much in this meta. Honestly, one of the least played brawlers right now in the meta since his recent nerfs. But into Edgar, he has the perfect matchup. Lenar opting to use hard landing there to confirm the kill onto Crow. And this is quite a 50-50 matchup so far, but now Foot starting to establish a bit of control.
Okay, well, Lenan on the right-hand side, starting to lurk around here. Ness trying to tap up Angel Boy, getting some consecutive shots. Lenan jumping in, Angel Boy jumping over. Does avail to a trade. Nob now on this top right-hand side, going into an aggressive stance. Gets a nice bomb connection down to Dompe as well. Ness going to be healing up into the mid. That time warp can be... Ooh, but he does overextend there, I'm surprised.
Yeah, he didn't really need to go in and die there, but Lenart is trying to go for Guesty. Guesty barely stays alive. Nob already getting his hypercharge with Chester. He's going to opt to keep it for now because he knows if he uses it onto the things, he can just teleport back. Nob uses his super onto Lenart as well. And look at Sirius, he's built up so many clones. This is looking perfect for Foot.
Yeah, Guesty is building an army for sure. Oh, that's a great hypercharge there from Nob. And Dompe cannot push into that. Cannot risk his being cycled. Hypercharge available for Lenan. Angel Boy has also his. The lead now extending in favor of Foot. Past 80% mark now as well. And Lenan in a perilous position on his right-hand side. And actually wastes the hypercharge too. It's a team wipe for Foot. And a very convincing first game for them.
Yeah, I mean, to begin with, it was a little bit dicey. You could see that there's so much on the line. Both teams were just trying to eye each other out, see which team would actually draw first blood. But as the game went on, you've seen that Sirius could build up his clones. You saw Chester would have his hypercharge super as well. I'm quite surprised that Chester built it up so fast. I don't know, with Griff, it's one of them ones, right? Like, yeah, he can still be good with Coin Shower, but I think the main purpose of Griff, even with all of his changes, is that normally you want to open up the map. And I just feel like Foot know Griff's playstyle so well. And as you see there, great takedown from Nob already. Ness is low as well. And Dompe just hasn't really got enough in him, in his kit, to really impact this game. Yeah, lacking firepower. Lenan as well getting aggressed and bullied on this top left-hand side here. Down to 68 HP, and Nob will finalize that kill quite comfortably. So again, Angel Boy already having Super 2, can afford to go on the aggressive. Guesty tapping again, consistently building up that army as we speak. And just at the moment, Kuma really struggling as everyone falls. That's going to put a bit of a stop to the objective, but in that time that was spent on the zone, Foot were able to establish 42%. Yeah, at this point, it's how do Kuma come up with a plan to win this game, especially as Sirius builds up these clones. Lenart is facing a really tough composition here. He's going to jump in onto Crow, manages to find the kill, but that's about the only brawler can really confirm kills on pretty easily. Now Ness can establish a little bit of control, forced back by Nob with Super. Angel Boy jumps in straight away. They confirm the kill onto Lenar. The teleport back from Nez manages to stay alive, but just barely clinging on. But they brought back so much percentage now. Yeah, Ness did well there, despite being low HP to keep his distance, but now Guesty is punishing the action. Bringing forwards yet another shadow. Now Lenan going to try to go in on the aggressive, but it hasn't worked out so well this time round, however. It has, trying to cycle, but again, Nob shuts it down. He can't seem to find the right timings to take care of it. It's pretty hard with Edgar now, especially since the few nerfs that he received. It didn't impact him a lot. I don't envy his position whatsoever right now. Hype charge being popped by Nob. That's going to be effective by things is Super though. Now we're going to establish some control. Just Nez in the back pocket here. He's trying to find one kill. Angel Boy's pretty weak. If he could confirm that kill, that'd have been great. But now the hype charge comes out from Guesty. Look at how tanky these clones are. Another takedown onto Lenar. It takes forever for him to build up his Super. And with the Let's Fly nerf, Foot are now running away with things. I see no way back for them. Hypercharge is popped. One shower onto the zone as well, but it's just too much for Kuma to handle. Foot, they're just doing Foot things at the moment. They're playing with the food for the most part. It didn't really feel like at any point they would lose control in that situation. So, I mean, I did have my reservations, like I said, about this map selection. Yeah, maybe Kuma had a good win rate on this map, but Foot, this is the one map I would say I wouldn't want to face Foot on this map. They just know this map inside out. I think for me as well, the serious pick was what they all struggled with on the side of Kuma to do much about. The Chester as well is a really underrated thing that, you can see the effectiveness of it. I mean, Lenan was not really able to go on the aggressive nearly as much as he would like to onto Nob. Even there, look, Nob was so low in terms of HP, and that's stun in the kit that, you roll the dice with Chester, and more often than not, you get something that's going to be valuable to use, especially in the game mode like Hot Zone, where everything that you're going to have in that back pocket is going to be helpful in some manner.
Well played by both, but Foot doing Foot Esports things just like Spen said. They take this first set, the 3% that voted for Kuma. You need to be a little louder. I think they need the support. Out in the open now, Foot Esports map a pick. But as we have established over the course of the last few months, where we have introduced this map pick, more often than not, the teams actually are losing their map pick currently. We're at 47% win rate from your own map. So maybe this is going to be the time where Kuma can strike. They have had some great showings over the course of this season. I feel like with the addition of Lana, they became even stronger. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they could have beaten many of these teams today, but Foot might just be a different beast.
Like I said, they've been so consistent all season long. That's the concern when it comes to Foot Esports. They've not really shown many, if any, weaknesses. As we move into out in the open, Pearl not be banned out here. My first pick personally on the side of Foot Esports here, see where they go for it. Brock being banned out by Kuma is also another good first pick worthy brawler out of the mix here. Good to see the kit ban. You know, I think that's a brawler you have to really reserve it quite nicely. So Naja going to be the first pick for Foot.
I mean, as a first pick, I know that Daryl and Kit are banned out, but surely this can be punished. I mean, Foot are the pros, they're the ones that are prepared for this, and you can never doubt them, right? But there are some holes in this, but this is the thing with Foot, right? Okay, they go Niger first pick, they're probably baiting them out into something, because if you pick aggression too early, then Foot have another 2 responses to go. I mean, Surge is a banned out. We saw Surge not really work out too much into this. Leon is a great option into Niger because you've got the lollipop drop gadget, you've got the speed to combine it with that. With Niger, you need a bit of speed, you need a bit of aggression because, I mean, Max isn't banned out as well. I wouldn't be surprised to hear Max Leon and just run it down against this Niger.
For me personally, most importantly on Out in the Open is to get into the mid. On the left side, you can either go with the Watcher, Angela would still be left open for that Eve potentially, or you just break open the map with Brock out of the way. Pearl would be a pick that I would still consider here. We saw a couple of times where Gray was played against yesterday too, but I feel like Pearl is just in such a good position in the current meta. So good into anything aggressive when she is super available, and she would also be pretty good against the Leon just with her burning gadget, making sure that they can scout him out very easily.
Looking for Mina here, really, for me. That's kind of like where Foot Esports are going to absolutely thrive here. It's one that there's never really banned out against them, but, you know, with the windmill gadget as well, like, it's able to shut down a Pearl pretty quick. You can kind of bait out the gadget in that regard. Damien's a possibility. Again, still early doors in EMEA to see whether that's a brawler which is kind of being reserved. 8 going to come forwards now for Foot Esports. Definitely a brawler which has definitely some very obvious weaknesses, but I think with the buffies now especially, the amount of utility that you can actually provide your teammate is like so strong. You just can't ignore it.
I was literally screaming 8-bit. I was like 8-bit against Leon, against Pearl. Pearl is going to get outranged by the Naja. 8-bit is going to also be a great counter to Pearl as well. Outranges, and especially once you get the turret. So now they're kind of hunkering down together here with the 8-bit being very defensive. Now they need something to maybe protect them or go aggro. Mina, Angel Boy, wow. I mean, still to this day, they're not banning the Mina. I know she received a couple of nerfs, but again, just watch Angel Boy's content. He's going Mina everywhere. He can win it into so many different matchups, and it's also got a great matchup into Pearl and Leon.
A match made in heaven, these two. Angel Boy and that Mina, something that I hope I will never have to face in my life, please. On the right side now, actually Starnova would still be left open. She did receive a couple of nerfs, but I still believe she is gonna be a mainstay in the meta for a little while longer. They opt for something with a bit more range instead. Spen doesn't look too happy about that Piper pick, honestly.
It's a bit 50-50, right? I mean,
don't be saying
you love Piper,
anything.
and it's good on this map.
No slander about
Just
Piper today,
because
please.
it's your favorite brawler, it's not necessarily a good pick. It's fine into the Naja,
It's a great pick.
but against the other two, she might struggle a bit. Spen.
Nah.
It's just hard into Foot, like to play these brawlers that require so much skill and so much accuracy, and then you're playing it into a Mina that he's just going to run rings around you the whole game. But I mean, Piper does have good matchup into both 8-bit and Niger, so it's not like a horrible pick. It's just, it's very risky for a team like Kuma, especially when the pressure is on them. Most of the time you want to go for more comfort picks. So I guess they've kind of got that with Pearl already. So you see Lenar already pushed up, and this is beautiful. This is how you play Leon, by the way. I think I've seen Leon on this map before yesterday. You just need to be aggressive. Ness already getting tapped up. This is a great start for Kuma because this map is all about positioning. If they can gain positioning of the enemy bush, most of the time just end up winning anyways.
Yeah, some great opening snipes from Nest. The problem with Piper here is really going to be that if the meter pushes forward and then put Esports get come up in the back spawn, Dompe going to burn down here as well to the poison. Lenan low HP as well. Oh, nice there from Angel Boy as well to seal it. And now what are you going to do? It's not a product that you can 1v3 with. They can try and open up the map ready for the next round, but ultimately, get some good value, maybe some utility kind of come in early on to have something of a super to be able to evade some of this aggression that Foot are going to bring. But, it's very, very difficult in this map. This is one of the hardest maps to really come out of the spawn when you're pushed up in that kind of chokehold.
I was amazed how quickly Foot just did that. It was almost as if they baited them into it and then just took them down anyway. Guesty now has the snakes available. That's going to be a great option to use against the Piper. Lenar is trying to be sneaky.
Found him.
How did he find him so easily? Now all of a utility. It takes forever to get a Leon super in this situation. Now we can look to push forward a little bit. Nob has to use extra credits. Snake's being used because Nob is pretty weak. Now Angel Boy and Guesty are going to cover for them. Nez is so weak. Angel Boy misses his super. He's trying to get some combinations down. It doesn't matter. He's found his target onto Pipe and he's still going to get out. How is he still alive? Dompe's going to get pinched out easily. Now it's a 3 versus 2 situation. I don't see a way that Kuma can win this. That's insane. It's like the 8-bit was really weak, and normally as a team you retreat, right? They was like, nope, we're just going to take you 2 versus 3.
It's just like another league, isn't it? Like, Foot Esports are just like always one step ahead, it feels like it. You can draft into them, but it feels like they've already planned for every eventuality. I mean, the Naj is going to struggle against, going to be very good into the Piper as well, with the longer additional range. Like, Foot Esports can just stay more controlled and allow Angel Boy to go on the aggressive. The survivability of that man is just honestly absolutely cracked, and this lovely little 8-bit connections that Nob is getting off the gadget as well with the extra credits is just going to give them so much value to in the opening moments.
Now Guesty can push up as well. With Nigel, you can peek around the corners. Guesty's going to get so weak. And as we spoke about before, with an 8-bit composition specifically, you need to try and punish it before he gets his turret, because once he gets one, he's just going to cycle it through. Extra credits get so much good value on this map as well. Everyone's grouping up in the bush. Now with extra credits with the Buffy, it's going to connect onto multiple brawlers. Ness going to get really weak here with the poison as well. And it just feels so comfy for Foot. They've got such a good setup. Dompe's going to burn down Nob a little bit. Angel Boy is going to get pinched out though. Incredible snipes from Ness. That is just a great situation to be in if you're Kuma.
Yeah, sneaky work from Lenan, and the best chance here for Kuma to get an advantage. Good taps into Nob, and that's great work from Ness. And they should be able to still now Guesty and get a nice amount of utility for the next round. Break open some of those bushes as well from Ness. It's a really nice setup there for Kuma, but they've struggled so far. That's the first opening door. Let's see if they can turn it into a game.
Trying to see how Leon sneaks in here. Like, where is his free kill? I think the only thing that Lenar can really do is just pressure at this point. Ness is going to snipe down Nob. Does actually take about half of his health there since the recent damage buff from Piper. She does a hefty amount. That's why you've seen her a little bit more often. But are just playing the slow game. They know they have to just wait around for Nob to get his super. Lenar waits for his gadget. He's going to push in. Ness has to fall back though. He's been tapped by Guesty. Guesty keeps landing these shots so frequently onto Piper. Angel Boy's going to have to retreat a little bit here. Now Lenar opts to use his super. He's trying to find somebody, but they know he's sneaking. They've got a turret to save them as well. Angel Boy knows that Lenaina's overextended. He's going to get the pinch out. Dompe misses his gadget as well. Now with the 8-bit turret set up, I don't really see a way that Kuma can save this. As you see, Dompe's just retreating into the gas. He knows he doesn't want to feed any more supers. Wow, this is Foot's to lose at this point.
Yeah, in a way, that break of the bush has kind of backfired because Lenan really kind of wanted to utilize that to be able to be sneaky and to be able to do it the first round wise and just get that first opening kill and make it that 3 versus 2. And Foot Esports were able just to kind of keep the control on the bottom right-hand side. Hypercharge available for Ness. I haven't really seen too much from Dompe yet in this round. We need to kind of see more. There's a nice connecting gadget there onto Angel Boy, who will burn. But safe and sound on that bottom right yet again, waiting for Nob to get set up. And this is where Foot just really thrive, just keeping that control, staying back, utilizing that, the distance of that Naj. Now the hypercharge coming in as well. It's just too much for Kuma to be able to take. And look at that. Ness going to eat up every single one of those danger noodles. And a very comfortable set yet again, going the way of Foot Esports.
I don't envy Kuma. This is why I retired. This is why I retired. Like, how do you beat teams like this? It's just, they're perfect. We've got perfect synergy, perfect draft, perfect mid-set adjustments. It's like they just know everything about the game. It's insane. And honestly, I had higher expectations of Kuma. I mean, it's a roster that's put together quite last minute, but they've been performing well in scrims. They've performed well in the monthly qualifiers leading up. And so far, I'm yet to see any true signs of a fight.
I mean, you can retire then, or you just become like them. How about that? I must say, if you're not a fan of Kuma already, after what they showed us in the past monthly finals, I definitely became one after what we've seen in another little small tournament here in the EMEA, the Brawl League. Especially Dompe really shines in moments where he has to clutch, usually. Now, Pearl is not exactly a clutch brawler. I did, however, like how Kuma as a total played together. Whenever Ness was low, Lana pushed up. They made sure that they always keep Foot under control, but then the slightest mistakes, Foot can capitalize on, and that's what Spen meant. They're so good at, just making the impossible moments happen sometimes, where they just turn things around even if it looks like Foot is actually on the back foot. In the next moment they find a kill. Now Pit Stop is Kuma's pick, and we talked about it yesterday. It is one of the most scrimmed maps from Foot Esports. They absolutely love this map. Kuma scrimmed it even more often, so don't give up hope just yet.
It's also the biggest coin flip map though, isn't it? Which is kind of where I feel Kuma might be going with the bands here, the Buzz, the Miko, as well as the Kaze, Griff, Edgar, and the Cordelius also. Cordelius ban always, to me, says we're going to take away your defense and go in with something like a Melody or a Chuck kind of idea. Melody, I think, would be the best brawler to kind of make work, or something really tanky like a Bull, I think would be kind of right up Lenan's street here. Definitely as well, is Kit open? Kit is open. I think the Kaze being banned may deter players from kind of considering it a little bit. Really going to come forward to the first pick for Kuma, and this is a map that I can get behind it.
I love the Rico, and we didn't really see it too much in East Asia because it's so strong. And this is a map down the years. I would know best, right? Rico is so good on Pit Stop. It's just made for him. There's so many walls, and especially with the buffies. At first, I thought, okay, maybe he's received some nerfs, but with Bouncy Castle and with Robo Retreat as well, with those new buffies, he's actually pretty strong. So what do you go with here? Now you need, I mean, Rico's actually not that good into aggro anymore. Before, with multiple launcher, you could just pop that gadget, stand still, and defend really easily. So we see the surge, and we see the instant shade as well. And the kit. I mean, what does that go to say? They're very happy with this draft.
I think so too. Shade, so good on a map like this one. Kit, yesterday was used sometimes also to defend. On the other side, we have the Surge to do just that. Usually, Kuma loves to play Kaze and Lumi. Lumi was the first pick of Foot. Kaze banned out of the way, so they don't have much to go still. Boss sometimes showed up too, banned out by Foot as well. Foot really seems to have this draft under control. I think the only thing they could still go here is something like a Bull, thank you, because it's so good into the weaker assassins, like the less HP, hefty brawlers. Foot is, with every right, so super happy with their draft.
They are just like happy to see it, which is crazy to me. Like that when it comes down to the draft, like they are literally smiling when they are feeling like they've got it under control. The game hasn't even started yet, and they're already feeling good about this.
I mean, it could backfire, but it's Foot. It's like, Angel Boy's so happy with that. I mean, Bull in the past used to be able to do okay into Lumi with the hypercharge, but how is he going to get this hypercharge? That is the problem, right? It's going to take so long for him to get it, and you're just seeing Foot on their comfort brawlers, right? The problem is here, like, Ness isn't really going to get too much into the game. I mean, he has got pinched out here from the kid, jumping onto Bull. Lana actually getting some really good pressure there with Surge. Now Dompe can get onto the safe. This is a great start for Kuma. They're just saying, hey, we're just going to go for a base race as well. Angel Boy does clear things up though. He's got a Shade Super to use, but now Shade has to defend against the Bull, and that's not really going to work out too well because that's nearly 2 cracks gone already.
Yeah, fantastic start here for Kuma. Foot behind. Angel Boy needs to get some good swipes here onto the safe. Trying to balance his time between the safe and Lenan there. He gets to jump out, but meanwhile, there's a big push coming in here for Foot. And there's only really gets here on defense. There's a lot of Rico shots from the left-hand side. A stun that's not going to connect, now not coming in. But, I mean, it's a race that I don't think Foot can win.
Yeah, I mean, it's once you get nearly a 2-crack head start, how are you able to defend this? Great plays there from Kuma so far. and they just doubled up. They just did something that Foot didn't predict. And like I said, it could have backfired. They were laughing at the draft. Sometimes complacency, it can get to you, but at the same time, I think it was just great overall game strategy there from Puma. But these great teams, they make these adjustments. They've made a small mistake there. They've let Puma in a little bit. It could be the most insane reverse sweep ever, but I think Foot will have other ideas.
But certainly are not too deterred, but now Angelboy and Nob taking his right-hand side and going straight for the juggler. But Lenan does a good job on defense. Angelboy will get some swipes into the safe, trying to line up one now as well. But in the meanwhile, Ness lurking on that bottom right-hand side for Kuma, waiting for his time to strike. Nob might choose to jump it to get some swipes. That's shielding, keeping Ness alive here for a lot longer than I thought he would, honestly. But no crack of the safe, just 2% shy.
I love the mid-set adjustments here, but Nob misses his jump. Lenar with a great time super. He gets out of there. And it's just a small percentage lead. Ness is just going to run up. Angelboy is trying to work his magic on the safe right here.
Oh, no.
Opts to jump onto Angelboy, but he can't do that whilst connected through a wall. Ness manages to get a crack onto the safe, but Angelboy is swiping away. A few more swipes, and he's going to get his hypercharge. Lynette just jumps in. He needs to eradicate that straight away. But now guess he has his hypercharge used. Hypercharge from Lynette coming out. He manages to get the kill onto Nob. Dompe's trying to sneak through. Hypercharges galore from Foot here. Easy kill onto the Rico. A jump from Nob as well is going to shut down that offense. Guess he just goes on the offense as well. They're just rotating so well. This composition, this roster can do everything.
Yeah, put under pressure, but they are still in a very good, advantageous position. Now the connection with the kit is there. They should be able to seal the safe and get to a match point position. And it's looking bleak for FA Kuma. That was by far their best performing game so far in this set. And it's just looking like it might come to an end here regardless. I think that if Kuma can just get through this set, wipe the slate clean and get to the second draft, it can really help here. But they just don't seem too deterred by it. There's mistakes on the side of Foot that aren't even proving too costly.
Their whole year is on the line here, but it's against Foot. They really need to pull the best gameplay they've ever produced right now. Ness is going to go on the offensive. Dompe's doing a great job on the Rico, by the way. He's getting some great pinches, and he gets on the safe a little bit earlier this time around. I think what Kuma have realized this time around is that Foot can just rotate between offense and defense. They all have capabilities there. Great jump onto Dompe there. That's going to confirm the kill with Gessie. Angelboy, he knows that he just needs to get some damage onto the safe, but Kuma are doing great. They're now on the safe as well. Unfortunately, the safe was needing to be cracked just when Bull was there in time, so Foot can just get a great lead of 20% already.
Nob going to finally get a connection to the Dompe on the left-hand side. Good stuff from Gestie. He gets the takedown of Lenan, but Less still trying to work this right-hand side. But Nob now safely onto that safe. 42% damage. Going to come back and does find Angelboy along the way. That's great synergy there for Foot.
Yeah, I was a bit on the edge again. I thought it was going to happen. I thought he was about to detach, but Angelboy is now clapping this safe down. Dompe with a great defense with Rico. Hypercharge is popped. He needs to try and find Gestie immediately because time is running out. Ness has his super available. Will he confirm the kill onto Angelboy? He won't because he was only a sliver away from gaining that super. Now Nob can go on the offensive. Now Kuma can't afford for any brawler to slip through. Both Nob and Gestie are on the offensive here. They're just going to wait to heal up. Now Hypercharge is popped, just 15% left. Dompe just barely misses his super, and that is it. Foot are going to 3-0 Kuma in good fashion there. Kuma put up a great fight with so much on the line, with so much pressure. Unfortunately, their year ends there. I mean, commiserations. I really feel sorry for these guys because I feel like if this roster was to have happened a couple of months ago, they would have been looking much better in this position. But unfortunately, most of the year just didn't pan their way, and yeah, their dreams have been crushed.
It was always going to be a massive mountain to climb, you know, and I think for the storylines, I would have loved to have seen nothing more than the last monthly final for Esports taking the L. I think that they've been overdue one, in all honesty, but they are just still showing that they are the team to beat in this region. Just looking so confident, competent, and every single draft just seemed like it was just on point. Like they just have every trick in the book, it seems.
Last time those two teams faced off against each other in the Grand Finals of April, it looked like it could be this complete rookie rosters month. They beat out Humble in the quarterfinals, they beat Navi in the semis, both of them 3-0 notably, and then they meet Foot. Makes it a clear-cut 3-0. them back then already and now again today. It is truly heartbreaking. Kuma came in this year as one of the underdogs and their first monthly final ever. They already showed what's in them. It is heartbreaking how they now have lost their only chance at LCQ and Worlds.
I know, because this roster has great prospects, especially Dompe and Nez. We know everything about Lennart already, right? He's such a great player. Unfortunately, I don't think he'd get picked up by any more rosters. It's tough for him, right? But Nez has so much potential, Dompe as well. It's like if they faced off against any other team, and I mean any other team, they've had such a better chance. I really would have fancied their chances, because when there's so much on the line, the preparation, it was there, but they faced off against FUT.
At least you already know we're going to see Lennart sub in for another team, either LCQ or Worlds, right? He subbed in more often than any other player here in the region. Again, heartbreaking for Kamala Silvestre. I would have loved also for storyline's sake for them to make it through the quarterfinals today, you know, upset the LCQ and the Worlds race a little bit. But yes, it just wasn't meant to be. Spoot, welcome to the show as well. I'm really glad to see you so soon, I guess. I didn't want it to be a 3-0, but at least we get you this soon right now.
Yeah, it's great to be on, and it's great to start the day off with -1 on predictions. Yeah, but it happens. I think Lennart, he made me feel a lot better knowing that he will most certainly find yet another team down the line. I'm sure that there will be someone who will require his services, whether it's in the postseason or in 2027.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if rosters are locked or not, but by the predictions, I think I might have sold Kuma a bit too much to you before the show. I mean, they were looking great in scrims. You look at their win rates, they looked fantastic. And in the monthly qualifiers, they look great as well. I mean, no, you just flipped a coin surely there, because how can you bet against FUT? They've got nothing going against them.
I just believed in Lennart and Dompe and Nez, and
He was part of the 3%.
I thought back to April when they upset Humble, and I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe FUT will go easy on them. Maybe, you know, they were thinking to themselves, we already seed #1 of the region. We don't really need the points. Let's do it for the plot. But clearly, the Angel of Death has no mercy.
From this region, FUT is going to the World Finals alongside Humble and Reply Totem. If you are a huge fan of one of these 3 teams or any other team of any other region that is going to Worlds, you better get your tickets still. There's a couple left. I believe we're sold out on VIP tickets, but there's still some general admission tickets, and I'm very sure they're going to be soon gone too, so you better grab some before they're all gone. Now, quarterfinal 1 already out of the way, we want to head straight into our second match. I hope it's going to be a bit closer. We just had a 3-0. It's Talent Lab versus Reply Totem. And you see that right. Talent Lab actually qualified through the upper bracket. It's the first time we see this roster in a monthly final. And they reverse swept Novo. They beat Heretics 3-1 in the qualifiers too to be here today.
That shocked me when I looked it up and I said, you've got a new team in EMEA at the final season? Well, this ain't East Asia. How is that possible? And I couldn't find much about these players individually, Sven, until I looked at challenges and found that, wow, some of these guys actually finished, you know, second in challenges on, you know, separate teams. But that just goes to show that even this late in the season, teams can still rise and fall.
And one fun fact as well, Sandfire was playing with Skyrix. Do you remember that familiar face from my times? Yeah, he used to destroy me back in the day. Skyrix teamed with Sandfire for majority of the season, like Spoo said, came second. Sandfire left that roster, picked up another great opportunity with Talent Labs. So with Talent Labs, unfortunately, they've had to substitute in, well, not unfortunately, but unfortunate for Agachi, he had to substitute out. Mewtwo substitutes in, so I know quite a bit about Mewtwo. I think in some ways, he can be controversial. He has got the talent to back it up. But it's a last-minute substitution, and especially with their preparation, it didn't look the best after watching things. But hey, if they can prove me wrong, they can prove the data wrong as well.
So that would also be my reason why I voted for Reply Totem to win in the end. Talent Lab unfortunately has to play with a sub today. These are the maps that we're going to see in this series. Totem got to pick first. Going to go with Pinhole Pond, a map we haven't seen so far yet today. Pit Stop, again, it seems to be the favorite heist map of EMEA. Out in the open, Layer Cake and Dueling Beetles to follow things up. Again, Talent Lab is one of the two reasons why Novo is not here today. Novo, that was sitting in that 4th World Final slot, is now looking at this monthly final, hoping for every one of their opponents to lose, Boo.
Yeah, they take Schadenfreude to a whole new level. This is the time where you sit back, you have some popcorn and maybe some anxiety medication, because you look at the 4 teams that's chasing behind you. Yes, one of them got kicked out, Kuma is out, but Big, Navi and Team Heretics all have a shot to upset Novo, and all they have to do, I believe, is something to do with making a grand final.
I mean, a grand final in this situation is still pretty difficult, but it can happen. And as you alluded to, if you're Novo, you kind of hate watching here. You really want these teams. you want these teams to go down because
lose.
But at the same time, it's like there was so much pressure in the monthly qualifiers, right? And they lose in that upper bracket, and then they get sent over to Totem, and Totem are just like, oh, we're just gonna book our World Finals tickets. See you later. But now it's just not in their hands whatsoever. Talent Labs, I'm a little bit familiar with them because I always see when I'm just playing Brawl Stars, check my friends list, they're always in tournaments on match arenas, no matter what. And we spoke about this with Guesty, right? That's how he got good. With Team Electros, that's how they got good, from grinding match arenas. But it's a different roster, it's a different combination. So we're going to have to see the first time how it's going to fare off.
We're gonna find out very, very soon. Reply Totem on the other side. Guess who's the second reason why Novo isn't here? Also beat Novo in the qualifiers. So both of them have sealed Novo's fate in this monthly final. The global bans are in. Bolt is left open for only the 2nd time this month. It was left open a single time in East Asia. Played only once that as well. He's super, super strong still after the nerfs on Wednesday. So this is exciting. Starnova is banned out here instead, which despite her being open a couple of times in the last match, we didn't get to see her at all.
Yeah, I can only imagine that's because she's reached a point where teams are getting a little bit more comfortable, and EMEA kind of leads the meta most of the time. The rest of the world, we're just lesser beings that copy EMEA's drafts, I'm going to be honest. So, yeah, great region, by the way. So yeah, with Starnova being a little bit more familiar, I think, you know, it's still very strong, but players are starting to figure out, you know, how to deal with that. But Bolt has kind of taken up that spot where no one really understands how to deal with this roly-poly at the moment. And with them leaving it open, I'm glad we're going to get to see it.
What I want to have a look at now is what you at home voted. Who is the winner of a Reply Totem versus Talent Lab? It's almost even. We get so many first times this month. Yesterday, a 2% versus 98% vote. Today, it's almost 50-50. I hope that means we get to see a 3-2.
I mean, I'd hope so, but I know Talent Labs have some really nice logo. That might have been why we voted.
I was about
because
to say
of the logo?
Yeah, I was like,
seriously?
I think the Totem social media team or the marketing team from their end may, you know, have to relook at their campaign, because surely Talent Labs is showing up for the first time. They shouldn't be getting this much popularity, but maybe that's just because of the upper bracket advantage.
We get to see the players from Talent Lab now as well. Sandfire, by the way, in the German community is known as Little Semantic. He looks like Semantic a couple of years ago. Ben, since you have played against him in earlier days,
Flashbacks?
would you agree with that?
I mean,
Younger Semantic?
a little bit. I mean, I wonder if he's got the talent of Semantic, though. That would be the better question.
For the final one out of the way already, we're now heading into number 2. Let's hope it's a bit closer. With a 49 to 51% vote. I'm super excited for this one now. I'm hyped. Stu coming in early. I'm hyped about that too. Whenever Piper comes in, Ark is happy. Gale is Kenny. Me is Stu. I really like that brawler. Super strong with his speed gadget. good on Pinhole Pond to just make sure you and your teammates can dodge it out a little bit better. You can break open the map with the other gadget, of course, if you decide to go with that. Now, left-hand side. Good answer to it usually would be either Meeple or 8-Bit. I quite like those two brawlers on this map. Both of them banned out there.
Very well set up here. I think Stu's also a super versatile pick. And yeah, Talent Labs, they're a little bit forced to go for this Crow selection. It's a bit more of a, soft check there to the Stu. I don't think it's an oppressive state anymore back in, our day where we saw Stu Max and you're like, yeah, Crow's open. What are we doing now? It's not that oppressive anymore, which is pretty good. That's going to allow them to secure the mid control. I do think that they do need to develop something more aggressive here to pair with it.
Like you said, I don't know whether the aggression right now is their play. I mean, I think late down the line, they have last pick, they could go with an Ashe, but they go with Kenji straight away. I mean, Kenji and Pinhole Punt is a great option because even if you're not doing a lot of damage, you are pushing up and being aggressive. For Talent Labs to win this one, they need to be aggressive and try and make something happen. If you're just going to be playing the control game, you're not going to win against a seasoned team like Reply Totem. So now for Reply Totem, they need an answer to this Kenji. But what do they have in their pockets? They could go with a Gale. They really like Gale from when I've watched them in previous tournaments because Gale's a brawler where you can just easily scout the grass. You can literally pinch with yourself. So I wouldn't be surprised there, but they go with a Griff.
Griff coming in here for the average control. We saw this brawler before on the map. I like it. Rico is a brawler that I personally would pick on this map. I really like him as well. I like your idea with Gale. I think for the Kenji specifically, they now have a Griff, so maybe something aggressive. The Damien is something that they play so often. A 67% win rate, by the way. Haha. Sven actually did the motion. That's great. It's booted too. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. Anyways, Damien as last pick. We saw it a couple of times yesterday. He has received nerf after nerf. Every single time we have balance changes spent, he has been addressed. Is he still good?
He's still decent. Okay, but go with serious. I was going to say, it was one of two options here. You can double down with the aggression, go Ashe, because Ashe is great into Damien, great into Stu as well. We're going to go with Serious, because Serious is pretty good into Stu as well. It's the best counter to Damien Serious, if you guys didn't know, because you can just build up clones easily. The more health that brawler has, Serious can just take so much health for himself as a clone, and you also get the knockback as well with the clone, so it's a great matchup to have.
Talent Lab with Mewtwo as a sub. Let's see what they can do today against a team that is already locked in for the World Finals. Totem just here to play for Pride.
Well said, Sunny. Playing for Pride is what Totem are best known for, and also just winning games in general here. Very quick, aggressive push is going to be coming out here. Yeye is the first to fall, and this just might be an open goal for them as Joker just walks this one in. This is a lightning fast series, Sven.
I tend to see this a lot in Pinhole Punt. People just run it down. If you think you've got enough health, and if the opponents have to build up their supers, you just got to run. You just got to run. Sunfire's already really weak. Joker's going to surely just barely misses that one out, but it's a 3 versus 1. Totem, this is a bloodbath so far.
Wow.
But this is why these guys are so good. They know straight away by the enemy composition. Okay, they've got to build up supers. Just run at them. Just run it down. They haven't got enough damage.
That was a 31-second game. 31 seconds. That is how long it took for Totem to, as you mentioned, identify that the weakness of this Talent Lab comp is the fact that they're just too slow. Kenji, usually strong enough to just run it down in the mid, is just completely blocked out by this Griff and the Stu. There's too much burst damage in their part. But I do like what Talent Labs are doing here. They realize that they can't really compete in the early game, but if they hide behind these walls, yeah, play a little bit slower, allow that series to build up a little bit of that momentum, they can push back in the mid.
Much better. Mewtwo gets an opportunity to push up as well. Joker's got to jump onto Yeye, but just manages to get the killer. I thought with those nerfs, sometimes Crow can actually survive that interaction. Manages to get the kill though. Joker is like a Damien specialist at this point. Bro just only plays Damien, but it's for good reason, because it works. And in these situations, you need a good aggressive player. So I think with the matchups, I think they should be getting serious a little bit more onto Joker. Feed that super as much as possible. But on the defense here, Sandfire look for an opportunity to break out. One shot is going to go down. Joker's going to pop his super. Now the combination with Maori. Great super out from Sandfire. And that's perfect for Talent Labs. I mean, they haven't even conceded a goal yet. That's an improvement.
Big improvement, but it's still a ticking time bomb for them. They are waiting for that Kenji hypercharge, which is online. It is committed to the backline on to Joker, and a great defense blocking out Maru from that goal as well. Talent Labs continue to hold this position, but Joker's gonna be jumping in there, going straight for that serious, denying all that shadowy value that he brings.
It was beautiful. He knocks him back towards his teammates again, and now Totem in a 3 versus 2 situation. Mari pops the Coin Shower, trying to keep Yeye pretty weak. Crow just doesn't have the damage anymore since the damage nerf. He's so easy to pressure, and it's literally been 2 minutes of Totem just sitting in the bush. They're playing patient. I think they even think that when it comes down to overtime, they have the composition. Mari's going to throw out his super. U2 barely survives. Maru actually going to get punished there from U2. Now it looks like a great situation for Totem to reset here, but still keeping control of the grass, even with a man down. Joker's got to jump on in. He's got enough health to walk this one in. Now, Totem in a winning position, 20 seconds left. What do Talent Labs have?
Flashbacks to 2023 as Totem pioneered the theorem on Brawl Ball. Pass it to your teammates is the name of the game. It goes forward onto Joker, who jumps in there. He just needs to buy time. Only 8 seconds left on the clock for Sandfire to desperately get this ball over, but nah, Maru's over there. He's gonna stop this one, corner the ball in his own pocket, and that's gonna be Totem taking the first set.
Wow, that was a demolition. It was a demolition. The first game is always the hardest, especially as a new roster, right? But you would have at least wanted a little glimmer of hope. I think that glimmer of hope there was definitely Sandfire. He was working pretty well considering he's into a Damien, constantly pushing him back. The composition, like I said, I mean, Sirius is good into Damien, but it's a very bushy map. If they would have gone with something aggressive, it's risky, right? It's risky, but Ash has good matchup into 2 different brawlers. I thought maybe going into this, they just need to throw the kitchen sink at it, because like, what's the worst that can happen? Totem are going to outplay you the majority of the part. That's why they've already booked their slot to the World Finals.
I want to take Totem a bit more under the loop here. They came such a long way. A very rough start into the season, actually. Semi-final out for them, after that quarterfinal out, and for April, they did not even qualify. It looked like Totem was in shambles. We're not going to see Totem for the first time in ages at the World Finals. And now, already locked in, playing the August monthly finals, completely chilled, leaned back, and they look like they just rushed through the competition today. That might as well be another 3-0 after how that Brawl Ball set looked. They won in June, and after that, in July, they got finally stopped by Novo. Got their revenge now in the qualifiers, of course. Totem is looking like one of the teams to beat in EMEA. I'm excited to see them shine today, to see how far they can go. On the other side, of course, for our storyline, if Talent Lab wins this one, it would be a more interesting race.
Interesting, but not really consequential for the postseason, if we're gonna be real here. I mean, Totem, they are looking really, really mighty strong now. I think, as you've already mentioned, then the spring split spend was a bit of a disaster for them. I think you and I spoke a little bit about how they were having some issues, for sure. I mean, even from the outside, you could tell that this was just not the Totem that we recognized, you know, back in their prime in 2023. But right now, do you think the way that they're drafting, the way they're playing, is it more reminiscent to that time at their prime?
I mean, they're locking in at the moment, like you alluded to. Earlier on, it just seemed like a roster change might have happened.
Is this really your best?
I mean, the Kaze coming in, and this is a specialist from Joker again on pit stop, or just any heist map in particular. Joker always plays this brawler, and Kaze is such a hard brawler to play. Every time I watch him, like, how is he getting so much value every single time? Now, if you're Talent Labs, how do you approach this? You've got the kit that is often used, and you don't want the kit to synergize with his Kaze on this map because it seems like a good recipe, even though it's a little bit of a funky one, a little bit of an untraditional one. A lot of teams have been going it pretty recently, so I'd probably take that away from them. And then you need, I'm going to say a shade. Probably going to pair a kit and a shade.
I'm getting flashbacks here right now. Pit Stop, a map that we've seen today already. Quarterfinal number 1, it was Foot Esports playing Lumi, Shade, and Kit. Let's see if we're going to see the exact same now from Talent Lab. On the other side, we had Surge, Bull, and Rico. Kaze was banned out for Kuma, so they didn't really have a good follow-up to that Surge. I like these Kaze Surge comp a lot better, so let's see what they can do with it. Last pick now, first up though, and it's not going to be the Kit. That's a must pick now in my eyes for Reply Totem here, together with the Kaze. Such a good synergy, great at defending, even a Shade. Nita, of course, also has some great qualities. Whenever she has the bear available, Hyper Bear is gonna go a long way on save.
I think a thrower could be really good here, right? Like if you can limit the Shade, the Nita, the Lumi, I think Berry is probably your best bet, I would say.
Very
Like
EMEA
Bali.
pick.
Yeah, Bali even, mainly because I think they're expecting this kit. Okay, they go with the Griff.
Won't
I
break.
feel like
We all wanted to see a kit, but there's the Griff instead. I don't mind it. It has a lot of damage output. They play very defensively here, though, with the Griff and a Surge.
This does not just make the Shade ridiculously strong, though. I mean, yes, you've got Piggy Bank, but there's unbreakable walls on this map that you can't break. And this is a very fast-paced map. It's going to take ages for them to break open the entire map and deny that much value away. But perhaps maybe they believe the Surge is sufficient to check the Shade, and that's why they think it's good.
yeah, Surge is a decent counter to Shade. I think Griff is quite clear there's a weakness in Talent Lab's draft. It is Shade and Nita get kind of countered by the same. It's either wall break or throwers to limit them and limit their
never mind.
space. I mean, there we go. Joker already finds his way onto the safe. And now with Nita pushed up, there's no way for them to really defend it. I mean, Lumi can be half decent into Kaze, but Kaze's got so much mobility. She can dash in and out of Ye's attacks. And Joker's just ran up the map, got the crack. It's just really easy for him so far. And with Piggy Bank as an option, he opts to break open the defensive moves for Talent Labs, which it's a bit controversial, but hey, these are the pros. They're going to jump in here. Joker's going to go pretty weak. A great stun there from Ye. He's a bit of a Lumi specialist, and it's his favorite brawler, but they just can't even break through.
It's just the fan that's honestly gotten past the 3rd-yard line. Here, Totem's defense have just been absolutely stalwart up to this point, just winning all their matchups, really. This is the first little bit of damage that's coming in there from Sandfire, but just pay attention to that right lane. Ye is the one that has to break through. They really want this to be a consequential push. And Joker, he's on the job there. Ye finishes him off, though. And that's a really, really good comeback so far from Talent Lab, but they're still so far behind.
Mewtwo's worked his way to a hypercharge, but Maro's got his own. He's going to completely delete Mewtwo. Just a few health points left, completely destroyed. Now Maro can easily get a crack onto the safe. Samfire uses Shade Super to then try and get a crack himself, but now it's a 3 versus 2 on defense. Needs a hypercharge. It's going to help them out. A hypercharge from Lumi as well. Great defense from Talent Labs so far, and they might actually gain the lead. They've left Maru behind, though. They're trying to pinch out Joker. This is a base race here with Maru still alive. Hypercharge popped. He's going to get 2 shots in at once. Sunfire still fired away at the save. Oh, I thought it was a draw there in the end, but Talent Labs managed to survive. That was great defense. I don't know how they survived that, but like I said, Ye on that Lumi with the hypercharge cleared them all out.
That's the danger of the Lumi on the safe, and that is why this brawler is so highly contested on pit stop. It does take a while to get on the safe, but Lumi has one of the fastest base race potential on this map, and that is what Talent Labs executed well. And kudos to them. They were behind by a entire 30% in the early game, and, you know, didn't really phase them in that effort. And, you know, knowing going into this game, they're losing more lanes on the right again, but looks like their plan overall is coming together.
I think it's more of a slow burner, right? You'd think in some ways once Griff opens up the map, but with the Piggy Bank recently getting really heavily nerfed, like he's only really breaking a couple of 3 tiles of walls, I would really say, at a time. So Sunfire needs to slowly build up his super. It's going to be hard for him, right? He has no range and up against a Griff, but he's managing really well. There's 3 players pinching him out so far. I mean, Talent Labs are just like, okay, you can just go and do your business, Sunfire, like you did the last game. And we're just going to try and defend.
Yeah, the hate for Sandfire is real, but it is a lot of respect that's necessary. Good kill there from Joke is going to just open the floodgates. So much damage going to be coming in, but we've got a minor base race going on as Sandfire did manage to slip through on the other side. It is Totem, though, that are leading the charge now. 2 shielding layers down for the moment, and Joker is still holding strong on the safe. Can't even slip out of here. Ye couldn't pursue him in time. Gets the reset, and that's a big lead for Totem.
See whether Ye or Mewtwo can gain their hypercharges. This could be the key to success. Sunfire immediately going to go for the safe. As he can as a Shade, it's just easy access. He's going to get another crack. Now Mewtwo with a Bear as well. Bear probably popped a little bit too soon, but it's going to tank a little bit. He didn't really have the time to follow up, but Ye cleans up Joker in the meanwhile. Maro pops his super without a hypercharge, manages to get the kill either way. Mewtwo is without a Bear though. Totem should sense this. They need to go right now, but Ye is defending for his life. as well as Sunfire. Manages to get the kill onto Joker, and now Talent Labs in a great position to win this one. Mewtwo is on the save, but again without Bear, they're barely going to kill him.
Barely gonna kill him. Well said there, Spen. I mean, 17% left on Totem Saves, 3 on Talent Labs, and only 20 seconds of time left. They must deal with 2 things at once. Has to stop Sandfire here. Can't get him across. The jump there from Maru pushes him across the wall. Can't get this last shot in. A little bit more damage trickles in. We've got 9 seconds left on the clock, but there's just no damage coming from Totem. A desperation attempt there from Joker. Jumps across the field there. Can't seem to get the damage through. All the damage being blocked, and a shielding lever to boot as well. And that's going to be Talent Labs taking a set.
That's just insane. I mean, that came down to 2 things. It came down to Yay on the Lumi. If you do your research, I know it's pretty hard with a play like this, but pro players will know these plays inside out. They would have played against them in Matcherino's qualifiers. They should know that this guy is a demon on Lumi, and as well for Sandfire. They just left him to his own devices, and time again, they didn't have the appropriate counter to this Shade, and he could just get easy damage.
Would the kid have been better in the end? The one that we wanted to see, or even a Berry you mentioned too. I feel like Totem didn't really have anything to address Sandfire. It was close in the end, but Talent Lab with the better comp, they played it super well in the end. The double defense, Sandfire, do your thing, actually worked out.
Yeah, I was looking at Sunny. I was like, is she going to mention the kid again? Are we going to go back and basically dog a little bit on Totem's draft there? Because we all saw it. We all felt, okay, there's a few options here. Kid is decent because there's a, odd interaction. Jump into the shade while he's inside the wall. Jump on your teammates, do a whole bunch of damage. Thrower, as you said, is a common counter between that Nita and the shade. But looking at the stats, what I'm surprised at is that even leaving those 2 brawlers unaddressed, it was Yay that stole the show.
Look at the damage to save though. Sandfire did more than the entire roster
of
that's true. Together. That's insane what he did on that Shade. And not to take away from them either, but I noted down here, if I ever play in the monthly finals, I'm just gonna copy for the esports comps and I can maybe win.
I mean, potentially.
2 out of 3, right? I mean, they didn't go for the kid. Maybe they didn't feel that they had, I don't know, Nob's aura. But I think the Nita Beth idea kind of baited Totem into this false sense of security, thinking to themselves, maybe we'll go kid, maybe we'll go this. You know what, we'll pick Griff and lose anyways. Well, they're gonna have to leave it behind them in the past. We're headed over to out in the open. And whose map is this?
I think this is Totem's map.
Totem's map?
Totem's map.
So they should win, right?
I mean, they should, but Totem, we saw them.
It is 1-1. It's not like they're down in the dumps.
We saw this in a previous monthly final. They just love out in the open no matter what. And a lot of pros do love them. So again, they're copying foot. I mean,
well, their logo colors are half foot, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, they're the best.
We're reaching now. Naja is gonna get picked up as first pick once again, and I'm having flashbacks again. I'm just saying, it is a strat to just copy Foot Esports comps. Out in the open was played Foot versus Kumatsu. They had Naja, 8-Bit, and Mina. Let's see if those are gonna pop up here. We do have the same, those brawlers actually left open. Totem is making sure that they don't get the entire Foot comp. They pick 8-Bit themselves. Now, don't think necessarily it's a copy. They did play him almost the most in their scrims. They have an 88% win rate with it. So at this point, I kind of fear with them. I usually pair it with either a Bolt, a Squeak, or a Byron, and the Byron it is.
Byron's got some great synergy with 8-Bit. You set up that turret, you get even more healing. So Lou to answer to the 8-Bit. I mean, is Kit coming right now? Did you say Kit?
Yeah.
Kit, I mean, he can pair really well with the Lou actually to confirm some damage. But now we need a bit of aggression. I mean, we've seen Leon, but that's banned out. But we need a bit of aggression here from Talent Labs. I'm thinking, I mean, Buster could be one against this 8-Bit if you all group up together. It's tough for Mina. Okay, Mina again, a foot brawler gone. That's 2 out of 3 again.
I mean, you asked for something aggressive, and conceptually it does work. And after looking at what Angel Boy did, I think you'd be pretty inspired yourself to go into it. But this is a much different environment, right, Sunny? I mean, it's not a Leon and a Pearl that you're really going into. It's an 8-Bit and a Byron. This is a much, I would think it's, better-ish matchup for the Mina to get through. So even though they don't have, you know, the entire Foot Esports
Mega
comment. This is
Collisions
pretty
are
good. Yeah, but
correct.
Meeple, it still being around is definitely gonna make this Mina's life a little bit more difficult.
Mentions of Meeple, the gadget is there to stop her. Rage Quit does the same thing. So whichever gadget that Meeple will pick, it's gonna be good into Mina. It's gonna have some stopping power. Both teams have a hard time to get into the mid though, especially the Ape is super slow. We don't have wall break. That's going to be an interesting matchup where we really just need to hold on to those chokeholds on either side.
Interesting always to see an on the open comp that doesn't prioritize the tempo of getting into the mid. There's no wall break, there's no water walking. There is a Mina though, so she will have instant priority, scout out the entirety of the team here. And Totem on the other hand, eventually will get into the mid as well.
See, I like this from Talent Labs. They're not afraid to be aggressive, but that extra credits was so close to punishing them early on. Niger, it's a good secret pick here. I didn't come into this before traveling thinking that Niger would get too many plays, but it seems this is the perfect map for her, as she can just pinch easily around the walls, and especially when you get pinned back into spawn, as you see right there, perfectly getting the shot onto Maru. But Marie has his super set up already. Mewtwo's going to focus onto the easier matchup for him. He's going to try and get some easy supercharge, because as the game starts to reach the latter stages, that loose super is going to be really critical for some control.
You're gonna have to try to deter Totem as long as possible. Sandfire going in for a really aggressive play, gets stunned there by the Rage Quit, and Joker comes in with the heals, keeping Maru alive, and with the smoke closing in, it's an inevitable, slow, actually not that slow, quite agonizing death though, nonetheless, for Talent Labs.
I thought that Talent Labs maybe in the early game could have a little bit of a better chance of winning there, but Sandfire's going to push open. Maru's going to get really weak. Now it's a chance for Talent Labs to gain some control. 8-bit turret's going to be put into a little bit not an aggressive position, but in a position where maybe Maru could have used a super in combination, opts to keep it. Joker's going to get pinched out here. He's just one tap away, 12 health. Maru's going to body block for him as well. Joker's going to repay the favor and heal him back up. But you can't just sense that there's a few glimpses where Totem could have probably died, but
For sure.
Talent Labs didn't capitalize on it.
Wow, that is why Joker is the GOAT. The absolute GOAT. He's going to be keeping Maru alive here yet again, just healing him up. He's so annoying on this. Byron is working overtime here, and it's allowing for his teammates to really shine here. Maru's going to be, once again, Rage Quit on the right, but no pinches from him. Maru, though, on the left, lasers down. Yeah, goes so aggressive. Get another one. He wants a third. Not going to get it. His fellow brother is going to kill steal from him, take away that little bit of glory, but wow, Totem are really amping up the team play here.
That was just hilarious to see. He just throws the 8-bit hypercharge onto his face. He's like, okay, I'm going to shoot one way. My hypercharge turret's just going to pinch with me. You're doomed. You're absolutely cooked. Talent Labs do have a glimmer of hope. They won the previous set, and there's a few instances where they could have punished Totem, but this is the problem. When teams get to this position, I mean, they could punish him. Maru's really weak, and he's poisoned up. There we go. Finally, they capitalize on it. Good teams make you pay for those mistakes. Talent Labs are finally warming up here in this set.
Joker is not relenting though. 2 versus 3 right now. He's just going to be trying to get some supercharge here. It is tapping away here. He's actually healing up Maru still. There is a very small possibility that they could still clutch this one, but it's very, very slim. They're going to commit it though. Yeah, that's a sign. I mean, yeah, Sven, you're looking like, wow, they really, really want to either waste utility or they just believe that they can somehow gift this matchup.
They want this more than anyone. I mean, the 8-bit should be able to get his turret back. He doesn't actually hit many shots there. If he would have connected, he would have got that turret back in the end. But again, Talent Labs should be in a situation here to capitalize. No 8-bit turret. It was wasted. A little bit too aggressive there from Totem. Maru's going to get caught into the loose super as well. He's going to go down. Surely even Joker's heals can't keep him alive. And now we're in this situation again with Joker and Maru trying to make something happen with Sandfire lurking in with Mina. I mean, Maru, he's just a poor little 8-bit, right? What can he do without his super? And Talent Labs, there we go. So Totem really upped their game in the first game, right? But as I said, Talent Labs, there was glimpses where they could have punished Totem. They're playing this so well. This is their first monthly final. I mean, Mewtwo's reached a few in the past, right? But as a roster, as 2 of these players, it's their first time, and they're performing so well.
We're so happy to see it. When rising talent performs to the level, let's see if they can bring this one home here. They are still 1-1, and it's just so important to take the lead in this series. Whoever goes to match point is under so much pressure. And wow, Totem just playing so hyper-aggressive here, just really playing with fire there. Joker just demonstrating the sheer mechanical difference that he has. He's so confident in walking up into these larger shots, into Mewtwo here, and at the same time here, try and keep his 8-bit alive.
Fire, he's gonna go down through the poison. He was testing his luck a little bit there, but that was a 3-man pinch. They know they needed to get that kill down ASAP. Don't make Totem angry. They're gonna be pinching you out like crazy. Mewtwo barely stays alive here. Yeah, all he can really do here is try and build up his super. He does just that. But what he can also do is build up this hypercharge. A Niger hypercharge going into potentially a 3rd round would be devastating. So let's see if he can land any shots. Doesn't manage to do so just yet. Mewtwo as well. He knows that going in, it doesn't really matter. He can feed the enemy supers, right? But if he gets a hypercharge as well, it is game changer.
3 supers online, 1 committed there. The booster beacon is going to be thrown down, gives so much move speed to the team. Maru is no longer a slow walking 8-bit, is a speed demon now, just chasing after Sandfire. Wanted to go for the pinch there with his extra credits. The Naja super is going to be nullified there by Joker's on his own. And looking at that left lane, Maru is just aggressed so forward, dodging out every single shot. Even got a new super from Mewtwo committed just to try and drive Maru around. And this is just Totem pinching Talent Labs into the base. They're under so much pressure. Maru once more. Sandfire goes in. There's a hypercharge at the ready. This surely should be a kill. It's going to allow Joker to be going in there. Mewtwo's the target. Pokes the ice block, but it's not going to be enough. Sandfire, he comes out of the base, tries to make a Hail Mary play, but no, Joker will tap him up as well. And that's just one lonesome yay left. Maru giving credits, giving the chops there, shooting his teammates, saying, well played, sir. Really well done.
He really put his team on his back there, to be fair. I mean, you said it perfectly. That was really good from Totem. Like I said, don't make them angry. They know that they're the better team.
They
just need
really
to,
angry.
They just need
They
to
look so angry.
They just took the entire map in control and just blew them out of the park. He really fought for just a split second there. Oh, can Talent Labs go 2-1 up here? No, Totem just ruined the storyline for everyone. It's ruined, put it under them.
Wow. I think you said it so well during set number 2. There are signs of life from Talent Lab. It's really not that the comp is fundamentally broken. I think this is actually a very skill testing, very even set. We saw mistakes happen on both sides. You can see here like Maru getting caught here, the whole team grouping together for the easiest loose super on the planet there, and getting caught out multiple times there. But that I think is also the signs of what makes a really confident and a good team. Totem play as a unit, punch as a unit, walk forward. You can tell that when someone dies, it's not because he was mispositioned. Maybe he trusted Joker, and a series of, it just takes so much bad events to happen back to back for this to go on. And yeah, Maru really put his team on his back.
I think we saw Mina here before on this map, and she had a lot of a better matchup than into a 8-bit and a Meeple. That was really what shut Sandfire down, and without her, they couldn't really enter the map. They were pushed out so often. Really well played here by Reply Totem. They're now 2-1 up. One more match away from the semi-finals. And as mentioned before, Talent Lab, they're out of postseason contention, but this is their first monthly final. They're still here to show what's in them. Player cake, we haven't seen yet today. Once again for Reply Totem, their most picked brawler is 8-bit, followed by Amina and Kids, interestingly enough. 2 brawlers that we've mentioned so often today already, Sven.
This is a pick from Talent Labs. They're going with another, we mentioned it for the first time in today's stream, cheesy map. Pit Stop, a map that's predominantly base race, right? Layer Cake as well. You normally see the shades, and Talent Labs have done their research. They've took the 8-bit out of Totem's hands there. So what do you now go into at 8-bit? The problem is Layer Cake is good. 8-bit is good, but there's so many walls, right? Surely a throw is going to come into play here. I really like Berry into 8-bit.
I was just about to ask. Question. Is 8-bit early bad? Question.
I think it's fine. 8-bit pretty good, even if you don't have anything to break up in the map, but Talent Lab still has 2 picks to pick up something like a crit later on. Now, if you manage to take down his turret every time he actually farmed it, that's why Sven pointed out that thrower, I think you can counter him, but even then 8-bit does a lot of damage. He's just slow.
I think with 8-Bit, it's like a tough one, right? Like there are counters to him, but it's 8-Bit with his new buffies. He just deals so much damage. He always has his turret available, even after a recent nerf, which nerfed his supercharge rate by about 20%, and that's not really touched 8-Bit all that much. He still has his super, like you noticed it so many times throughout the sets. He always has that available. And there we go with the Berry. Berry and Rico in combination. I love this from Totem. Berry is just the spiciness from EMEA, in my opinion. A lot of teams love the Berry. And wow, I mean, this is a tough prospect to go up against if you're Talent Labs. You could be something to go in Barley. Barley is always the best option to face off against Berry. But the problem with a Barley, both 8-Bit and Barley suffer to like an
calculations are correct.
Very true. Barley would have a good, decent matchup here into the Berry on the other side. Whenever Talent Lab actually decided to go 8-Bit, they paired it with the Berry, so both sides kind of picking the brawlers away, and Berry will fulfill what you and I set up already.
Is this really
you
your
want
best?
something to take out that 8-Bit turret. Kaze coming in here, some aggression. I like that into Berry, even better than the Barley actually.
I mean, it's really just for the blue star, right? Like, this feels very, very desperately like they just want to grab that blue star, come back, play from behind, turtle in the base like what 8-Bits do. But, and also it's decent into the Berry. You always want to have an assassin to just pressure the Berry so he doesn't, you know, he can't just play in aggressive positions and opt to play by himself. And that's going to force this pull response there from Totem.
Hell is a bit of a weird one. Like, I mean, it's going to work into Vikaze, for example, but 8-Bit counters out the Pell. I think what they needed was a bit of health, so they've gone with the Pell, right? So Berry gets more value, can farm more supers. But it's a tough one, right? Because Kaze, we've seen a synergy before, right? Kaze gets the blue star, 8-Bit defensive combination. It can work out. But
like, how do they get into the base? How do they get the Talent Labs base here after blue star? That's the question on my mind.
You've got a Berry, you've got a Rico, the two brawlers that can get
just
a lot
of...
Yeah, I think what a lot of players do, which we seen yesterday with Kaze, you get the blue star and then you just sit in. I still feel like if you get blue star, you've got to try and get some value, which Sunfire is doing perfectly well. It's like he's listening to me right now. You need to still build up your super and apply pressure, because a Rico can just shoot round walls, right? Like, he can just apply pressure himself. He's opting to use multiple this time around. I think that's going to be a good choice into Meeple specifically because of that single shot fire. It's going to waste 2 pieces of ammo. Manchester Meeple's going down. They have a super to combine it with, but they don't want to overextend because Mewtwo is weak. Very, very clever play there.
Just buying time, honestly, at this point. They now have to wait for another Mansions of Meeple before they can opt to play aggressive. And this is the problem that I kind of feel with Totem's comp here. They will be just chasing Sandfire for the majority of the game, and the timings to play off is going to be on this Maru super. He does have it at the moment. You see Fanstorm committed together with the Mansions of Meeple, but 0 connections. It's a golden opportunity now for Totem to potentially pressure into this base. Maru playing with fire here. Okay, Joker with a beautiful super. Almost getting down 1. How is nobody dead? Thank you. Finally, Mewtwo goes down.
Mewtwo trying to buy a kill, but into a Berry that's consistently healing his teammates up. It's hard for a Meeple to do too much. He really lacks the damage in this situation. Sunfire trying to stop them from grouping up with that Fanstorm, but the Hypercharge is going to come out. Maru's going to get boxed in, but again, there's no super to combine with this. There's no super to take him down, but Maru again getting pretty weak. The pressure is great from Talent Labs so far, and with 20 seconds left, this is setting out to be a great finale.
It's a 1-star differential. Mewtwo does have that open. You see a Hypercharge Fanstorm going out there, obscures the vision. There's the super there from Mewtwo, allows the penetrating shots, connects onto Maru, and oops, bye guys. Wave goodbye. We're going back to the base. There's no way you chase up to up, losers. You're gonna take the game a loss here. That will be Talent Labs taking the lead in this set.
It's just hilarious how fast 8-Bit ran there. Like, that's the fastest he's ever ran. There was no one even on his tail. It was just clear daylight, perfect from Talent Labs. I don't know whether Totem pushed back too early there in that situation, but that's the power that Meeple can possess. Just being able to box and gain so much control. They used it so effectively. I mean, he was warming up to it, Mewtwo. He was landing the gadgets. And then finally, at the end, when it mattered most, he pulled it out of the bag. But I've got to give credit to Samfire there. He was chaining his supers so well. He knows as a Kaze, he can't really go in. They're all grouped. A great kill from Mewtwo there. Joker tries to respond. He's pretty weak, though. It's going to be hard for Talent Labs to find the kill. But they get a second as well. Maru is surely going to go down as well. No, manages to stay alive with the blue star intact. That is, it's a bit of damage limitation there.
Damage mitigation indeed. Poor start there from Totem. From now they are down by entire 3 stars. They still have the blue star though, so it's just a kill onto Ye or Mewtwo that they need. Sandfire's gonna be going out here on that right lane though, trying to get an aggressive play there onto Maru, but they are starting to get boxed in against Spen. I'm not feeling very good right now about Totem's chances. There's the super there from the Mewtwo, and oh my word, so many shots poured in the corner. They're just desperately trying to keep themselves alive. The berry healing coming in, it's enough to keep 2 out of 3 of them alive. That could have ended so much worse for Totem.
I'm amazed how only one of them died there. That was insane. Joker throws out a super, doesn't manage to connect, but now the Hyperdot super coming in. All 3 of them are boxed in. And again, 2 of them manage to stay alive, but surely he's going to go down here. Joker manages to get clipped from that Hypercharged super. And what I've got to say is, Sandfire's supers are just so excellent. They're grouping up together. The Fanstorm is making them split up. Now Totem have 15 seconds to respond.
Manages to meatball blocks out the mid. There's only one pathway into the base for Totem. Only one way left for them to secure this. They have to get a team wipe here. Only 5 seconds left. They get 1. You've got another already leaving the base mathematically. Totem, I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to go to set 5 if you want to win this one. What a series. An amazing execution by Talent Lab.
Set 5. Who would have predicted this? It's not the biggest mismatch in the world, but in terms of positions on the leaderboards, it kind of is. I mean, Talent Labs are really giving it to Totem right now, and that's the thing, right? Like, Totem, they don't have much to play for at this point of time. Talent Labs, they don't really have anything to play for either, but they've got a lot to prove, and they're really making a good case for their postseason here.
I'm getting chills. I got chills watching the synergy between the team. Yeah, this exactly that box. Oh, I had goosebumps, and Totem somehow they didn't get completely team wiped there. I mean, surely that was, you know, wow. I mean, that's a tier 1 team for me right there.
Spen, you're asking who would have predicted this. Keep in mind, the viewers out there said it's a 49 to 51% matchup, and they were actually right. I was hoping we get to see a 3-2 today. I might have not expected this one to go that far, but I'm happy regardless. Talent Lab, they played phenomenal. That meeple play from Mewtwo held onto a super also in that first round, just waiting for the perfect moment to use it, and turns around the game twice there, that Hypercharge as well. I think that deserves a red button press. So if you're on the event website right now, event.brawlstars.com, head over there now. You get 200 extra points, and I'm gonna give the honor to our guest here.
Without further ado,
200 points for you out there. Talent Lab, you gave points to the viewers. We're heading into set 5 now. It's exciting. Dueling Beetles is going to be the last map we get to see from Talent Lab versus Reply Totem, no matter what happens next. Another map where you can play Barry, I think. Another map where you could see some 8-bits even. A map with a lot of walls to place turrets behind. Stu also comes in handy for those exact reasons. We saw some Hot Zone today already. Very different maps though. Griff was always the first pick. Let's see if he comes out again.
Oh, I have a refund!
There we go.
You're so smart, son. You're so smart.
About to, I mean, hats off.
Yeah,
Griff.
no ball, you know?
Yeah, you
Nope.
know ball.
No ball.
So
No Hot Zone.
Dueling Beetles is an interesting one, right? Like, for me, it reminds me a lot like Open Business, and now you need something that's going to counteract this. I mean, Stu normally is a great counter. Meeple can sometimes work into the Griff as well. Lou is not banned out. Lou should be picked up surely. Okay, there goes the Meeple. Can I do the same as Sunny here? I'm going to predict a Lou. There we go.
go.
I one-ups. I one-ups. I got 2. Now, Wiggly,
Spoos, your try.
your turn.
They're gonna go Shelly. Yeah, that's how you know.
No,
I
you have to actually try.
I have to actually try. All right. I'm gonna dig deep. I'm gonna use my brain here. I'm looking at the Talent Labs comp damage department, not looking too good here. I'm feeling some Damians in the air. I think Joker did have an amazing performance there in Brawl Ball, still could opt to go for it here. But Sunny is pointing out to me that Sirius is still open, so maybe that's a terrible idea from the side of Totem. Nah, they're gonna go for Finks instead. Opt to just lean back into that wall break comp. But this is very familiar to something we saw Kuma try to do earlier. It wasn't Edgar that was the last pick then, and it didn't really work out for them.
We saw so many grey comps yesterday. I kind of have PTSD from that too. Not going to be picked here in this one, but you can be sure you're going to see it later, especially paired with the Ems that it is, of course, banned out in this one. A wide open map here for the side of Totem. I'd almost double down on wall break, but there's not a lot left open. Stu is banned out. There's the series that I pointed out to Spoo earlier.
You block the Damien then.
Yes, and he's also not too bad into Meeple and Lu, in my opinion. Whoever you can farm off supers easily, and whoever's shadows are going to be the strongest. Meeple shadows are so strong because they have sort of an auto aim, right? So it makes a lot of sense to play Cirrus here.
I feel like trying to counter this, maybe like a Penny, a Barley.
This one's on the house.
Okay, yeah, a Barley is a great answer. I was wondering on the side of Totem, like they've got to go something maybe a little bit aggressive because you've got this thrower pick looming, especially with Barley receiving those balance chains about a month ago. He's used as a counter pick nowadays, not actually like the best of brawlers, but this is a good matchup for them. So now it all goes down to this. Can Talent Labs probably perform the biggest upset so far this year, especially in EMEA, I would presume, surely, right?
Well, the bigger one was when Humble lost 0-3. I'm gonna always point that out. But this one, though, is a big sign for the 2027 season for sure. Talent Labs, as we've already mentioned, don't really have a postseason to play for. Totem, though, they're locked in for Worlds, but Pride and Ego are still on the line here. They are on the ropes here, going up against this monstrous Barley last pick, and the Lu Super already going down here, isolating that right side of the map. It's a decent start there for Talent Labs.
Murray needs to keep this position ASAP. He's got great control over Talent Labs, but the percentage is definitely in Talent Labs' favor. Joker's going to apply a lot of pressure. Sunfire's going to find the kill. He is pretty weak here. Murray should find the kill. Maru as well onto the zone, doing a great job overall. Mewtwo is pushed up, but as a Barley, that's probably a bit advantageous there. He's going to get pinched out pretty easily. Yeah, just needs to heal up. They need to regroup together. Mansions and Meeple combined with a Barley Super. Maori just barely staying alive. He is going to get pinched down by Mewtwo himself with his own Super. Joker's going to teleport backwards. That's a great teleport so far. And Totem are just doing great percentage-wise here as the Lu Super comes in as a bit of a reply there from Talent Labs.
Totem's solution to any problem, just raw aggression from their side. Joker, though, will be boxed in there, and the combo there from the Meeple should be able to finish one off. No, Maru's going to be able to break his teammate out there. It was a great heads-up play for him to keep Joker alive. Percentage, though, is telling a different story. Talent Labs are slowly counting back up, and here are the supers from both sides. Last call is committed, so is the time zone from Joker, but that's such a desperate push there from Totem. Talent Labs will now just so easily claw their way back into the mid.
Hypercharge Super, both from Mewtwo and Sandfire. This could mean so much danger for Totem. Great box out there. Surely we've got to confirm the kill onto one of these guys, and they'll confirm this game. Surely Hypercharge Super used by Mewtwo. They need to get the kill onto Joker here. They're going to do just that with a Hypercharge. And now with 12% left, there's surely no time, no resources left for Totem. And now Talent Labs are just one game away from doing near enough the impossible. As a team, as a unit, I was reading the pro Discord, and a lot of them were saying, no chance for this team, right? I was even saying, there is a chance, but the viewers back home, they knew there was a chance, right? This is as 50-50 as it gets.
And looking at the comp, it's looking here, at least in this final set, the Talent Lab, they've got a pretty unbreakable comp there. I mean, the margin of error is so small for Totem, right? Like, if there's a single team wipe that happens, you just get boxed in the base so easily by this Barley, by this Meeple, by the Lu Supers. And I think Totem, I mean, they really got to dig deep here. They've got to find a way mechanically, team play-wise, to pull it together here. It's going to start from Maori playing hyper-aggressive as always. Not getting punished just yet. Solo, and it's a really, really nice early start there for Totem at least.
There's just two ways to gain back control here. Actually, three ways from Talent Labs. You've got the box, you've got the Lu Super, and you've got the flush out from the Barley Super as well. Moro's going to get a little bit of control there. Priority Super, but it's Griff. Griff really lacks the damage at range now since that spread nerf. And you even saw there before, great flush out from Mewtwo there, that he couldn't even break out Joker in the previous game, because now with the nerfs to Piggy Bank, it's just so hard to break open the map. Piggy Bank's going to be thrown forward though, and this is looking like disaster for Totem. Talent Labs just look so in control right now.
There's just entry hazard after entry hazard there for Talent Labs. I mean, you've got so much to get through. This ice ring puddles. Joker, he's got godlike mechanics, but really going into all of these different hazards inside the mid. Yeah, every time they try to step on the point, there's a box, there's puddles. Ye's even gonna pop this ice ring out there. Could he catch him in the back? He does! That's gonna be Maru potentially going down, but no, don't even need to aggress forward. Just play the point. Only 20% left, and Totem, they're just on the ropes now.
They need a miracle right now. Maru's trying to work his magic. He's going to get pinched down pretty low. Totem now on the aggressive. Blue Super is going to stop any aggression coming so far, but there's only 1 minute left on the clock. The box and the Super coming in. That is Joker down as well. Mewtwo's throwing out the Hyper Charge, and now Talent Labs surely are going to be confirming the win. Everyone is down from Totem. Oh my God, how have they beat Totem? Totem, oh, Mewtwo with the crying as well. I mean, fair play, man, fair play. That's gotta be, oh, that's just, I've got no words. I don't want to say embarrassing, but you've got to be so angry if you're Totem, right? You turn a new corner, you look so good, reaching a grand final, reaching a semi-final as well, and the new boys, they just turn off all the cameras. They've had enough. They must have seen the crying.
Oh no, and Mewtwo's going on a celebratory journey. Yeah, he's just walking around his house, thumbs up, crying emoji. All right, bruh. I mean, there's a limit before this starts to feel like just stepping on them. But wow, I mean, yeah, and Sandfire, let's give kudos to them as well. We want to point out once again that this is a team that had their roster kind of, last minute change. They lost Adachi, Mewtwo had to sub in. We were thinking, there's no way this happens, and it did.
The teams that are chasing the World Finals spot from Novo right now are Heretics, Navi, Kumala Sylvester, and Big. Now imagine how funny it would be if in the end those teams drop out and the team like Talent Lab moves all the way. They have nothing on the line, just playing for fun and for showing us what they actually have in them for the first time ever in a monthly final, and they beat the number 3 seed of EMEA. That's absolutely insane. Once again, the Meeple actually stands out as the best pick, or Sandfire just as the best player. I don't know what it is. 6 kills on him. Really well played by Talent Lab. You can be so proud of yourselves. I am proud of you guys. I'm sad for Totem, but hey, nothing is going to change in the standings anyways, right? It's fine. We want this for some good storylines. Are they going to beat Foot? What do you think?
Possibly. They will be drafting from the same pool, right? That's basically Talent Labs, the first half of the series. They were just like, yeah, we'll just copy everything that Foot has been doing. And then the second half, they were like, wait, we're really good at this Meeple thing. And Totem, they seem to be so confused and so lost. They don't know what to do against that, and worked out.
We got Ark back on the desk. All 4 of us said Totem is going to take this one. 49% of the viewers out there actually voted for Talent Lab, so they get some juicy points now to get the rewards.
Well, I think Totem should have beat them. It's as simple as that. No, not too sure why it went so wrong for them here today. They were looking pretty good. I mean, the qualifiers weren't the cleanest, but they were still looking so much better as a squad, showing real growth throughout this summer split. When you compare to the performance in the previous split, it was quite disastrous. So, I mean, going ahead now, they're going to have to work on some things.
You can still also get some tickets for Tokyo if you want to watch these teams battle it out live in Tokyo for the World Finals. Get your tickets now. You just saw the little QR code up there, and you can also find it in the pinned tweet and in the pinned social media posts all over the Brawl Esports social media accounts. Now, 2 quarterfinals down. We still have 2 more to go. After that, 3 more semi-finals, grand finals. We have so many bangers for you today. Make sure to stay tuned here. Humble versus Big is our next match. This one, another one where we have a team that could lock in LCQ today. If they make it through semis, they are guaranteed. Or even Worlds if they win it all today. Big has to make a deep run today to actually lock in either of those 2 possibilities. And unfortunately for them, to do that, they need to first make it through quarterfinals against the number 2 seed in EMEA.
Postseason gatekeepers is what I call Humble in this position. They could really, for the memes and for the plot, just make Big's life easier and just, give him a free pass. But no, they're not doing that. Now that FA Kuma are out, Big most certainly can just, surge into that lead and start overtaking them. And with Navi and Heretics meeting later in the bracket, as you mentioned, if they make it to the semifinals, that's a guaranteed LCQ spot on the line for them. That is a massive amount of motivation for Big to play for here.
For me, Humble, have shown signs in the past, going back to the April monthly finals, where they can slip in monthly finals against Kuma Westa, and that was a clean sweep against them. Their quarterfinals exit that they were so notorious going into the Brawl Cup with on their record. The same team which they actually went to double match point with in their qualifiers this month. For Big, I've got some reservations. I just think that doing roster changes this late in the season, going into your last monthly final when they were looking really good for me, honestly. They were showing real signs of growth and even beat for Esports in the July qualifiers. So, I don't know. I'm hoping for them to do a really deep run here today. But they're taking a big risk. They're looking to double down effectively, to have their challenger's opportunity by bringing Arthur there, swapping with Salty. I think it makes some sense, but it's a huge risk.
Big, actually, the winners of the EMEA, of the Challengers Finals, so they have a different approach. And they made a strategic decision to split the roster into a BSC team and a Challenger team. So going forward, Big will compete with 2 rosters, competing with the Brawl Stars Championship. It's just called Big. And then Big Challengers competing in the Challengers circuit. So they still have 3 players they send to Istanbul. And they now bring in Day to complete that roster with Salty and Melee to compete today. As mentioned already, they need to actually make it to semis and win it to really have that LCQ slot locked in. For Worlds, they just need to win it all. It's actually crazy how if you win this monthly final, it's their only monthly final win, and they would still lock in Worlds. Absolutely insane.
They have Foot and Humble to thank for that. EMEA has how many slots on the planet? 6 slots for the postseason, 4 for Worlds. Otherwise, this wouldn't even be a conversation, really. I mean, but this is the strongest and the most competitive region for a reason. Every single team that has made it to either a first or second finish in a monthly final is still in contention. And it's no different here. If Big win it all, they really could make headline news here, going to Worlds at the last second.
It could happen. I'm not sure whether it will, but I hope to see some really interesting storylines develop this monthly final, because this region, honestly, as we saw in the previous match, you never really fully know how it's going to go down. We've got our map draft coming in. Big could be going in with Gold Arm Gulch first, could be Canyon then for Humble, Ring of Fire for Big, Pinhole Punt then for Humble coming forward. So, I mean, one thing's for sure is that Big have got a really nasty opposition. Humble have locked in their number 2 seed. That will not change going into the World Finals. And like you said, Spoot, there's no way that Humble are going to be giving this to them on the platter.
Again, it would be somewhat ironic if Talent Lab is the only team from these that actually moves out of the quarterfinals. For the Esports, Reply Totem and Humble, they've locked in their seed. Nothing can change anymore. Even if Humble wins it all today, Foot is still going to stay number 1 seed. For Big and Kuma, this means everything right now. Kuma is already out of contention. Big has to win this one. It means so much to them. The motivation is certainly there. Gold bands coming in now. Ruffs, Mag banned out from the side of Humble. Crow and Lumi from the side of Big. And I think you notice something here. Bolt left open. Starnova left open. Very targeted bans, but all of these big bad new brawlers still in the race.
I'm quite scared now for Humble. I don't know if this is cooking a little bit too hard. This is really reminiscent back to April. Every single time a new meta comes in, a new patch comes out, and Humble are thinking to themselves, yeah, we're pretty comfortable about it. We're just a better team. We can get away with allowing these things to slip through. And on the other hand, the underdog, always, every single time, the way that I've seen underdogs win is not necessarily by overpowering your opposition through sheer team play or mechanics alone. It's really a lot about the draft. That's what I think I saw in Talent Labs in the last 3 sets. And here in Big, I think that's going to be their greatest weapon against Humble. But nah, the Humble army is pretty big.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when, you're the number 2 seed going to the World Finals, 2024 World Champions, runners-up in 2025. I don't think it's crazy to see these numbers stacking on the side of Humble, considering what Big have to do here. I don't necessarily mind it. It's not necessarily like what I want to see. I want to see be a bit more 70-30 at the least, right? That's kind of being, I think, fair end of the situation because Big can do this. It's just that they got a lot of stacked things against them.
Humble has a huge chance today, anyways, because in the last two monthly finals of this split, they always faced Foot Esports in the semis already. Now, finally, they're on opposite sides of the bracket and Humble can make it to the grand finals before facing Foot Esports. Let's see if they make it that far. We're heading into our first map. Humble versus Big. Big with a new player. Let's see how Data is gonna do in this roster now. Semantic with the first pick here. Humble, Bend out Grey Piper and Max. Naja is gonna be the first pick here. A brawler we have seen quite often today, way more often than in East Asia and always on Knockout. Tick coming here on the right hand side. Great pick, usually. We didn't see it in quite some time, and obviously you can still break open the map pretty quickly with a Cold left open. Pearl still an option here. Bolt is left open. I'm scared.
There is a Charlie to deal with this. I want to believe that Humble will not roll into this trap. I think it is a trap that is set up there by Big. Tempt them with the ball and maybe come in with a clutch, last pick here to deal with it. Tick though, super old school. I mean, I wish Spen was here so that we could talk about how old this comp is for them. It still does work, but I think in the modern day, with so much wall break, so much wall peek from the Naja, this Pearl coming in is a great first option for them. And even with Ruffs and Brock banned out, there is still the option of Colt and Griff on the planet if they want to really commit to just opening up the map.
Got to be a Gene here for me, I think. That would be a nice way to round this off, to allow the Pearl and the Gene to get that poke damage, sit back, allow the Naja to try to connect those danger noodles at range. I don't feel the Bolt. It's an option. Like I said, I feel like Charlie is always that deterrent and keep things smooth. Yeah, very similar to Gene in effect. It could be a brawler which actually now they want to consider on the side of Big. But honestly, I'm not a fan of Tick. It's a brawler that in Knockout just cannot survive those later interactions in the eventuality that you're outnumbered. You can't really pull off kind of anything magical.
Let's see if they're gonna roll into that Bolt pick now as last pick. He is left open, he's strong. Not the best on Knockout, but could still work out here into the Jaeyoung and Naja at least. Last pick here for the side of Big. Already have the Charlie to deal with anything aggressive. Have the Tick that is good to just make sure you have some room to play around. 8-bit coming in now also needs walls. They just need to make sure that Pearl doesn't farm super too quickly to break open the map, and I actually believe both of these two drafts are very viable.
Somehow Big have 2-3 picked the Tick and allowed it to not get it completely hard counted here. It looks like Humble here are playing a little bit more modern theory here, but that could be their demise, in my opinion, at the very least. This Big roster, 2 anti-tanks covering the Tick, very classic kind of control matchup, and they've got all to play for here. LCQ Dreams, World's Dreams, still alive, and it begins here in Goldam Gulch.
Okay, well, early scouting on that far right-hand side from Big, and both sides more or less dedicating their time. Semantic forced back now as the range of Salty does get a couple of taps. Does not want to overextend here. Allow Lukey to try to get some of his corner shots working more in his favor. As time goes on, I feel like it does tend to favor Humble in that regard, as the Pearl's going to be much more punishable in those later stages. Nelly got to be a bit cautious here, healing up accordingly. And Semantic now in a position that he wants to be in, up against that wall and just keeping the pressure on.
Naja just feels like a better version of the Tick in every regard there. Allow the wall peek over there, the constant aggression that's coming in there. Day on the other end on this Tick. He's got this ticket online. He's got no issues charging up that super, but he will have problems confirming kills by himself here. He's going to throw the head down there just for some little bit of pressure. Allow for Salty to come in there with extra credits, but it's not connecting on to anything. The entirety of Humble just strut forward with confidence and fold Big in half.
Confident opening for Humble. Boss still lurking his right-hand side. still staying within the bush, but now has been spotted. Again, Luki can just sit back. He does not want to get to a position where he can be the first to fall on the side of Humble. Now the damage booster goes down, and Humble's really cautious here. Semantic is taking a lot of damage there from Melee. Now going to come back, heal up, and recollect with his squad.
Very disciplined there from Humble. They tried for an early gamble play there, but as soon as this beacon goes down there from Salty, they realize, you know what? We don't have to play this game. We can just chill and wait for that late game. We've got the resources we were looking for. Luki's already got that Danger Noodle super online here. Could go to commit it there. He's trying to tap down DD actually so low there on the top right there. Luki's just absolutely tapping here in this game.
Charge out for Day. Now the tick head as well, he's going to get distracted immediately by those Danger Noodles, and that's a really bad outcome for him. He wants to go on the aggressive, gets a nice little tap there onto Luki, but Luki stays alive and might even come out on top. The trade is going to be enough. In a 2v1, Humble will still secure it and claim the first game.
So clean there from Humble. Luki's so locked in here on this Naja. This is really showing modern Brawl Stars is a very, very different place. You really just can't get away with picking things like Tick in the first phase and, you know, not expected to get maximum value here. I think the concept there between this 8-bit and the Tick there, this is a lot of a harassment combat. I just don't see a way for them to secure any kills.
Big are getting some good control, it must be said, some value of the Tick, but again, like, if those Tick heads are going to be distracted, it's not really going to do much, and it's very easily defendable here from Humble already. Look at this, what a mighty push here from Humble. Salty now in a really precarious position, but it has been traded to a really advantageous spot for Big. I mean, Humble should really have done better there. I mean, there was so many one-shot players that they could have really capitalized down on, but in the end, it's actually Big that came out on the numbers side. That was really not what I expected.
There was a mechanical gamble there made by Humble that the whole team made the call, run it in there, try to pick them off, but Melee, Dede, they were out in the open, got into cover just in the nick of time there. And Salty, though, he was the lonesome target there, but he actually out DPS'd Boss. Getting that early trade there. It's an uncharacteristic mistake there from Humble. In theory, the play was fine, just the execution wasn't up to standard.
Okay, well, the chance to reset now. It's one round to Big. They could turn this into a potential game here. Cocoon is available, but it's missed. Oh, actually does connect. I stand corrected. Boss gets some taps to get Semantic out there quickly. Some speed. He's just about surviving as well. Now popping there, the Weekend Warrior. Semantic just about gets away with murder there. And they get a kill in the meantime. It's 2 versus 3. And now Big are up against the might of Humble in numbers.
That is so unlucky there from Semantic as well. And a little bit of a misplay there from Day. Should have 100% been able to confirm that kill there. That's why he's running for the smoke here. Not in shame, but just tactically, you know, not allowing any more supercharge to be given there over to Humble. You got a hypercharge on a line there from Day. That's going to be a massive resource. And left and right has been chosen. It's going to be the left there from the side of Big, opting to play on the more aggressive lane here. Scouting things out earlier, they haven't found Semantic just yet, but that's going to yield this right lane to Luki, who's just, you know, providing so much pressure there.
Big being clustered worries me slightly here. Not a massive connection there for Semantic, but the second follow-up is Salty going to put down there hypercharge and the damage booster, which again is going to mean that Humble cannot push really into that top left corner as easily as they would like. Really just waiting on Luki, ready to try and whistle it down. He's getting some good taps, but now Salty comes into the body, but the poison should still trickle it down though. And that's a good outcome for Humble realistically here. And now with 2 members from Super, this could be a chance to go.
Hypercharge online for Melee as well. Use it aggressively, run it down, get that slow online. The target most likely has to be Luki here. The most vulnerable there on the team. The Danger Noodles will come out there. It is answered very quickly. And there's the hypercharge pop there, both by Day and by Melee. One on the top and one on the bottom. Semantic is getting low here, getting pinched out here, but Boss finds the kill there onto Melee. Semantic sacrifices himself, gets the trade there onto Salty, and okay, Tick, what you gonna do in this situation? That's right, nothing. It's gonna be Humble to take the first set.
There's nothing I love more than watching a Tick defy the odds, but it's just not likely to happen. It's kind of one of the reasons why we see a lot of pros kind of deviating away from it, but it got some good early control. But for me, where Big were not really that fantastic was kind of securing those early kills, kind of making themselves have that advantage point to then get even more value of that Tick pick. I think for me, Humble, despite dropping a round here and there, they looked pretty much in control, and a comp that was a bit more controllable as well. Like, whenever I see an Aja, it tells me, we see that a lot with Foot as well, it's teams that really can just know the effectiveness of sitting back, taking their time with things and not having to really overly worry because they just got each other to fall back on. It just didn't really kind of feel like there was that much synergy there with Big today so far.
Feels like power creep to me as well. Naja, similar to Tick, inevitably you will get some kind of spawnable super in the head of the ticket. I mean, it's one head that can't really do that much. And, you know, Luki, he showed it off here. He's got the highest DPS on this map. He was tapping away, just really showing that Humble's got a guestie of their own in the form of this young prodigy. He is a world champion after all, and respect has to be given to him. And that is something that I think Big, you know, this is a comp that could work against lesser teams, in my opinion. If the team play is not stellar, if you don't understand the win condition, I think if Big was allowed to play for the end game, for example, without any aggression from Humble to compensate for that, that could have been a set for them. But no, Humble, they know exactly how to dismantle this kinds of comps. That's the experience that they bring to this table.
Okay, well, Heist and Kaboom Canyon up next. A chance for Big to be able to turn things back in their favor, looking for a lot of these long-ranged sharpshooters to be highly considered when it comes to these bans, but also some aggressors. Definitely up for debate as to whether Ali's in a good spot for this map, but it is one that does escape through sometimes for Humble. I prefer things like Colt. I want to see that one heavily banned. I think Glowy as well can definitely get some good value on this map, but Kaze, it's my kind of like #1 ban when it comes to Heist, because if you're able to keep that mid-control, allow the Kaze to pick off, and it is banned out by Big, so I'm glad to see that. Pierce, 8-bit as well, Brock, and Star Nova. I don't think it's a bolt map, but it is quite open. I don't think it's going to do too much except distract, which is what it's designed to do. Griff first pick for Big coming forwards. Does leave open potentially even a Finks to come in from Humble. Let's see what they do.
Very highly contested. Finks will most likely be picked up there by Humble. What I'm thinking to myself is that the Monkey and the Edgars and the Chuck are all left open. When Kaze is banned out, that's going to be the next thing on your mind in these heist maps. But Kaboom Canyon is special in that regard. It is the most open of the heist maps presently in the game, and you can get away with leaving those brawlers open because it's just up to the mechanics of the players. We're going to get a signature Angelo pick coming out there from Humble. That is Luki's specialty, and usually they pair this one up with the Brock, but it is banned out. So I'm very curious. Are they just leaning into a little bit of a foot comp here? Are they going to go for something like a Colt as well?
Whenever the Pierce is banned, Luki's always looking for the next sharpshooter down, isn't he? Let's be honest. And it's quite a targeted one there on the side of Big. I like the way that Lola's coming forwards a little bit more now with Kaboom Canyon as well, as being a bit more viable than she ever kind of used to be on this particular map. Again, looking to see, okay, Otis is definitely telling me a defensive measure, which I quite like here for Humble to have at this stage of the draft. You know, when we kind of see like Chucks or like kind of Melodies coming forwards, having that mute, it's so essential to have. Or Ego, which is definitely a big threat, like you say, on this particular map here. Would like to see Max come forwards. We've not really seen EMEA kind of take a leaf out of the East Asia meta when it comes to Heist and that particular brawler. I really love it. I think the Sneaky Sneakers gadget can really elevate that particular brawler and get you so much value and pressure specifically. I think here as well, the Meg Global ban definitely going to play a role, and there's the Glowy as well, yeah, which is a bit worrying, honestly, because it means mid-control is what Big are trying to achieve here.
I think the Max is the pairing for sure. I mean, you called it out there. Max is a fantastic shout, and Glowy is probably one of the best pairings. I mean, they could still pair it with the Colt. That's the other partner for Glowy that works really well. You can opt to take the Speed Loader instead and just run it down, try and get so much damage on the save. It covers a lot of bases, but it does leave some weaknesses, and there's the Max. Yep, that's the one of the match mix in heaven there for Kaboom Canyon, and you know, I think the coverage on their side is just excellent there. Humble though, they've still got some options inside, you know, their bank. With no Crow there to select, they maybe really might be forced to pick up that Lola, as you said, as one of the final picks that can contest this Max.
It's really hard to play into if you've just got a brawler which has got so much area spray, and with the Griff already picked up, it kind of is one of those brawlers that could do quite well here, honestly, or something with even more additional range. Andrew's, yeah, exactly. Andrew's going to be good as well for getting that big, heavy amount of DPS to land the shots, and at this level of play with, like, you know, players like Luki who excel at long range, more often than not, those shots are going to land, and it just means that Lola can then kind of pick up the scraps off the back of those things, and it just means that with the, even with the max speed, you know, you're still going to have to push into with Lola, Ego, and that's never going to be ending necessarily too well for you. Both sides of these comps, I do quite like though. There's not anything that really upsets me on either side.
Love to see it. Love to see a bit of the old, a bit of the new, clash it out. Let's find out, though, to see if Humble are on their way to a 2-0, or will Big be able to tie up this series. Luki slides into the mid there, while Melee breaks up the wall. Both teams have their own ways for contesting that mid control, but Humble, they're the ones most certainly tapping up a lot more here. You can see a big push there from Salty inside the mid, and this is the strength of the Glowy, just being able to force their way to the mid, but a nice poison tip arrow will secure one and another, and that's going to be Humble that draw first blood on the save.
It's exactly what I wanted to see from Luki, because when the max speed comes in, it makes it much harder to land these arrows. He's still doing that regardless, so love that from Luki again.
Oh.
They're really depending upon this Glowy, but look at that, another super from Luki, support from Semantic. Everyone from Humble stays standing despite just a little shred of damage from Big. Salty staying alive as well, really nicely done. Trying to almost secure a kill on Semantic, does so. That's fantastic. That's aggression, but that's the power of the ego. You're not dependent on a teammate to have to get those pinches. In a map like Kaboom Canyon, that's gold.
Luki, can you chill for 1 second? I mean, don't chill. You need to win this game.
Come
But
on,
oh my
Don't
goodness,
discourage it.
this guy is absolutely tapping. He hasn't missed, most of his shots here. Boss has got a hypercharge. He's going to be pouring in damage on the save, but a total base race has emerged here. We got hypercharges coming out here from the side of Salty, catching out Luki in the back there. He's still landing all the arrows, but just look at the healing coming out from Salty. He's now going to erupt there in the enemy base, but a beautiful hypercharge mute will shut everything down. Humble hold it together, while on the other side, Boss has just been tapping away, hacking away at that save.
We just need to get this safe down to crack it. Maybe Semantic can push up, and not surely now that Luki falls. So it will deprive them a little bit on the time side. This is an aggressive push there. It's the crack that Humble needed. I love that from Semantic with that fast fluffer just going forwards and ensuring it. Going to keep the aggression on. Maybe even going to get the whole safe down. Now someone from the spawn coming in, Salty, is going to be able to defend this, but they may have put their guard a bit too much here. Semantic trying to get it done on his own. They get rid of him for now, but now so much pressure on the shoulders of Big. A big super going out from Melee. Luki on defense. Now Big cannot afford to go down. They've got to stay here for the rest of the game.
They're going to play this one perfectly. Not a single death is going to be allowed for this. You can see Luki, he's going to make a choice here, wants to go for the save on. The fear catches us out here, and Big, how did they do this with only 4% left of their own save? Manage a 1 push, 1 crack, 2 crack, and a game to them.
Composure. Love that from Big. Honestly, very, very little times I've seen players really be able to pull that off under a lot of pressure. And Semantic almost was able to do it alone prior to that. I mean, but to hold their own, stand their ground, and get 2 cracks back to back there, really commendable stuff. Nice tap slow straight again off the bat from Humble. You're gonna wonder as well, considering how strong their start was, what Humble will have to do to break this exterior, but they're doing pretty well off the back of it. And Luki again, landing these shots, opens up the space. Boss on the left-hand side to get that 15% early damage.
It's a good start there for Humble, but it wasn't this problem for them. This early game was strong for them. Big's strength really is off the max speed there. You see Salty there, a bit of an interesting gadget choice there to teleport across the wall, kind of giving a freebie there to Humble. It's some breathing room for them, and a total team wipe there secured by the fat splatter. Humble regain control inside the mid, and a little bit more taps should secure the first crack on the save.
Right, again, Luki does find the Glory. That's really good for him as well. Now Salty's going to trickle down from the poison. Boss staying alive there by using the ego to tank. Now the pick he might go down, stays alive, and 995 HP there. But it's Luki and Semantic that are doing a ton of work. It's now the max speed. It's going to be a costly thing. Now, with a great move from Semantic, though, they turn their tides. And Luki's able to get more damage on the save. Poison trickle over time. And that might even avail to a crack. If Salty doesn't defend, they're going to go for a big push on the right-hand side, it seems, for Big.
Luki, you're going to be hanging back here. One more arrow will go to the other side, but they don't want to allow a complete push there from Big. Nice. They have shown the ability to base race here, but they've lost their Cleric. The Glowy is gone here. Salty and Melee will not be getting any more support from his teammates. It is becoming forward here, trying to play aggressive there, but can't catch out Luki. He has to reset. With the max speed online, they will be looking to aggress back in the mid.
Nice Master Fletcher there from Luki to be able to sever that bond between the Glowy. Now another adventurous push coming in from Big. Day's got to heal up though himself. He can't just be solely responsible for the healing of Big. Melee low as well, and now Day falls. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Salty to be able to do this in a 1v3 scenario in that mid. So now Humble going to recollect, slow the pace down slightly, heal up most importantly, and try to secure this high ground thing, go back to the safe.
Piggybank going inside the mid. They're desperate to open up the map there. They know that the bush isn't really advantageous for them. You see the last push coming up. Got 14 seconds left on the clock. Boss is on the save. It's going to be a total base race here with 10 seconds left. I don't even know if Big mathematically can be able to pull this up and begin to crack one layer of the save. But Boss is on the other. Only at 1% there. It will clean this up and tie up the set.
I think towards the end there, Big had already kind of committed themselves. I didn't really see a world in which, even if they were just entirely on the safe, that it was going to get shredded in time, especially when that safe crack happened. It went down to 24%, so you're already giving yourself a little bit of grace that if the other side does stop at 25, you've got that additional 1. So let's see an immediate break then on the side of Big, which might even just help Lukey, honestly, getting good taps in from Salty. Sneaky Sneaker's going to be teleporting him back. With the help of Boss, it's already Humble defending pretty well so far.
Same situation as that game number 1, but we are seeing DD playing a lot more aggressive here. And got punished immediately by Lukey once again. Just no respect there to one of the best sharpshooters in the world, but it's a gamble that DD had to make there. It's going to allow damage to start pouring in on the save, but the first speed of the game has been going out there. It's a really big push there from Big. This is the best start that we've seen all set.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Lukey's low and gets tapped up by Salty. Semantic has got to have the defense of his life. He needs help. Boss now coming in to support. But the safe already down 2 cracks. 49%. It's a terrible start now for Humble. They've got to get control of this situation.
Salty is being really annoying there, almost gets self-pinched there, goes back into Lukey that gets tapped down. It's the first time that we've seen all set Humble being down by an entire layer of shielding, and I think Big, they smell blood, they know that the speed is going to be going out there, but patience from them. Stun down to melee, but it's going to be enough. It's going to be Day that comes in with a big hypercharge, super fierce up to 2. You see the grip chains off there on the left side as well, but somehow Humble are holding on.
Honestly, I'm so impressed with how Lukey is still managing to hold himself strong in this situation. When everything is speeding towards you, it's so essential to land these arrows, and he is doing so with the glowy heals. It's just really consistency that's keeping Humble still alive in this game. Now pitched as well. That's beautiful for Boss. And a clean takedown. Semantic on the safe, getting maximum damage now. I don't think he'll quite get the crack, but Humble did very well in that situation. That could have really gone another way.
Impatience there from a Big will cost them here. Almost a second live, shielding on their safe that's going to be gone. They throw the second piggy bank, just opening up more of this mid-map. Don't want to give Lukey that full mid control. All eyes are there on Salty, though. Should be able to get that speed online yet again. They've got 30 seconds left on the clock. They just need to defend this one or make a big push. That's
great for Semantic, but they've got to still defend here as Big are collecting his right-hand side and keeping everyone alive again with the help of that glowy. Boss, though, is present, getting some good taps, but they're not able to get down Daily just yet. Salty knows to the mid, he can aggress Lukey as well, and Semantic desperately trying to get this left-hand side clear up. He's on the safe, but I think the Big will still have the advantage now. They are collecting up, and this should be his highlight of the set. Big, bring it back.
Excellent synergy there from Big. This glowy max absolutely paid off for them, and I love that they were able to pick themselves back up after that game number 1 against Humble there. Humble didn't even play bad in my opinion though. It's really just the strength of these modern comps with glowy and max coming together. It just makes them so survivable, and as you mentioned, Ark, this Buffy max now is a whole different beast for what we remember. This is no longer the max that, you know, is losing matchups into matches like Lola. It really was the pure mechanical skill of Humble that was keeping them inside this set. And, I mean, as brilliant as they were, Big was just too much.
Super aggressive, and that's exactly the way that you approach, you know, your match against the number 2 seed of EMEA. For me, it's not even Max's best heist map. I feel she's even better in Safe Zone, but in this kind of situation in Kaboom Canyon, it's such an open space. You've got so much maneuverability that when you're collectively together with the helping hand of a glowy to continuously provide those heals, you just got so... I mean, look at the other side of Humble. I mean, that's a tremendous amount of kills. 34 in total, and insane DPS for Lukey, 488. But again, objectively, what Big brought to the table was just better. Like, they're not looking to get kills. They're looking to keep aggressing, keep the pressure on. And that's a great way to even out the playing field going into our third set then. Hot Zone up next, Ring of Fire. And this, again, is going to be a tough situation for Big. This series in general is not going to be easy. So, like, I think they're giving themselves a good chance now, getting some good spirits within the conversation. It's always good to feel confident. If there were 2 sets down at this point, then things can escalate. So I'm glad that they're going into this set now with a good firm headspace.
And it's back on their familiar map as well. They selected Ring of Fire up against Humble. I have to always bring it back to the cheese discussion. We've seen a lot of gray on this map, and I'm sure that Humble will not allow it to slip through. Yeah, immediately the gray is banned out. On the other side of Big, they do respect Humble here in the form of breaking out the Bolt. Banning out the Lu and banning out the Surge here with two very excellent, easy first picks that Humble could have gone for.
Griff here for me, I think, is the heaviest consideration. I mean, the bans are so targeted. I mean, Humble would have been so good with Meg, Ruffs, Lumi. They're all kind of, big kind of brawlers here for me. Pierce, though, not banned out here. That's definitely a concern. I'm surprised that actually Humble didn't kind of snap it up immediately. But maybe playing the long game. Certainly, it would be a great pairing with 8-Bit if they do want to bring in a Pierce later on. But I think for Big, they should heavily consider brawlers like that. I think the grey ban for me gives me a sigh of relief, quite honestly. But I do worry looking at some of Big's sort of scrim picks. They bring in things like Jessie. They bring in things like Pam, and I'm not overly convinced. I think Pam's okay. I don't want to see a Jessie.
Yeah, I don't want to see either of those brawlers into this 8-Bit. And as you mentioned, called it out, the grip is really going to be heavily contested here. It's a pairing that you also don't want to give to Humble. You never want to play into Griff 8-Bit on this map. Both brawlers have received insane buffies. And for Griff, he's got that coin shell gadget now that he can just opt to chain towards. And, Piggybank is also decent if you want to deter some kind of last pick here. It's going to be the Stew that they pair it up with. That's a pretty classic pairing here. I mean, just take away another easy selection that could have gone into the Griff.
But again, if they do go Pierce here, it's going to outrange the Stew tremendously. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be obviously, some speed zone gadgets potentially coming in, maybe some gassy heal as well to dance around the shots. But I mean, with an 8-Bit combined, it's definitely a concerning prospect that they might want to overthrow at the final hurdle. But with the max ban already there, they can't already add something that can elevate this comp to kind of be able to juke around a lot of those shots. Punk. And it is going to be that. It's concerning to me. I would like to hope the Big were expecting that, because they had the opportunity to pick it up themselves, right? So let's hope that is in their back pocket, that they are making Humble kind of fall into their trap almost, but I'm definitely concerned.
I don't know how much of a trap it is to give Luki his favorite brawler in the game, if I'm going to be honest, right? I mean, one of those bans, surely you swap it out there for the Pierce here, just to respect the man himself. And instead of Humble, I think I love the fact that they banned out the Max here, actually. They are showing the respect. They know that they don't want to basically run into a similar situation that Totem ran into, right? Whereby they just lost to Meeple 3 sets in a row. They immediately just make the correction, put their ego aside, say, let's ban this out, let's not deal with it. They wrap it out with the Mina. I'm a big fan of the selection. I think they needed some kind of tempo control, some kind of early sustenance to break inside the mid. And, this is a brawler that Symantec really enjoys playing.
Definitely thinks is an option maybe here. I mean, Meeple 2, I'm just trying to think that if they're trying to shut down this kind of Pierce's long-range sharpshooter, then you can have the mentions of the Meeple gadget, but that's going to only suffice for so long. Oh my goodness me,
you didn't want to see it, but we're going to see it, Ark. Let them cook. Let them cook.
No, don't let them cook.
When you're the underdog, you cheese your way to victory.
It's not cheese.
And in this case, it's pretty bad.
Insanity. No.
Look, even the blue cheese is delicious to some people, okay? In this case, Jessie to me might just be that. Could be an acquired taste. Maybe Big will show us something, some hidden prowess that has not been seen for what is considered in SpenLC's tier list as an F-tier brawler.
I know you're a half-full kind of guy, Spoo, but let's bring things back down to earth slightly. This is the same brawler which cost, KDS 2 sets and almost their qualification prospects going into the final monthly final in North America. I mean, with the speed zone, it can get some good maneuverability. I want to see the turret go down, but it's got a small buff recently. It's not meta.
SpenLC, F-tier brawler. Correct me if I'm wrong, he's listening. But so far it's been the Luki show. He's been tapping away inside the mid, but every time he misses a single shot, it's going to allow Big to maintain that permanence. It's really just been Luki in the mid, and the silence is just really passive. Luki finally gets a single kill here. The boss should be going out here to Day on that right lane. It's pretty even so far.
Yeah, so far Humble struggling a little bit objectively. I liked it, honestly, when Salty was targeting the 8-Bit, because that's going to be where he's going to get the most value. Nice team up there between Luki and Boss. Putting the pressure on now, Hypercharge coming in, and Boss going to be in a very nice spot, especially if they can find Daily on the right-hand side. Getting locked in there will definitely prove a troublesome thing for Salty and ready to push into the mid. Nice dive, but it was heavily punished there by Luki and Symantec. But again, Big just finding themselves to get onto the zone. Going to get that turret with not too much hassle. One more tap and it will be gone. But they actually kind of are missing a couple of shots there on the side of Humble. That's just really swifter.
Big is doing pretty well here inside the mid. Melee's going to be pinched out, though, just overextended there a little bit too much. Dede could be the next to fall there, manages to run for the hills there. Big maintain the permanence inside the mid, and interestingly, we're seeing Humble make the decision to put Luki here on the side lane, kind of give up the mid and go for this flanking play on the right. Wanted to allow Boss to get a slightly better lane here. They will take back mid just momentarily, but Big, they're the ones that maintain the control here, and they're the ones maintaining the lead.
Yeah, Big have been much better objectively speaking here, but now Humble are claiming back this deficit. There is time for one big push here from Big, but they're taking a lot of damage. Nice swimble there from Boss to be able to deflate some of these shots. And a turret on the right-hand side, then force back Luki, joins the mid. They're going to be punished heavily here by Boss, just to take down as well. And now Humble approach 90%.
I'm just there for Semantics and Big going in, committed infinite shots, rain out there, rain fire, punishes the Jesse, punishes Big's hubris here, 25% behind, and yeah, Semantic is like, I don't know guys, I mean, I think there's more we should have done, I think we should have crushed this harder.
I think, you know, as long as the Jesse doesn't win, then I'm going to be happy here. But
You're such a hater, you're a hater of innovation.
It wasn't terrible. You know, it did get some value, but I think realistically there for me, the reason it was so close was more the fact that Humble just, again, with a sluggish 8-bit and those turrets that you really need to have that elevation of speed. Boss is doing a great work, aggressively speaking, but like we want to see the rest of Humble get on the zone a bit better this time round. You're giving a lot over to Jesse here, but to stay alive enough on the zone, that's going to be a very, very good helping start here for Humble.
That's a mechanical div there right in the mid with Luki just crushing here so far. He's getting so many taps there. He's practically playing 1 versus 2, by the way, because Symantec, he's aware that until he gets that beacon down, he doesn't ever want to show his face inside the mid and allow the Jesse to just get easy taps onto him. That's why we're seeing Salty already make the rotation on the left side. Want to get this turret out as soon as possible for Symantec. Yeah, just chucking infinite ammo here on the left side. Well, Luki continues to dominate in the mid. Melee, good luck getting a super there, buddy. You're not going to get any value here. Luki's going to just rush up in the mid, synergize there. The whole of Humble just completely in the jaws and the clutches, tearing this Jesse to bits. And Big in a total spawn trap. This arc, I think, is what you were thinking would happen in game number 1.
Yeah, well, they've allowed Luke to control the mid. Semantics locked in the top left. This is exactly the layout that Humble were looking to try to achieve in the previous game, but just were floundering somewhat to do it. And now Boss falls, it might have a bit of an impact here as Big will recollect themselves, but already, I mean, that's 92% to only 15. It's such a big lead for Humble that I'm sure that as soon as they can kind of lock in again to retake, they'll get this 8% easy breezy.
Indeed, it's probably going to happen. Boss there in the backline. It's going to be of all people, Symantec taking his sweet time, strutting himself on the point, gets there, poses for his team, throws out some world champions, and Luki doesn't look impressed. Well of himself. I mean, he's probably thinking to himself, Big, what a disrespectful play here. You're going into the Lord and Savior of Peers, the best Peers in the world, touted by some, and your answer is the Jesse last pick?
It annoys me because in the previous set I was praising Big for really targeted bans. You know, it showed great awareness, and trying to shut Humble down that way is, in my opinion, the only way that you're going to be able to win this one. It's, you know, it's not a time for experimentation. Kind of what I was feeling when I was watching the North American qualifiers with KDS. You know, it was like, it's okay. It's nothing flashy. It's nothing special. I think in this current meta, despite global bans now being a thing, you know, there are still better options. Like, it's just one of those brawlers that for me, it's so circumstantial to the comp that you're playing into. And when you're looking down the barrel of an 8-bit, EMEA and a Pierce, it doesn't have a place. And I think it's deserving of 0 kills.
I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry, Big. I mean, we don't want to dog on this pick too long. We're going to bring it back home there. Yeah, I got to bring it back here, but Humble, kudos to them here. This is not a particularly inventive comp whatsoever. This combination exists for the longest of time. You know, pair up the Pierce with the Mina. Now with this buffed up 8-bit. Previously, it was other brawlers in the role of that 8-bit. But this is a very, very, very stable comp. That's what I want to see from these world champions. Don't allow these upsets to happen. And going into Brawl Ball, this is back on their home territory. They could close this out 3-1 and shut Big out of the LCQ race.
And the issue here now is that Big are going in with no momentum. They got a set in the previous, and they then drafted some ideas, let's say.
You were going to say it. You were going to say it.
I know, but I need to see here a serious ban. It's the biggest threat, I think, and it's definitely one that kind of Brawl Ball and Damien, you know, for me, is a serious threat. And we're seeing now a lot of players not banning Damien. They are going to ban Sirius. Actually, Humble are going to ban Sirius, which is really interesting. A Brawl which they had a 100% win rate on in scrims. So the 8-bit as well banned out here, the Surge. I like that Meg global ban, still going to be very relevant here, but you know, the Damien, it's definitely dangerous now. With the Sirius ban, it's definitely something which they could potentially have in the late stages of this draft. Brawlers like Stu here as well, definitely going to be interesting here for Humble. M's first pick, and I was saying last month that I thought this Brawler had fallen off a little bit too much. I still think she's very viable.
Lots of pairings here to go with it as well. Leon is still open there for Humble to snag, and that's a synergy that was alluded to. Just throw down the lollipop drop, gives that invisibility, gives the speed to allow the M's to just run into the mid. Max is also still very much on the table. That could be the weapon of choice there for Big. It should be. I mean, that was what they used to great success here, and this is a map that, you know, that glowy Max pairing could indeed still be good. It does also work with the Damien as well. And yeah, Big, they've done their homework. They don't want to give a free pair here of that Leon Ems to Humble here. Let's see if Damien is in the cards for them.
Great shout with that, Leon. They need something like that's going to be unpredictable, I feel, here to be able to unhinge Humble. So Otis could be an option here as well if they want to just have something ready on the table for the turn that Humble are going to bring in shortly. I do worry a little bit, again, with some of these tankier brawlers and Damien and Griff going to have that ability to adapt with the gadget. You know, this is the thing that I now see with Griff quite a lot. You've got the option in the final pick of your draft, whether you want to open up or keep the map closed. Now going back over to Humble then, and I really suggest that they pick up this Max. I mean, Max and Ems is going to be such a troublesome thing to have to deal with. And I'm surprised, to be honest, that Big didn't go for it. It's kind of exactly where I'm thinking. Sometimes we see Humble experiment with Poco and some hill-based comps, but I don't think it's necessary with the way that this draft is shaping up to be. I think you can just kind of run this down and maybe just go Max and Damien and then leave them in front. And yeah, Max is going to come around straight away. Let's see how they pair it. I feel like for me, Big might be in trouble.
Yeah, it just very well might be the Damien here that is going to be coming online for them. It was one of the most common pairings there between them and the M's. And I think they also would want to snatch that away from the side of Big. That is a pretty big weapon that both of these teams have shown in scrims that they picked up a fair bit here. With Sirius out of the equation as well, there's also no really clean counters there to Damien. I mean, there's a lot of DPS there, but the way that Damien now after the nerf no longer plays as a pure assassin. Yeah, there's the Damien is going to be coming in there. He's going to be taking up the wall of sound here. He's going to be buying time for that M to just walk up inside the mid, take that early mid control, and then just play with your allies, play with your teammates, jump in, push your allies, push your enemies around there, and allow the M's to really shine here.
You know, as soon as you see the Sirius ban, you're thinking, well, they're doing that for a reason. Gale's not actually a bad response. Gale can get some fantastic results in Brawl Ball. I think that under the circumstances, that's not a bad idea to bring in. But I'm hoping that that's not just kind of reactive. I hope that that was kind of like planned, because otherwise I kind of have some concerns there, because there's a lot of brawls which they maybe should have prioritized a bit heavier. But, you know, I think that it's not a bad... I can't not side with the Humble draft here, to be honest. But there's nothing that's going to be counting out Big's draft here. It's actually okay. I don't mind it at all. It's got a chance. It's got legs. It's just at the moment, you know, being behind against a team like Humble, it's not going to be easy.
But it's what they have to do if they still want a chance here to go to the last chance qualifiers. The donut is firmly in control for the moment. That's the strength of that lollipop drop, the speed it allows you to get inside the mid. It is Big in full control at the moment, but Humble, they're the ones, you know, just playing very patiently with these unbreakable walls. You don't have to really peek out so quickly here. Second lollipop drop is going to be going down, then Symantec is going to be the first to fall here. Could be a goal here for Big.
Oh, that's a good pick of egg as well. They timed this correctly. I think it went to hands on Lukey. Melly's still going to be there in position now. That's a bit of a fumble massively, so you cannot make those mistakes. And now, Big are going to get punished. They get the takedown. Lukey back as well. Gets the ball down the hands of Salty. And Big should have done better.
Oh no, it's gone so wrong for Big there. Massive fumble for them for sure. Just unable to play team play, unable to pass the ball between each other. They're going to leave it in the past now as they have to defend this onslaught coming in from Humble. Semantics will be going in straight for melee of all targets. It will be a distraction play for Luki to go in there. Lasers down there and just, yeah, the tornado in the way. It doesn't block the shot. They're going to run down the clock here a little bit here and secure this first goal.
I mean, at this stage, when there's so much at stake and on the line, those are the moments you've got to seize. For Big, they are now going to have to escape that moment from their minds and just focus on this push. Boss under pressure, Semantic diving in to helping hand things, and Boss is going to be pushing this left-hand side, speeding towards Day, who might have, again, a twister, but it's not the end of the world for Humble, especially in this position. They're going to hold firm, slow down the pace, and slam a sound wall down for Semantic, going to buy his time. They're going to blow back the whole suite of action. The Boss going to come in now as well, and it's going to be a really difficult decision. I mean, how can Big defend this? They're completely overran, and it's going to be surely a match point for Humble. It's spiraling out of control for Big.
This may not be the way that Big wants to end the season. At the very least, they want to go to set number 5 at least and keep their dreams for LCQ alive. Meanwhile, for Humble, though, it's just another monthly final for them. They want to be able to go all the way here. They want to meet their nemesis in foot. Can a Big pull this one back? Can they reset from what a massive, catastrophic fumble that we saw earlier?
They're pushing forwards, but the ball almost went Semantic there as well. That's what I was concerned about. Now, they did actually pretty well there. I thought that he would have been double teamed, but still, as long as Boss is there, very hard for Big to really do much out of this position. Now, Luki finds Salty, actually gets the takedown as well. Speed for his time now, Daily falls as well. It's going to be really tough to do anything about. And Melee knows it. Boss can just take his time and score that goal. And already Big are on the back foot, and there's only been 35 seconds to play. Again, Humble can just sit back now and defend.
You just cornered the ball here or opt to play more aggressive. Both options are open, but this is a very good start there from the side of Big. Melee. Hypercharge Super is completely nullified there by Boss's immunity frame. That was really, really well timed there for him. And that's going to just completely stop the momentum that Big had going into this with the speed coming now online. They still want to go for it though. Nice push there from Day. Is going to be getting over to claim one, but Luki with the hypercharge super is going to be able to just clear out with the ball. There was a temptation to even snatch and just run all the way. It's just these 2 star players from Humble there just running things over now with just sheer mechanical dominance. A full team wipe has emerged there. Luki passes the ball over, and surely there should be enough. Passes it over to the Boss there and gets the goal. That's going to be a 3-1 victory for Humble.
And with that, Big will just lower their heads. That was not the play. They knew they had a mountain to climb, and they gave themselves some great prospects to be able to actually do so. I think that, you know, on a good day, with some better drafts and some higher considerations to banning out specific brawlers. Again, I mean, Luki, Pierce, Max, you can't let those kind of brawlers land in that man's lap. And I think that they just kind of did it to themselves at the end of it. They can obviously still have their academy team go through challenges potentially and make LCQ, but again, that was a little bit disappointing for me. I think that it absolutely could have gone to a 5th and final set. I mean, Big displayed some good prospects, especially in Heist. I really like that draft. But then, you know, a questionable draft in Hot Zone, big blunders in Brawl Ball. These are the moments that you really can't make slips like that, and certainly not against a team like Humble.
Those were the first 2 teams who dared to let Bolt open. Star Nova made it through the global bans. It's something that we see from Big very often. They sometimes let these huge, super strong brawlers slip, and sometimes your opponents are just going to pick them up and win the set with it. I truly felt like this could be Big's day. They needed to win this match to still have a chance at LCQ, and if they would have won the whole monthly final today, they could have gone to Worlds. So really heartbreaking for them. Their journey is cut short. Still, they can give themselves a pat on the back. They just won at least a set. They looked like they could compete with Humble. Maybe just not today.
That was so tense. It really was. At times, I thought that Big actually had an opportunity to win that, but Humble just do Humble things, don't they? Just like foot.
That's your
in the end.
quote of the day.
My quote of the day.
Foot things, Humble do Humble things.
There's some glimmer of hope in teams, right? Humble have shown a few frailties, but at the end of the day, they're just too much for Big, and especially because of the roster change, like you've alluded to. It just comes at unfortunate timing for Big, I believe. Like, if Arthur would have played instead, who knows what could have happened, right? But at the end of the day, at least Big have another opportunity with challenges.
They definitely showed some nerves in that pinhole punt set. I believe if they wanted to win it, they should have maybe followed up on Kaboom Can and take the momentum into Ring of Fire after they lost Hot Zone. it kind of looked like, yeah, it fell apart. Still, be proud of yourselves, please. I'm proud of you, Melee. Anyways, we're heading over to our quarterfinal number 4 now. Navi versus Heretics, and it now comes down to these two. Who will claim the world final spot? Who is locked in for LCQ instead? The best possible outcome for them today, both Kuma and Big lost, so their postseason dreams are over and very much alive for these two.
And with Team Heretics and Na'Vi, this is literally the game of the day, right? But there's been question marks over both rosters. We've seen roster changes throughout the year, right? We've seen Drage retiring, now we're coming in. You see Subame also retiring, then coming in as well. So since Team Heretics have grouped back together, a lot of people would have just presumed, right? Like, we're just going to leave off where they left off. But they've got some questions to answer, but will they make all the critics disappear with this performance? We'll have to wait and see. As we've predicted, as we'll probably see again pretty soon, all of us have Na'Vi, so I was a little bit shocked because if you read into how the preparation's been going, Heretics have been looking all right. They've been looking pretty decent. Na'Vi not been practicing as much, but it's also the qualifiers and how that went, right? Na'Vi looked so convincing, qualifying in the upper bracket this time around after failing to qualify last time. Na'Vi, with that Polish energy, could have the recipe for success here.
You mentioned roster changes. I think the biggest thing we have to address here is Drage actually retiring. One of the players you both have a history with, and he retired even though he's not even amongst the oldest ones, still a mainstay in the BSC. You'd think struggled this year, had some rough times with his roster last year as well.
Yeah, I think for Drage, his content's going fantastically well. I think it kind of makes sense to kind of assess, and last year of course did step back and people wondered whether he was retiring back then, and he came back at the World Finals as a coach. I think now it's a bit more definitive in his mind. And we wish him all the best, of course, here at the BSC, and I'm sure, no doubt, cheering for his teammates from home, because effectively, this is a small, close-knit community. These are not guys that kind of fall out and kind of hate watching in that regard. They are all still looking for the best for everyone's outcomes in that regard. I think though, roster changes are littering this series for me. I think now he's had the really sore end of this stick, having bounced from SK Gaming to then Heretics, and I think Heretics, in my opinion, maybe would have been better off holding on to him, actually. I think their results have been progressively getting worse as they brought back, Sabine, who initially retired, and I think there's a reservation that I have there is that when someone retires, they do lose a little bit of their drive and their passion for the game, right? And I don't know whether that's the case or whether there's other reasons why they might be underperforming slightly. But Heretics have not looked the same since dropping Naui. That's just kind of how I've interpreted their performance.
For Drage comes in Naui now, as you just mentioned, and with him, they now hope to lock in the World Final slot. Wide open, Kuma and Big have no more chances to get it. Novo isn't even here today. They're currently sitting in that slot. So they're hoping that both of these teams lose in the quarterfinals. It's not possible. They are against each other. One of them will take that slot off their hands today. Navi and Heretics still fighting for it. And we saw how many teams were still in contention for it at the beginning of the day. We lost a couple of soldiers along the way. These two now need to win the quarterfinals, win against Humble in the semis, take the grand finals, and qualify for Worlds directly. If none of this is happening, by the way, they locked LCQ now with Big and Kuma out. So it's not the worst, but obviously you want to go to Tokyo directly.
This is not really the toughest path in the world, right? It's only Humble that they've got to beat after this, right?
Yeah, it's totally so free, man. I mean, they're not going to win their semi-finals match and be in the grand finals waiting either. I'm sure it's doable, I mean, I want to see it. I mean, I really do want to see it. I think that if we've been expecting and waiting for any upsets in the EMEA, this is the time for it. So I'm giving that energy out there. But, it's such a grueling process, as we know. And the way that Foot and Humble have been playing, I think that, this is going to be arguably maybe one of the easier matches for them to be able to get through, honestly.
The maps that we're going to see those two played out: Kaboom Canyon for Heretics, Dry Season for Navi, Ring of Fire, and Goldarm Gulch to close out. And Pinhole Punt is going to be a random decider. We saw that map quite often today. We actually get a couple of close matches, which we absolutely love to see over here. We want to see as much high-quality Brawl Stars as possible today. Now, Spen, as someone who actually has lifted the World Finals trophy, how are they feeling right now in that draft lobby? And season-ending pressure here. They want to go to Worlds and not just LSDQ, of course.
Yeah, this is what makes or breaks good players, right? It's who can handle the pressure. We talk so much about like preparation, draft, skill, but what I've always said, a player's mental is honestly one of the best things when you're competing, right? Like, there's no point having all the skill in the world if you're just going to crumble when it matters most, right? So, but the thing is, Na'Vi have 2 players now that have won the World Championship. We've also got Enraged, who is an up-and-coming talent. Well, not really up-and-coming anymore, but I think it's an underrated talent. On the other side of Team Heretics, veteran in iChaos. These guys have been there, done that before, but they've got to face off against each other now, and I don't envy their position. There's so much stress on their shoulder.
Global bans for the series are locked in as well. Bolt, Rico, Crow, and Ruffs, a couple of those we've seen all day long. Bolt, I don't know what to think of him at this point.
I do.
Because every single team so far have locked him, banned him out of the way already in the global ban stage, except Big and Humble, and it wasn't even picked once in the end.
I think it's a lot to do with the maps though as well, right? And when you can kind of see how things are developing in that regard, some maps are just catered better to Bolt. I think the Rico pick also in the global bans is totally targeted towards Chaos. I mean, the best Rico player in EMEA, in my opinion, now that Rico, to my surprise, actually has come really far forwards with the help of the buffies. It's now very much a threat. So I like that from Navi. They're thinking targeted, and that's the way you've got to be. 66% starting here with Team Heretics to just the 34% starting here with Navi. Definitely a very strong community, no doubt about that on the side of Team Heretics. But I just still feel like with Navi, there are some attributes there. I mean, you know, Gero and Navi coming back together means that the language barrier is no longer going to be there. They're going to be able to go back to some of their old leanings, and like being former teammates going to massively helping hand things. And I think that Navi have been looking better in their practices. They got some great results against teams like Foot and Humble in their scrims. To my surprise, they are really showing great signs of wanting this monthly final.
Navi might have actually been the missing piece for them after all. We have the World Champions 2023 reunited with Gero and Novi previously playing together. They are now a good foundation for this team. I'm excited to see it here. So far, the viewers are actually doing better in their predictions than we do. 49% at least voted that Talent Lab will make it through the quarterfinals, and now they're saying Heretics will win, whereas the casting desk are all thinking Navi might take it. We're bound to have an interesting match here. I hope for another 3-2. Paints out to be a super close one, as both of these teams have had some inconsistencies, but overall are still standing in seed 5 and 6 right now. Very strong teams.
Shady, please stand up.
I mean,
It's a battle choice.
He's not even matching it with a Na'Vi jersey. Like, he wants to be back on Supermassive by the looks of things. But one thing I also wanted to mention about these two teams, each team have only won once in the monthly finals this year. For the caliber of players, 1 win each. And the Heretics beat out Na'Vi last time around. Of course, that was with Drage. And Na'Vi only beat out SK, I believe, before, which SK aren't looking in the best of spots either. So for these two rosters, they've got something to prove. And, you know, this is the perfect match for it, right? Yeah.
The battle for the World Finals tickets is starting now. Those two teams are the last two that can play spoilsport for Novo, Heretics and Navi. We're starting out on a map we've seen once already, Kaboom Canyon. A very different approach on this map usually compared to a map like Pit Stop that we took apart earlier today, Sven. Less base racy, a bit more mid-control. Therefore, brawlers like 8-Bit and Finks already banned out. Those two are usually the choice when you just want to hold on to this mid as long as possible.
Really
For Heretics, their most picked Kaze comes in as first one. They usually like to pair it with something that is catered towards that mid-control, either the Otis or the Griv. Those are out of the way, so let's see what they pair it with later. First up now, Navi with an answer Carl could be something they bring in here. They played it very often.
I think of Meg into a Kaze defensively, right, as well. Like, Meg is surging up the meta. It's not banned out here for whatever reason, and she's just so hard to take down. And there we have it, Meg. So Meg is great for a few reasons. Good for damage, right? But it's also the toolbox gadget.
They were looking to pair, I think, on the side there of Heretics, had that not been picked up. So it's a great shout from you there, Spen. Love that. Let's see as well. I think Colette is an option here for Navi, one that they do tend to sometimes consider. Carl is an interesting one that they do love to play here. I can understand why. It's a very aggressive brawler. It has sort of deviated away slightly in terms of the core meta, but it's definitely a good option. I mean, Star Nova.
Wow.
It's maybe not her best map though. It's very open, so they are running a slight risk, but it's more like the floaty time gadget here, where you can really elevate yourself forwards in the map. So Heretics over here do a lot of melody and a lot of rush based ideas too. Colt here for me is probably the biggest threat that is left open as well.
Very true. With Colt, they would have a lot of damage. Still, Melody that I mentioned earlier, also still left open, adds even more damage. What they don't have yet is some control and something to take care of that Meg with. Lumi gonna come in here. I was thinking about the Lu, I guess they're kind of similar. Both have those ice rings, just making sure they get some mid control. Again, Boom Cannon is not about the base race necessarily. You also want to hold on to mid once you're standing there. Make sure you don't go down whenever you do some damage. Cold coming in here now. They have so much damage on the right side. A lot of control on the left, but they're lacking some DPS.
They're lacking a base brawler, so that's going to be Melody, surely, right? Melody has the matchup into Kaze, pretty good into Lumi, and okay, the treat. Byron. This is a Jero special, but they're looking to play more of a pinch game, right? Byron's good matchup into Lumi and Cole, but they're kind of lacking the damage. I mean, Star Nova can get damage, but it's nowhere near the amount that the side of Team Heretics have.
Super defensive on the left here. Navi goes with 3 brawlers that are really good in mid, but not really catered towards actually damaging the save. Now, Spen, this was your match. You're about to lock in Worlds. If you win it all today, which would be your draft?
I prefer Navi's, I think. I prefer Navi's, yeah. Because you got a Star Nova gadget, give you control in the middle. Meg is such a great defensive brawler. And Byron has an insane matchup into Colt and Lumi as well. I would have preferred the Melody, but hey, Jero just loves these types of brawlers. The Penny, the Byron, and he plays it so well. So the matchup's not going particularly in favor of Heretics so far. Marco's trying his hardest to get by, but Meg's just decimating him.
Good stun there, the left-hand side there by Chaos. They have a pretty decent matchup, but now the Byron swap lanes, that might change some things. Now he's able to basically juggle between 2 members of Heretics there as well. Marco onto the safe now as well is dangerous. And now he's not in mech, he can't really defend against this. It's going to take a while to really whittle him down. He might even get a safe crack and does in the meanwhile. So Navi left the door open there and Heretics just walked through.
That was such a good opportunity there from Marco. Twice he just went in without value, but the third time lucky, as now he was without that mech. Punished him very well. Sabine getting pretty weak there, has to back up. Let's see if the synergy between Meg and Byron is there to get down Marco. Now he pops off and manages to find one shot, but it doesn't connect and get his super though. So that's going to leave him in a vulnerable position. And again, this is where the damage is kind of lacking. I thought that maybe in terms of composition-wise, that they'll be able to consistently kill the members of Team Heretics, but they lack the range and they really need Star Nova to pop off over these walls onto the safe next.
Yeah, now we're on the safe with a pea shooter is not going to really do too much, is he? He needs to be a mech. I mean, this covers a very mid-based control idea that Navi are trying to implement, and maybe go for like a final push dive. But they do need to get this safe cracked. So Gary now using his range to tap away to the safe, trying to get towards that 75% mark now, popping some booster gadget there as well to get even more so, and does secure it. So that's quite key for Navi. Now they can go back to the control-based game, but the Heretics are going to up the gear and try to make a dive.
Now it looks a little bit more promising as Rage gets the kill onto Marco. Now we're back into mech as well. It's the perfect positioning for Jero as he manages to dwindle down a safe just about enough. 20 seconds left. Fanstorm's going to go down. Now he's going to pop Hypercharge. So now he is stunned out. Marco manages to get onto the safe. He only clips the safe a little bit. 1% is all they need. And even a Meg shot without a mech is going to be enough. Now all Team Heretic members are down. There's surely no way, even with a Kaze, there's still not enough time. And Navi just played their perfect game, right? They're a real patient team. They like to dwindle you down. And even though early game, Marco got onto the safe, he didn't get any more opportunities because of that Meg. It's just so hard. Yes, Kaze is such a great heist brawler, but there's appropriate counters nowadays in the meta.
Yeah, it's my first pick brawler worthy all day long. I mean, but what I noticed from Marco is that he wasn't really landing many kind of like, you know, fan storms onto the safe. That's what you kind of want to do, really. He's getting forwards and getting some good damage, but I want to see the fan storms continuously being cycled and maybe running Fist of the Brawl Star a bit too much for me. Let's see, though, as well. Now, if you juke around and rage, you're going to get some good starting damage already. That's a fantastic start for Heretics. But we kind of saw that in the last game as well. They were not able to continue that same kind of dynamic moving forwards.
It was one of those moments for Enrage where with that gadget with Star Nova, most of the time it works out well, but he was just stuck in the air. Marco was like, bye-bye, I'll just get onto the safe. He's doing a much better job this time around. I mean, I don't envy his position. It is such a hard task to do, to play the Kaze into such a miserable matchup. It gets pinched out there, but again, as a Kaze, it's all about your positioning, getting aggression so your teammates can follow up with the kills. But Lumi and Colt are just so heavily outranged, it's hard for them to follow up any type of damage. Enrage manages to switch into his sword form and gets the double kill as well. Finally, Na'Vi established some control, but we might just see the same story again.
Okay, now Fanstorm goes out into the mid. Push from the left-hand side. Marco is going to scale on through. Gets to the safe as well. Maximum damage inbound. Enraged, in pursuit, but Gero's focused in the top right-hand side here. He needs to maybe consider coming back to helping hand his teammates. Marco is still there. The damage is still raining in. There's no defense to be seen from Navi.
Marco is just putting his team on his back right now. I mean, Chaos is doing the dirty work, but Marco, time and time again, is getting on that safe. Great takedown there from Chaos. That's going to allow Marco to get onto the safe and get the final crack. That is a 3-crack lead so far with only 45 seconds left and not even a lot of damage on the side of Na'Vi. Their game plan is to just suffocate the opponents and eventually chip them down. It's going to take so long, and with such a big advantage, it's going to be so hard for Na'Vi to come back here.
They are just chasing time right now. I mean, even if they get onto the safe immediately, I just don't see how they're going to be able to do this. Oh, I have a charge from Chaos and a dirty one of that as well. Gary down to 10 HP and now he'll fall. Marco knows that he can just put the pressure on. Landing a fan storm onto the safe. This is no time. 15 seconds is not going to be enough for Navi to do anything about this. It's going to be Heretics running away with it to equalize this set. And we got a match on our hands for real.
That just gave me goosebumps because this is going to go down to the wire, surely. One thing I want to mention from that game, there was 2 moments where Enraged popped his gadget, it looked great, but Marco slipped through twice, and you can't afford for that to happen. Yes, Star Nova can't really dish out enough damage to take down the Kaze, but again, like now he's getting caught out a little bit, but it's just fair play to Marco. He plays these assassins so incredibly well. And he is truly putting his team on his back in just so many situations where he's getting constantly pinched out. We see again Enraged. He's just loving life right now, flying around.
Well, it's all well and good flying around, but you do need to like kind of keep an eye on Marco, like you said, and he's escaped them through. They're not too worried about him. Now Gero and now they can just group together, but these takedowns are taking a while. I mean, he almost got a crack immediately off the bat there, and that's exactly what Navi had happened in the previous game, and they just don't seem to be learning from that early outcome.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's a strategy, but we haven't got another round to make amends for that first bit of 25% damage every single time it seems Team Heretics get. But again, they seem to get this press control now. Let's see if they can keep it. I mean, now he's just got to follow around Marco the entire time. I know Rage has a super hit to deal with Marco, but again, he pops his gadget. I mean, he only gets the crack, but I don't think he realistically needed to use it in that situation. But hey, it's just 25%. And as long as they keep Heretics back, for a full 1 minute 30, they've got to do so. Eventually, they'll get the percentage back.
I just don't think now Navi can just depend upon Gero to keep getting the safe whip down in such a slow process. I think that they're getting Navi closer, going more on the aggressive. Just keep Navi on the Kaze for sure, but like I feel like there's such slow amounts of damage being built up by Navi. And they're holding them in control for the most part, but then sometimes Marco gets through and he's left untouched, and that can't really happen. Enraged coming back now, which is better to see. They are going to give up a little bit of mid-control by doing so, that's the concern here. And Gary going to pop his hypercharge now. Not really going to be utilising it too much. That connection's going to be missed as well by Marco, who evades it. And that's going to set up Heretics nicely in this mid.
It's looking great for Heretics. Fanstorm on the safe as well. Marco's going to delete Howie. I mean, a good pinch in from Enraged as well. but their whole crack down and then some as well. I kind of get the feeling that they should have made some mid-set adjustments, maybe put Jero on the Lumi instead, so Enraged can juke his way onto the safe against the Colt, but it's too late for that now. With 25 seconds left, Sabim's finally going to work his way close towards the safe. Now he says no for now. Toolbox is going to go out. They're going to confirm the kill, but time is running out.
Garo is tapping. Now he's in this spot, we can see some real damage go forwards, but they've got to get a safe crack here as well. That's the thing to consider, and that's going to take time to reset. Now it should pop, but they've got all this time to waste. And meanwhile, Enraged can't get quite close enough for the safe. Can he get damage? He's actually still enraged, but it's 1% left, and they can't get it done in time. Team Heretics will still get the set by 1%.
1%! I didn't even see that situation arising, and even with Star Nova's hypercharge where you tank so much damage, the Lumi super was so clutch. One shot, I think even a Meg small shot would have been enough. And this is hopefully just going to set up such an amazing series here. Again, like the strategy with the Byron, it was good in terms of kills, but maybe another brawler would have synergized as well. Maybe a Bell or something that just a little bit more damage, that might have been all they needed.
Now it times that now he's on the safe with the pea shooter. I mean, it's like, I like the Meg idea and the control, but I think you've got to find that balance in your comp, really. And like, in my opinion, just like Kaze's just got the fuller kit, you know, like there is the ability to obviously just cycle your super onto the safe, go and try and make a dive to get directly onto the safe. And I think that Navi, for the most part, despite even having one of the strongest brawlers in the meta, should have done a bit better. This is the final moments. And again, good body blocking there to prevent Garo from getting those final taps as well. That was very well communicated there by Heretics.
The hypercharge ult from Chaos that stopped the Star Nova just inches before reaching the save as well. Really well played by them. And yes, Kaze was actually the first pick. Look at how much damage she managed to do, even though she was addressed very well by that mech on the left-hand side. And now we spend here, I think last pick maybe something that gave them a bit more damage on the save instead of complete mid-control would have been better. Despite all that though, Spen said you actually preferred Navi's comp in that one. So they had comp, but they still lost.
By 1% though. Yeah. I mean, you can't grumble too much, can you?
I think it was literally, it was so close. I would have preferred Navi's comp, mainly because I thought the Meg would have just shut it down so well, but I think in that gadget and the timing a few times, it was a little bit unfortunate on the side of Na'Vi. But again, I probably would have preferred even better a Melody, right? I'm not a pro, but a Melody would have felt a little bit better. But first pick Mortis coming in here from Team Heretics. That is bold, but it's dry season. Just get the blue star and sit back, right?
I actually had a question prepared for this one today. I wanted to ask Spen, in our day and age when we used to play, it was always just Mortis for Blue Star in Bounty. As soon as Blue Star was a thing, it used to be not Mortis or Kaze just to get Blue Star out of the way. Is that still a thing today? And I have my answer right there. So I guess now the question is kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, and now we see my favorite brawler, Gene Arc. I mean, Gene is a great brawler in terms of wanting to get the game back in your favor, right? You've got the pull. You need a mechanic in dry season, which is either going to shoot around walls, destroy walls. Gene's hook goes through walls, but I don't know, I've seen it a little bit less inside of this meta. I think they're going to address the elephant in the room in Mortis a little bit later on in the draft, right? They've got potentially an Edgar that could even beat him to the Blue Star. We're going to go with a Max Gene synergy. Talking about the good old days, Gene and Max together is one of the most perfect synergies you can have. You give Gene the speed, it's just so much easier to connect. But Heretics have two picks here that can counter the Gene.
I feel like, to be honest, the Mortis pick is primarily to take it off the hands of Enraged, who's unreal with this particular brawler. Just kind of unusual to not kind of just ban it out instead, though, in my opinion. But, I mean, it can just be shut down very, very quickly, very easily. The Max will be able to evade the knockback from the Gene, but they could have a third and final pick to really shut things down. Byron can come through as well now for Heretics. Brock's still open here as well, which is a nice one for me. Let's see as well, like, if they want to even consider Pearl. I think that would be a good way to shut down the Mortis again, even more so for Navi, really. But if Heretics want to consider that, it's not a bad shout for Charlie going to come forwards. That's probably what they were worried about on the other side of the field when Navi take their sixth and final pick.
I would have liked to see a Pierce come out of Navi now with the Charlie last pick. She's really good into him thanks to the gadget. Byron, Mortis, really good as a combo. On the other side, we have that Max Gene comp, so we have a lot of synergy in both of these comps so far. On the left, I would like to see something with a bit more range, get rid of the healer behind Mortis. But as I said, against the Charlie, it's kind of a risky pick, and I don't really see what else they could go with Apep banned out, with Edgar out of the way. It's going to be EMEA that comes in, trying to compete for the blue star. Mortis still a bit quicker though, and Mina doesn't have any heals in the back really. She does have a speed though, thanks to Max.
It's going to be an interesting battle because, as you said, blue star easily going to go the way of Mortis. Then you got Mina against two half-decent matchups. You can create pressure so easily on dry season. But a good thing about Charlie is that you can wall peek quite effectively. So you start to see Charlie come and go out of the meta, but whenever it comes down to tournament day, the pros just love a brawler like Charlie. She's so solid. I was kind of thinking maybe like a Penny or something like that can shoot around the walls like a squeak. Even I know into Mortis might seem a little bit suspect, but they need something here because, like I said, they're going to get the blue star, they're going to sit behind the walls, but Mina can apply the pressure quite easily. Jean's going to have a hard time pulling the Charlie because of the spider pets. But if I'm to favor anybody, I think Enrage could hold the keys to the victory here.
Yeah, I think he needs to really focus his time by pushing up and getting some value and opening up some doors for his team. It's going to be very hard to kind of chip damage things away to get some utility here, especially because Heretics getting that blue star means that they have the high ground in that regard. So until Gero has a magic hand, I mean, where Heretics lie is going to be entirely up to them and more in their control. Spiderlings going out, not going to be too hard for Gero to take care of on his own, and now he's seeing Enrage, but he is overextending slightly. Now with the windmill gadget used, if he's tapped up by Chaos, which he is, he's going to struggle here. Comes out on top somehow, getting out alive. There is another story altogether.
Just the blue star is the difference right now. Once now he gets his hypercharged super, it might be a different story here for Na'Vi. It's going to be hard to connect the super onto a marker that can dash out of the way. The only real target here is Byron, but with a juicy blue star there, he's going to get the pull onto Marco, and he barely stays alive as well with the gadget. 38 health. Can he pounce in time? Charlie Cocoon's going to come out in retaliation. Byron's super's going to follow, and Rage also trying to flee for his life. Both assassins on either side barely surviving that interaction.
Very clutch windmill there from Enrage, very clutch survival shovel there from Marco. I mean, these really are gadgets that are being used to perfection. But it's still the blue star that separates these two teams. As 20 seconds approaches, there needs to be a calculated dive here from Navi. Navi trying to get that super on hand. Now he gets it, especially alongside the hypercharge. So it's go time for Navi, closing the gap. Enrage has got super here as well. No magic hand to shit. Now Gero's got it as well, but can he connect it in time? 5 seconds remain. They're allowing Enrage to try and get the damage, but there's still everyone's standing. They've run out of time. Oh. Navi left it too late. You've got to time that push better. They just missed their opportunity. The window left.
It's going to get any closer. What are we witnessing right now? You've got the heist game with 1%. You've got the 1 second interaction and where Enrage throws him into the air and the gene pool whiff. There's like those small moments. It's hard to communicate. Everything just goes on at the last second and it just doesn't fall Na'Vi's way. Sometimes you need a bit of luck, especially when you've been in a bit of rut. Team Heretics are a great team, but there's no denying they've been needing some of this. Maybe this might be the momentum that they need leading on in the rest of this series. So I'm looking for a little bit. I know there's so much on the line, but there needs to be a bit more aggression. It's hard for a map like dry season. It's so defensive. But I think they should be punishing this Mortis because he's going to just send up at him up.
Gero's a little bit late to the party for me. Now he almost caught himself off guard there. Comes back with some speed for his team. Cocooned out though, and Gero just actually gets out very quickly with a helping hand out of Enrage. It's important that they do that because, you know, Chaos is looking to really punish it as soon as he does leave and keep the pressure on with that poison trickling down. But for me, yeah, I just question why Gero took so long to get into the map, honestly.
Tough situation to be in, especially pushing up against these walls. Chaos has been playing so well so far, tapping on the Lumi, tapping on the Byron so far, and he's got a little bit of defense with the super, but if Enrage can build up that super as well, there's not much of Byron can realistically do to survive that. He throws the super out, another Charlie Cocoon as well. Poor Gero's just getting targeted with every bit of utility, but here comes the max speed. Can they capitalize on this?
Well, Gero was thinking about a magic hand there. And when he goes for this next one, he's really got to hit it. Spiderlings could be a problem if Sabine can get super here as well. Not going to use it, just uses it for maneuverability there as well as the buff. Now the aggression of the market comes out. Hypercharge for Naui. There is a survival shovel, but a missed magic hand from Gero. They're going to get Sabine. That might be enough. 15 seconds. It's going to require a Heretics final push.
They need to do something here. I don't even know how close Mortis is to Bat, but that's probably your win condition here with 8 seconds left. Max speed's going to be popped. Super's going to go down onto Marco. He's surely going to fall. 2 seconds left. There's just not enough utility for Team Heretics to pinch the lead back. And Na'Vi looking much better. Honestly, throughout that game, I was starting to fear for them a little bit. Going 2 sets down obviously isn't that great, but in such a high-stakes game, it couldn't be as close as this, but I'm still not convinced by Na'Vi so far. Let's see how they fare off in this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm still worried for Navi, honestly. Survival shovel from Marco. Very aggressive start there from Navi. Much quicker off the mark and did punish Marco, which they should have been doing, really, in my opinion, in the previous 2 games. But again, I'm worried because Heretics hold all the high ground, you know? I mean, Navi are kind of like one mistake away, one push that wasn't quite calculated, away from being heavily punished. That's a better start. Nice vengeful spirits there from Gero, and a better position for Navi to find themselves in with a 1-star lead early on in this match.
The problem is Na'Vi's comp isn't the most defensive in the world, right? You've got Max, who's a little bit awkward on this map and can get pressured quite easily. You've got Gene that can hit some pools, but he's nowhere near to it right now. Charlie's going to pop the spiders. Marco's going to go in, build up a lot of supercharge. He's going to pop the gadget to get out. Enrage gets the 3.6k, barely staying alive. Marco, extremely clutch. Time and time again, it feels like the interactions are going his way. Hypercharge soon for Naui. That's going to allow Enrage to get more supercharge as well. Jero's already got his available. Let's see Hypercharge pop now, but we're going to group up together. Team Heretics probably need to run out a little bit here, but at the same time, they also need to apply the pressure.
I need to see Gero hit a pull realistically here for me. I think that Navi do need to extend their lead, as Marcus will be super dangerous with the helping hand of this Byron that Chaos is rocking on the top right-hand side. And those clutch heals are really quite clutch here today. I'm not sure why Marcus is thinking about going for Enrage. You can kind of dash away and win more gadget things, but Chaos targeting Gero, that's a great play from him. I don't want to see a Gene Hypercharge that pulls 2 players and gets punished for it even from Navi, so they're going to have to hold the might of this defense the next 15 seconds.
Here we go, it's now or never for Heretics. They need to pull back this lead. Charlie has the super available. They're going to wait until the last second. Gene Hypercharge isn't going to matter too much, but pull is inevitable here. Marco times his gadget correctly. A pull comes in on Sabim. Marco goes in, but he has no super available. And Na'Vi, boy, did they needed that, because in the first game of that set, they seemed to be struggling, but we have ourselves a game here. Wow, Na'Vi, they really clutched up when it mattered most. The problem was, again, with this Blue Star Brawler, we've seen it's a very popular thing in EMEA, but then you kind of just sit and duck with it, right? With the Mortis, he had no super available. His whole job is just to literally get the Blue Star, try and catch somebody off guard. But Na'Vi are very wise. They didn't let him build up any supercharge.
A must-win set, really, for Navi. I mean, really, really was. Especially for me, looking ahead at Ring of Fire, it's a map that Navi scrimmed once. Okay, they got a 100% win rate, but it's one that Heretics scrimmed 13 times. So had they been 2 sets down, that's going to be looking like a set which could very well be one that, you know, Heretics proved to be more polished on. But I want to commend this defense from Navi. This was really, for me, the turning point here to see whether they would be able to hold their own. Like the first time that we'd seen Navi in that position for that entire set as well. So I think that there was some really good decision-making there. Having that max speed to hand, having that Gero land that pull on the perfect person to do so. And there's crazy stats, honestly, for what was looking like a quite convincing set for Heretics.
I just noticed on the replay there, one thing that might have screwed them over a little bit was the Cocoon went down, but that didn't allow Marco to charge up his super. I think he would have preferred to get some supercharge from Enrage there and maybe start chaining. These small things are so hard in the moment. It wasn't really a mistake, right? Because you wouldn't think like a Charlie Cocoon, you're supposed to hit it. It's just these small interactions, but for both sets now, the tiniest of margins have mattered.
It's beautiful to see how close these matches are. This is only a quarterfinal too. I can't wait what the semis have to show us later on. Navi versus Heretics, a very close match. Despite most of the viewers going with Heretics here, I feel like it is pretty even. Ring of Fire is our next map. Now in this one, we see a lot of Lu and Lumi in this day and age. We used to see a lot of Finks here. You feel like he's going to have a showing here against Ben?
Probably, yeah. Finks is pretty strong brawler on this map. I think the thing about Finks, obviously he's got his super right, but it's also just his movement speed. You're able to juke in and out and stay on the hot zone for such a long time. One brawler that I just always think of when it's Jero, because he's had my number in ranked over the past few months. And every meta, he'll just go Penny no matter what on Ring of Fire. It just annoys me so much, and they've not banned it out, so I won't be surprised here because Na'Vi have a last pick.
Good bounce around for me. It's going to open the doors potentially here to Chloe. Crow could also come through. I think for me as well, the fact that Pearson's banned could be really quite troublesome. It's kind of like a first pick worthy brawler here for me. Definitely there's potential for some cheese here as well. Gray is there. Max first pick from Heretics. It's hard not to love it, quite honestly. But these are where the bans are going to be quite brutal here for Navi. Again, a map which they may have intentionally not scrimmed to not give any much data over realistically here to Team Heretics to have a bit more of an open slate. But, you know, definitely brawlers like Meg here as well. Definitely going to have a very, very good time on maps like this. So there's still options for sure for Navi to be able to look to get that early start in.
A little bit of Grey Damien Ems. Are you missing it already? Could come in here too against the mechs, though. Best possible counters are Meg and Pearl. One of them is picked up now. I do like a Meg on Ring of Fire. It used to be really strong when she first came out. She had a couple of changes to her kit since then. Now with the buffies once more, still good. Probably with a healer here, with a Byron or something, you just make sure she never pops out of mecha unwanted. Now with the gadget, of course, she can always just try to jump ship and gets the mecha back within a couple of seconds. So she's even better than before. Instead of a healer, we have Surge first up. They still have a last pick here too, so Surge comes in to defend. And we do have an iteration here of the feared comp, Grey Ems, together with that Max. It's a comp so cheesy, banned out very often whenever we see Hot Zone, but still so strong.
I feel like a Glowy could be pretty good into this. I think you just need something to sustain, or you need something that doesn't feed the Grey. But it's pretty hard when there's a Max constantly speeding up the Grey. So do we go with the range to stop it, or do we go with something because survivability in the middle? You know, my first actual line of thought was actually Kenji, weirdly enough, because of the Ems and the Grey, but it's going to get you pressure, but it's also going to feed a lot of Grey. I'm a little bit undecided with this. Surge just feels a little bit lopsided. Yes, he's very strong, but I think in terms of the objective of the game mode, you would favor Team Heretics here.
It's a tough one. Do you really want to shut this down and ideally get very swift kills? I'm not really sure that this comp has that ability, to be quite honest. It's going to be very, very difficult here for Navi to be able to keep, you know, on pace with what Heretics is trying to do. Inevitably, a Grey is going to get set up. It's just a question of when, and whether it's like early or later in the round. You know, it's... I rarely kind of see teams that don't go with the cheese comp kind of come out alive, and I feel like Heretics might have just done a really nice draft here.
See though, Nawi on the Kenji, that is a throwback. This guy is an absolute beast on this brawl. If anyone can do it on Kenji, it's got to be Nawi, right? But the pushback from Ems is going to be even harsher. Since the buffies came in, you can push people further away. Great is already set up here. But Na'Vi, surely they've got an answer to this, right? You'd think that the strategy may be leaving Grey and Ems open on purpose, but most of the time, you just can't beat it no matter what. It's nearly unstoppable once Grey gets set up. The setup so early, Hypercharge is available here as well. I don't see much of a way back here for Na'Vi.
Give me tough. Hypercharge in for Sabima. Oh, Enrage with a massive swipe is going to change that very, very quickly. And now we can catch up for lost time. Though, Enrage has to heal, so he can't be present for this aggressive push that is inevitably going to come in here by Heretics. Look how long it takes for these takedowns. And as long as they can keep this cycle on their side, Heretics should be able to survive here. Enrage going to come out of mech there with the jolting bolts. Gadget gets back in just about. I think goes down though regardless. And Heretics are just going to keep cycling this forwards. It's close, but no cigar realistically here because Heretics have already got that setup that they need. They're going to try on the side of Navi to keep things back, to deprive Heretics of 7%. They might even be in a good position to do it. Let's see now.
Oh, so close in the end. I thought they were going to do it for a second, but that was quite smart there from Team Heretics. So just healing up, waiting for the respawn of their teammates. And it's just time and time again. I tried to ask many pros' opinions, like how do you even stop Grey Ems? We've known this for months, right? But it seems even more prevalent now. There's hardly any counters out there, realistically. I think the only true counter is to stop feeding the Grey. Kenji, I can see the idea maybe with a Kenji wanting to teleport in. You might want to use his super then, because then he can stop the interaction of the Ems and the invulnerability you get with the star power buffy, right? But yeah, Max is just as good as a synergy as you're going to get with a brawler like Gray. Yeah, you're going to struggle to hit shots with Gray. Here's a Max speed, run into their face and get the super.
I would argue that the only way to counter it is to ban it, actually.
Oh, yeah.
And now they're playing catch-up to it. I mean, good jukes from Enrage so far. Depriving Marco is about as good as they're going to get so far. I think that they know themselves that they're in pretty deep water, trying to tread their way through this game. Now he's going to go on the aggressive, but again, the pops super there. Actually, we wasted slightly there on the side of the M's. Marco shut down yet again. It's better. Enrage going to survive on here, but now Max Speed comes in, and it's going to be a very tough position for them to defend.
It's so much better on the side of Na'Vi, but as the cyclings keep on happening, it's going to be hard for Na'Vi to do much. Jero is popping off right now on the surge. He's trying to disrupt this constant cycling in. Enrage pops back into mech just in the nick of time here. The double jump in here. Jero gets the double knockback as well, but he doesn't have enough ammo to kill them all. The hypercharge as well. He's going to take down one. He's surely going to take down two. Is he going to get the triple as well? Yes, he is. I don't think it even mattered in the end, because look at the percentage. Na'Vi have really got a game strategy right here against this Grey Ems. Have they finally figured out how to counter it right? Because like you said, normally for most teams, you just have to ban Grey on Ems or else you can't stop it. But they've clearly left it open for a reason here. Maybe Kenji's the answer. I don't think I would be able to perform the way they are with Kenji, but these are the pros and they're making it work right now.
I don't think Garrett's even trying to land the shot on the TP. I think he was just looking for the bush, and it just happened to be good timing to get Marco there. But what an amazing turnaround from Navi there, displaying some good promise and confidence. Now he's doing a fantastic job, like you say, but there's a Walking Cane that's going to open up that right-hand side and make it much more challenging for him to push forwards. Now that Enrage falls, he's kind of like the anchor in this comp as well, which is going to give Team Heretics a whole lot of time on this objective early doors.
So much better from Team Heretics, so much better. TP already, and he's already working so much towards his hypercharge. Enrage doesn't have a toolbox available, and you can just see here, they don't care about their statistic, guys. I know you guys do it in ranked, but these pros, they just want the objective, and they just want the win. The hypercharge already available. Surely Gray's going to get set up with the TP already, and after all of this, they're fully set up. Na'Vi are still in this game.
Enrage couldn't get back in back there in time, and it meant that it gave even more of a moment on the zone for Heretics. Again now, behind, 45%. The Heretics are still in the zone there with Marco, and the more that they can cycle in, they're just giving themselves little percentile by percentile. Chaos going on the aggressive there with hypercharge as well, and he's getting a lot of value here. Might go down now if he's overpowered, but Enraged out of mech, can't contest the zone, and I think this is escaping away from Navi. They just did not approach this game in the right mentality. I think Heretics are going to be ahead in sets now, 2-1. Navi dropped the ball.
It's just back and forth, back and forth. I'm nearly out of breath already. This game is delivering so far. And fair play to Team Heretics there. I think it was all in the first interaction, right? It always isn't a great composition, but he just got right into Meg's face. He got one super, he nearly got a second hypercharge super straight away, and Jero just wasn't able to replicate what he did in the second game, right? Like, it's incredibly hard. He had to get a triple kill to force out the win. So Heretics looking in a great position so far, but do not count Na'Vi out.
Even though Na'Vi looked like they had it under control in game 2, in the end, that Grey Ems comp still a ban-worthy one, just so strong you can't really do anything against it. We had a couple of questions with their draft as well for Na'Vi. That Surge came out very early on. Did it offer the value they were hoping it would?
Not really, yeah.
A lot of
shaking their heads.
Yeah.
It was all right, but I don't know, the Surge nerfs didn't really do a whole lot, but it just feels like the Surge is just playing his own game here. Jero's trying to find constant kills. It just wasn't enough. It's hot zone. The objective is to get onto the zone. I feel like they just needed another brawler that would just sit on there and help them out. Because as you can see, the kills are always going to be in the favor of the team that are against the Grey Cheese combination. But it's all about the zone time.
Yeah, for me, I just felt like as soon as the Grey showed its face, I'm thinking, I really hope that Navi have a plan for this. It's, again, like, kind of similar to like the Chuck in Heist, right? When you see it, you know what's going to happen. It's inevitable. And, you know, you can do your best. You can be the best Juker in the world. But eventually, Grey is going to get that utility down, and it's just a matter of time. And then you are just constantly playing catch-up, and it's so easy to be overwhelmed. And I feel like, you know, for teams that want to try to embrace that and counter it, you have to have a stronger backup plan for it. Surge is a great brawler, especially this meta. First pick worthy in many maps and modes. but I feel like you've got to have a faster ability to take down your opposition, and that's the only way that you can keep your time on the objective, because if that survivability is there, it's a gradual increase of percentages by like 5, 10 at a time, but it's consistent, and that makes it problematic.
Just to put it into context as well, Ems and Grey has been the most picked up duo on any hot zone map, and whenever we see it on a monthly final, we see it win usually.
Yeah,
That's
it
why we
wins.
also feel like it's so strong. In scrims in the last 2 weeks, it only has a 45% win rate actually. So Heretics, they still feel like it's a super strong comp, and it obviously was right now, but Navi saw that number probably and felt like, hey, it is somehow beatable. We need to figure out how. The Kenji was a really good strategy. I feel Navi did an amazing job, but it just wasn't enough. We're now heading over to Knockout. I'm excited for this one. Do we get to see some G's again? I would like to see a Kid, a Ben, a Doc. Also not a favorite to see on this one. What Navi really likes to play here actually is GG, and I know Sven loves this brawler.
Oh, me and GG get on just fine. Just fine. It's so fine that I need to, on my tier list, put a separate tier for her in the G tier below the F. But honestly, this is the one map where it can work, right? It can work in some situations. The problem is in pro players you're learning here, we don't see a pick too often because normally you need to be multiple brawlers, but that's a good start. Max is a brawler that GG's pretty good into, but there needs to be another one for me. What do Na'Vi respond with here? They need something slow, passive. What's good into the Max? Well, you've got Pearl as always, a staple to the knockout meta. She's starting to appear in other game modes as well, but can never go wrong with a Pearl here. I think Buster is one brawler I always think of when it's Na'Vi playing, well, especially Naui. It's always this just constant mentality of grouping together, wait until late game, and then you can provide a lot of value. So Pearl is picked up here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Buster as well.
Nice first pick there from Navi. I mean, I'm just kind of questioning why they picked this map, though, because it was their pick, and like they scrimmed it 6 times, won it once. Like, it really didn't work out very well. They just maybe look on paper to be a bit underprepared, but it comes down to the draft ultimately for me, and I'm liking where we're starting, I think, as well. I wouldn't mind seeing Mina. Something aggressive. The problem that they've got now is against the Max, a lot of these sharpshooter brawlers are kind of going to be much harder to land those shots, so they kind of want to almost encourage a bit of that aggression towards them. They're going to come in again, going to be a good brawler to have for defensive measures, but you don't want to get too overly defensive. You know, Max is definitely a threat, and you've got to stand your ground, but like you don't want to be constantly having to play the whole game on the back foot.
Max was a first pick of Heretics today a couple of times. I already mentioned before, the best 2 counters against her are Pearl and Meg, and they both have them now on the side of Navi. Brawlers like, the dog would still be left open. Kit is banned out, so we're probably not going to see any cheese, even with that Max on the right-hand side. They really like to play Rika usually. Unfortunately, Navi knows Chaos is on that roster, Global Bandit already. Decide to go with an open map now. They have the Max. Is that the wisest path here they could have gone with, Sven?
I think it's pretty good because Meg and Pearl, the problem with them, they're both got into Max. Sometimes doubling down on the counter is a little bit risky, even though Pearl and Meg are very, very strong. Brock counters both of them, opening up the map. Now what do they pair that with? They need something that has a bit of health that can survive the late game. They go with Charlie instead, which was a little bit surprising. I mean, Charlie is good, right? But this leaves an opportunity now for Na'Vi with the last selection. I'm smelling maybe a Piper. You've got Byron that you can use with the other star power that would really synergize well. And we've got the man himself. I'm here in the studio and in game as well.
That's what I want to see, honestly, like just to have like dual vision. I think they, Charlie was a bit of a countermeasure for the potential Edgar maybe. I think it's something that they have to have in the back pocket because they could get overrun potentially by a third and final pick. But I quite like it. It's going to give more mobility to the Pearl.
We're heading into the potentially last map here. Is this the draft that will give Heretics that 3-1 and send them off to their way to the World Finals, Ben?
Potentially. A Brock and a Max together is a scary prospect. Both, it's neck and neck, right? Because you got Naui, Jaeyoung has a great matchup into the Charlie, right? We don't see too much of it too often. Jaeyoung has also a good matchup into the Brock because of the speed. But it comes down to the late game, right? In most of these situations, Team Heretics are going to just try and pinch the enemy team to death, and Na'Vi are really going to try and put their foot on the gas. And Rage already opting to use his toolbox gadget. All of them are pinned into the corner. This is perfect so far from Na'Vi. They need to keep up this pressure because pressure wins the games in knockout.
Chaos still lurking though in that mid, and that Rocket Rain is activate, so Navi can't be overly conscious. Nice sneaky sneakers there from Marco, but it's still going to be Heretics that are going to be playing a bit of defense here. There's the Rocket Rain, going to break some bush as well. Garrett almost caught off guard, but I think Chaos is going to pop there as well, so it's a 3 versus 2.
That was so close from Jero. I thought this is a little bit risky, but it just pays off. Sometimes you've just got to go with your intuition here, and Na'Vi managed to clutch this one up. What an important kill there. I think Chaos did the right thing, but Jero just banked on it. Banked on just one extra super not connecting onto him. Chaos having to opt to use the jump to get out here, but Rocket Rain coming in with the hypercharge as well. That Buffy as well can be devastating. It's literally a think shot that can snipe people across the map. Now he already has his hypercharge available. They're going to be pinned down quite well, but at the same time, not really using the most in the best situation here because Team Heretics have control.
Speed created from Navi. Garrett will be cautious here as well, low HP. And now he's running speed, so he can't be there to heal himself up. And there's the beam, placing a cocoon. And that's going to be a good swift takedown and Rage. Getting that second life though, out of mech, but not out of the game. Chaos coming back there as well, so the hypercharge to hand. Sneaky Stick is activated there by Marco, going to be TPing back, but not enough damage there for Navi to secure his demise on the way back. Chaos from the hypercharge as well, and Rage going to go down here, surely, and it's going to cycle as well, going to find Gero as well. Chaos is dropping rockets over the entire map, and it's going to be round going the way of Heretics to tie up this game.
Just before that exchange, I was like, what? How has Chaos got a second Brock hypercharge? He's tapping right now. He's the man for the hour when it comes down to the carry pick brawlers. He's been doing this for such a long time, and he's still continuing at the peak of his game here on the Brock. But now, both teams have a game on their hands here because next one who wins this one, they're in a great position. Na'Vi going to get pinched down here in Rage, falls out of mech. He's got his hypercharge available though. Once he hits one more shot, he's got to be careful though because the Brock can snipe him a few times. Jaeyoung pops the super, goes into damage form as well. But the pressure is all Na'Vi's.
Rage has hypercharge, going to use it now as well. It requires a sneaky. The cocoon though is going to be in a parallel spot coming out. Oh, just about surviving on. Didn't require the shield, but did probably need it. There's some heals coming in, much needed as well. As somehow Heretics got out of that sticky situation at just the right time for the gas to come in and should be able to heal up to keep Navi against the wall. Damage being dealt by now in the right-hand side as the Weekend Warrior gadget getting all its worth. Marco, though, dodging himself as well. The hypercharge coming in a 3 versus 2 now. Heretics going to be applying the pressure, and that cocoon will be the final stand here. Gary going to go down immediately so, and it's going to be match point for Heretics as they start to extend this lead.
That was insane, spine-tingling stuff here. Heretics just seem to have the ice when it matters most. Again, Chaos getting a third hypercharge, by the way, is helpful when there's a Max feeding him some of that hypercharge, but he's really putting down the pressure in this game. The thing that decided the most was Enraged. He couldn't get his mech back in time. I think maybe if he could have got it back in time, it might have been a different story. But hey, that's the risky run with Meg, right? If you don't connect those toolboxes, or if Chaos just taps you with a super every single time, what realistically can you do? But I still think the composition looks pretty good for Na'Vi. Again, Jaeyoung has triple matchup here. The problem is Jaeyoung isn't the strongest brawler in the meta, so they need to really put some power in this position here with Na'Vi.
I just can't believe how many times Navi have been able to get Heretics against that back wall, and every single time Heretics get out of position. Rocket Rain again by Chaos. Can't quite see whether he landed too many of the rockets, but is going to get a lot of that bush eradicated. Forcing Garrett to then take the mid and join his teammates, as a lot of those rockets probably did make connections there as well. Marco going to be looking wearing this top right-hand side, being tapped up by Enraged. Throws out the mech as well. Marco's going to survive there as well. And then P-Shooter will be able to burn down Sabine. But again, it's Chaos who is the man that's bringing in the good for his team. Enraged versus Chaos. It's Navi versus Heretics in the 1v1. And it's going to be Navi that come up on top for now. They get around, but lots of work still to be done here for Navi.
It's just back and forth at the moment. Interestingly, Chaos is using more rocket style power. That's why he was shredding so much with the supers, right? With the Buffy's rocket number 4 seemed to be so good. Another more rockets coming down. Jero's having to retreat. And I really couldn't write this one. Both teams have so much to fight for, and they're both bringing their A game. Both teams are just going blow for blow. As you said, Na'Vi keep pushing them back. Heretics keep responding. But let's see what Na'Vi have in the tank now.
And again, this time round, it rains from my Chaos. To keep everyone standing and keeping enraged in the mech is going to be key here. But Hypercharge, Sabine and Marco coming in now. Marco's going to pop his prematurely, trying to get some taps onto now. He's been playing a super which gives over. Now this Rocket Rain is going to be disastrous if Chaos can connect it now. The Hypercharge as well. Tapping Enrage down. Out of mech, but not out of the game. Another one coming in though. He's got to evade it. That shield came in clutch. But look, Heretics are not done yet. Hypercharge popped Sabine, and the pressure now rolling in. Enrage is going to get out of the cocoon as well, but there he was a 3 versus 2, and Heretics are in control, but not out yet. Enrage still standing. It's getting the taps onto Marco. The Peak Shooter survives it, and Navi get a game. They're not out of the woods yet, but it's getting better.
Enraged twice! I wanted to scream so loud. That was insane. Twice when it mattered at the end. That was such a good decision. He needed to make that split-second decision to get his teammate out of a Charlie cocoon, and then he laid down so much damage. This is why Meg is so good in the meta right now, specifically in a game mode where it's all about survivability, right? Meg has 2 lives consistently, and now with the recent buff feed, she can constantly play around that, right? Marco's going to get tapped up incredibly weak here. We see the same situation play out where the early pressure going the way of Na'Vi. Now Nawi looking to pop into his speed form here. Jaeyoung likes to sing his little song. Chaos looking for a few taps. It's starting to quiet down a little bit, but because it's quite in-game, all of these players' hearts are going to be pounded.
Heretics being separated out here as well is quite worrying a little bit here. Chaos taking a lot of damage. Enrage could be looking down his left-hand side, not really giving Marco an inch here. So even has Cocoon going to miss it there as well, and that could be pivotal. This doesn't really provide much of a saving grace for Heretics to get out of this stick situation here. Sneaky sneakers from Marco, Speed coming in for Sabine, but now Navi might be on the back foot. Enrage being in mech has got to be quite an important thing to get out of mech. He's going to connect it with Sabine, but Sabine does not find the gas enough. And now Navi going to be on a really difficult position to be able to 2v1 this 2v2 now though. Enrage still staying in the Hypercharge of Chaos, but he walks into the gas. That's going to be a key round going the way of Navi. It's still match point. If Heretics can get 2 consecutive rounds, they'll make the semi-finals. But Navi are turning this back. The tides are changing. We might be going to a 5th final set here.
I've got goosebumps already, and it's still not over. I just don't even know what goes on in these last interactions, these small moments, and Enrage still just finds it every single time. Now he's going to get overextended here and get punished here from Team Heretics. This is looking like it should be able to equalize this game. 3 versus 2 situation though. Gerald tries to push forward, but that Rocket Rain is going to absolutely destroy him. And now Heretics should be able to close off this round. Enrage is just trying his best. He's just trying to build up a bit of hypercharge. At the same time, he doesn't want to feed too much to the enemy team here. And now there's so much at stake. Heretics are on game point, set point, match point.
The problem there is that there's no gas to go into, and that could be really quite bad news for Navi here, who again have got to survive this round. And immediately off the mark with that helping hand speed from Marco. Chaos not really got anything in terms of utility, but the hypercharge of Sabine here is where I'm most concerned, especially now that Navi are split. And I think it's going to be very hard to defend if either Enraged or Navi do find themselves within that cocoon. Could be quite tough. Chaos staying down on that bottom left-hand side. So they're keeping Navi split. Seems to be what Heretics want to have here. Marco popping hypercharge. Not going to get the super just yet off the back of it. Now he does, and keeping the pressure on.
It looks likely that Heretics have just got all the map control so far. Jero's not even on our screen. I don't even know where he is. Super's going to rain down. He needs to group up back with his teammates. So Cocoon's coming down here. Heretics should be able to confirm the kill, but no, it's Enraged with a second live. The heal's coming in from Nawi. Rocket Rain Hypercharge coming in. Enraged needs to pop in back into mech. Jero falls down. Enraged needs to find a kill ASAP, or else the World Finals is going to slip out of their hands. Sneaky Sneakers pop to give him a little bit of extra life. Now he's going to get pinched down. Now it's Enraged versus 3. He's surely going to get taken down here. And the Heretics, an insane statement there. They knock out Na'Vi after all 4 is on the desk here, predicting Na'Vi. A lot of people really ripping into Heretics, but when it matters most, they shut the haters up. Unfortunate for Na'Vi here. They still get last chance qualifiers though. It was such a close game, but I just think in those defining moments towards the end, they just isolated Jero in that moment. And again, Chaos on that Brock was just absolutely insane.
Heretics will see a semi-finals for the first time since March. Since March, that's how long it's been. A couple of missed shots there towards the end there. I felt like that may have gone a different way for Navi. I think it was Navi that was missing a few shots from that Jae-Young in those final moments, but I think regardless, leading into it, being a man down was already going to be a really tough scenario to get themselves out of there. But, I mean, honestly, what an enjoyable series. I mean, it could have easily, very easily gone to a fifth and final set. I think that first game mentality that Navi went in, they just needed to have a better start. I mean, Enraged being left alone for so long as well was just feeding over more utility for Heretics to be using against them when it came around to it. Chaos, what an amazing round for him. 10 kills above his head, 370 DPS. An amazing match from him.
You global ban the Recon, you make this guy mad. He absolutely popped off on that Brock. Coming into today, both of them looking at a potential World Final spot. Both of them kind of shaky because they know that LCQ could be taken off of them today. Luckily for them, both Kuma and Big fall in the quarterfinals, so LCQ is locked for both. Navi came in with just 1 point less than Heretics today. They could have very well pulled ahead here, better seeding for LCQ at least, but now they're out of contention. Heretics, they only have to make it to Grand Finals and they would claim Novo's World Finals slots. To go there, they face against Humble, Sven.
I mean, talk about a storyline happening here. I kind of favored, weirdly enough, either team that would go through to the semi-final would perhaps beat Humble. I mean, that's just a crazy statement, right? But it's just there's so much on the line for these two teams. I know it's Humble, it's such a juggernaut, but they've been screaming for their lives for this. And all we need to do is win this one last game. But Wiggly Spoo, what do you think of that last game? I mean, I've nearly lost my voice, so I think you need to take over.
I will gladly take over there. I think when, you know, the curtain was at its darkest, Chaos stepped up. He's the leadership of the team. He's the one that's brought it all the way. But really, it was a team effort from the part of Team Heretics. And what a poetic way, you know, to get through this. Na'Vi making big gambles there. Drage retiring, bringing back former world champions to reunite there. And Chaos leads 2 rookies to just completely batter them down. The strongest they've ever seen them. It's so deserved that they made it here.
Congrats to the teams who made it into top 4, but I want to commend our viewers because in terms of predictions, they've been doing a lot better than us today. 49% of you out there voted for Talent Lab to win quarterfinal number 2, and more than 50% also sided with Team Heretics to win it, whereas the entire casting desk got a bit mixed up. Spoo, 3 out of 4 wrong. How are you feeling today?
Let's make that 7. Let's make that 6 out of 7 wrong here. I'm very happy for that to happen. Come on, Sven, put that down. We don't want to talk about that anymore. But only Humble getting it correct here, and even then, I think the feelings there was that it wasn't really the cleanest of wins here. And yeah, for semi-finals 1 and 2, I am going for the plot line here. I need both Foot and Humble to be out so that Heretics can make the grand finals and you know, lock in their spot. They are also still in contention to even leapfrog and take over Totem seat number 3, I believe, if they win it all.
Or we're gonna find out soon who will actually be the winner of the last monthly final, not only of the summer split, but of the entire season. First up, semi-final number 1, Foot Esports versus Talent Lab. And Foot, I mean, do we even still have to introduce them at this point? They made every single grand final this year. How crazy is that? Did we ever have a year like that, Sven?
I'm trying to think back to my days. Probably maybe like probably SK? SK back in like 2021. That was probably about it. And again, I was trying to find like something that I could criticize Foot on. The only thing I could find was in monthly qualifiers. A few times they went down to the low bracket, but it didn't matter anyway because they still qualified. And again, whenever they seem to lose, even monthly qualifiers, monthly finals, it's in like a 3-2 fashion every single time. So it's like they're guaranteed to get 2 sets every single time. Oh.
The only thing that you can say about them is that they have not collected any LAN experience as the full roster so far. We saw them at Brawl Cup, but guessed he couldn't play. Lena jumped in there. World Finals, the biggest tournament of the year, is actually the first time those 3 are going to be standing next to each other on a stage. That is the only thing that you can say about them. why maybe another team would look better at World Finals. Otherwise, will they walk through World Finals as they do all over EMEA, Spoo?
I'm with you. I think, you know, it's no secret. We've all been not hiding just how much respect we've had for Foot at the start of this year. The character that they played was, you know, is this Maturino Merchant the real deal? Is Guesty really that good? Is Angel Boy's tutelage as, you know, a mentor going to be sufficient to bring out the full might? And if you guys are still doubters at this point, you need to get your eyes checked, maybe your brain checked as well, because this is undisputably maybe the best team in the whole world right now. I mean, I don't know if they're at the same level as maybe 2024 Humble in their run at Worlds, but we're gonna have to wait and see when the World Finals comes around whether they can do the same that they're doing to EMEA right now.
Is Spoo saying if you're still a doubter, whereas you have picked Talent Lab to win the semi-finals? I don't know. We talked so much about Guesty. Nob and Angel Boy still managed to make it to the finals in the Brawl Cup without him. So I do think that whole roster is super strong. Not an easy task here for Talent Lab on the other side. But we said that about them already in the quarterfinals. They rushed through the qualifiers, knocked out a couple of very, very strong teams. Reverse swept Novo, beat Heretics in the qualifiers, the team that just beat Navi, by the way, in quarterfinal number 4 there, and then they go on to knock out Seed 3 in all of EMEA. Totem already locked in for the World Finals, but falter against this Talent Lab. Also, Talent Lab is playing with this up.
It would be the miracle runs of miracle runs, probably since the substitution with Nah. But yeah, I mean, at this point, right, you beat Totem, it's like there was going to be such a tough game already. You're up against Foot. What else do you really have to lose? You're up against Foot. You're expected to lose, right? Like, I mean, maybe try not get embarrassed at this point, but you've just beat Totem. Use that as a stepping stone. We've got the map selection right here. We go with Pit Stop. Normally, again, this is a good map against a good team, but I think Foot purposely prepare for bad maps and situations for this exact reason. They're giving Foot their best map, so I'm unsure about that.
One of Foot's most scrimmed maps is Pit Stop, and they got it both in the quarterfinals and now also in the semis, and both times it's picked by their opponents. They just get what they want. This is Foot Esports World, and we just live in it.
I have nothing else to say. I have nothing else to add to that as well. I mean, Global Vans coming out here. No Star Nova, no Bolt. So a similar scenario that we've seen today. Looks like EMEA are starting to loosen their grip there on this cosplayer. They've realized that, you know what? We can beat this brawler, but what better way to do it than against Foot Esports? I mean, that is a massive statement to take and a massive undertaking Talent Lab are trying to do here.
What the region has learned after last month, ban out that demon dog, as Spoo likes to call him. They like to pick him up in every single round, no matter the map nor the mode, and they just ban him out now. He's so strong because he just gives a free hypercharge to that other very strong brawler in your roster. Now, 12% still for Talent Lab. I don't know if they bribed people, like honestly. This is not as close as other matchups we had today, closer than other matchups we had today, yesterday as well. Fennel with 2%, what was it, Big with like 3%? This is insane, 12% still for Talent Lab. For them, I hope Talent Lab actually wins. I hope you get those points to get the rewards. There's a pin at the end that you definitely want. Now, I think we're all ready. I'm excited for this one. Foot Esports versus Talent Lab. Can somebody best the beast? Foot, they're just inevitable. Made it into every single grand final. 5 out of 6 so far. They've won every single one except one. Will Talent Lab now finally the team to stop them in the semis already? Will this be the first time Foot drops in the semis? Shade is going to be picked up first here. We are in Pit Stop, so I do think Shade is a great first pick, and it was also the first pick, well, actually I think second pick of Angel Boy and his squad when they played the map in the quarterfinals. They had Kid, Shade, Lumi. They're not going to get these brawlers this time around. Lumi also banned out.
Excellent strategy, by the way. This is exactly what they did to Totem as well. They copied Foot Esports, but now they're playing against Foot Esports. So if you don't beat them, you just join them, right? But that will force the Beast to adapt. This is not...
frenzy.
Yeah, I say adapt, but they're still gonna go back for the kit. They understand that the Shade kit is just too much of a weapon. And, you know, they invented it, they own it, they're gonna take it themselves to make sure that Talent Lab, also known as the Fake Foot, doesn't have it.
And it's hard as well, right? Because you've got Shade. They know how to counter it best, right? They play that brawler so much, and this is how you counter it, guys, if you're wondering. Griff and Kit, because Kit can just jump onto Shade, and then Shade can no longer go through walls. Griff is going to open up the map, make it harder for the Shade to gain supers. What do they go for now? So Rico into the Griff. That's going to break open the walls. The good thing is about Rico nowadays is that he's got so much power with Robo Retreat, is that even into your counters, you can still do pretty well. So now you got Rico. He's an okay defensive brawler, but he's more of a, I would say, a flex brawler, I like to call it, on a heist, where he can defend a little bit, he can deal some damage as well. He's mainly there to keep you some control. But now they need some good defense.
Really
They're going to go on the offensive. Okay, I like it from Talent Labs. They are really giving it to Foot with this draft.
I went the same way as your thought process went as well, something defensive. The Surge could have come out, but their most picked duo is Rika and Kaze, so they just kind of go with what they feel comfortable with, which I definitely recommend when you go up against a team like Foot Esports. You're gonna be nervous either way, so play with bowlers that you know you can win. You have won in scrims, you know exactly how to play it. Foot is gonna come in with BB, a brawler they also played fairly well, and they have a 100% win rate with, so let's see how that goes down. Now, if we ignore the teams, just look at the draft here. Which one do you prefer, guys?
Absolutely Foots. It's not because Foot are playing it, but I just love this BB matchup. This is the one map where, you know, when she first came out, her buffies were really, really strong, but this is such a good BB matchup. You can constantly knock away the Shade, you can pressure. I know as a Rico main, one brawler I used to hate facing off against, and still to this day, is BB. She can just apply so much pressure with so many walls. This is a fantastic BB game.
Let's see if you're right, Spen. The kit BB has emerged. It's going to be Foot and the Fake Foot, as I like to call it. Talent Lab's going to copy their draft here, their strategies here. And they've already gotten half of their strategy across. That's going to be Guesty on the point. And Angel Boy has taken down the Shade. That will allow Sandfire on the save there. But Angel Boy on this kit is just an absolute menace, taking down 2. It's a pure base race, typical pit stop styles. Keep your eyes crossed, folks. Currently, it's Foot Esports in the lead.
It's just, what do we have to defend this BB? Angel Boy jumps over the Shade onto the heist safe, and now that's a 40% lead. Even with Samfire doing so good on every aggressive brawler I've watched today, he's been excelling every single time. But BB on pit stop is still amazing. You get that BB bubble, you're able to line it up with the safe and do some insane damage. Good synergy with the kit here. Yay is going to get countered out by the second jump, and now all 3 members onto the heist safe. Just a Rico on defense, but BB says bye-bye, slaps him to the face, and Foot wins so dominantly.
You might just be right, Spen. You might just be right. This BB might have just been too much there. Or maybe it's really just the Foot effect, right? Whenever they go in with any comp, it always feels like they have the better comp. But that's because you're piloting it to just such an insanely high degree. I mean, I don't even see a single mistake there from Angel Boy. He just absolutely crushed every lane that he's gone on, and he got value in every single interaction.
They just can't kill this BB. They eventually do now, but just look at the amount of pressure that he got every single life. He's just going to run into a straight line, and the second that Griff can get onto the safe, or even a BB herself, they're going to be dealing so much damage. Angel Boy again getting the kill onto Rico. Yes, I like Rico, but he's very vulnerable on a map like this with so much aggression, so much base race brawlers. He really struggles to defend so well. Griff going to get onto the safe as well. Talent Labs are doing their magic as well. I would like to see a little bit more of Shade onto the high safe. I feel like they've just got to, especially on pit stop, is just rotate. I know they haven't got the best brawlers to rotate and get kills, but Shade can rotate and get kills on defense. It's just the Kaze, really.
a half-decent start there. Both teams just going blow for blow, but it's Foot that's going to claim that second layer of shielding. And now Angel Boy swapping over to the thrower form on this kit. He is standing on Nob, though. It's not the best of pairings here, but the Hypercharge going to be shredding through, and it's the same as game number 1. The whole of Foot just collapse onto Talon Labs, and what's that? A paper safe? It's gone!
This is hilarious. Every time we've spoke about Pit Stop, the pros hate it. But the best team pretty much in the world right now, they love it. They love the cheese, and that's what makes such a great team. They just decimated them with Totem against Talent Labs. It was very neck and neck. It was so tense, but not for a second did I not believe that Foot would go in and win. Angel Boy there on the kit. There was 2 moments where he just completely popped off and countered the enemy team. And this is why Griff is such a strong brawler in the right hands as well. Not only does he have great utility with his gadget, but since that Buffy came into play, the additional salvo has just made Griff such a good heist brawler in particular as well. Like, you cannot ignore this brawler. You can't ignore any of the brawlers that Foot went with. And would you look at that? They just confirmed so many more kills. I feel like this is the one map you would want to avoid if you face Foot, to be honest. Now moving on to a pinhole punt as well. This is a Foot that a map that Foot picked, sorry. And again, this is just going to favor them so much because it's an aggressive playstyle for like the Kenjis, the Minas, but they're going to push into the grass. Let's see what Talent Labs have up their sleeves for.
This is a map that they have already played today as well. They did go up against Totem and they lost on this map actually, and maybe that's what Foot were targeting here. But we're seeing very different drafts already come out here. The bans, Ems being taken out of the picture, Star Nova being banned out. These are the 2 top sort of brawlers that you expect to just run it down in the mid. And Rico slips through the pool. This is a Foot Esports. It's just very, very stable type of brawler. There's 2 ways you can play about it nowadays. Robo Retreat with the Buffy having 60% extra move speed. We've seen it in East Asia being piloted to a disgusting level, and I'm excited to see what Foot will do with it.
Thinking of a Stu here, potentially. Yeah, the Stu's being picked up by Talent Labs. I was thinking of it for Foot maybe, but they snatch it away from them. Stu into a Griff is just fantastic. And now with Stu, I don't know whether it's intentional or not, but he's got that extra bit of speed. It's going to allow you with the speed zone to get into the bushes. Stu also, he used to really hard counter Rico back before the buffies, but actually now with Rico, you can use the multiple launcher gadget and you can actually tank quite a few shots with this Stu, so it's not as great as a matchup as it used to be. Also, Gessie is literally the reason why I believe in the Rico so much. So another Chester pick. Honestly, these are the things that I love about Foot as well. We constantly sing their praises, but Chester, if you look at the data, he's in literally like the bottom 10% in terms of brawler picks, weirdly enough.
Where's he in your tier list?
About B, C tier? And I probably would have if I updated it. Maybe would have put him down to the D tier instead. But they doubled down Chester Otis. If you guys remember, if you guys have played any ranked, last meta, it was just constant Chester Otis, Chester Otis, Chester Otis. But quite clearly they've got a strategy right here. They're afraid of probably the Edgar into the Rico, right?
Yeah, and the Damon is still very much open for the side of Talent Labs. They're not going to opt to go for it, but they will still go for an aggressive selection. Oh, you don't like it?
I don't know. Into Otis, Chester? It's like...
I mean, Mewtwo Ali, right? Surely.
Maybe he's got us. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I mean, Ali's actually not bad into Otis because he can free tap Otis in the right situation, but this is Foot you're talking about here. You're talking about free tapping one of these members. I don't know whether that's realistically going to happen. I'm scared of this Rico pick.
I am as well. It was the first pick coming in, and there was no real direct answer that could emerge there from Talent Labs, but maybe that is the play to go for. You see Sandfire go straight for Gestie, but one swipe too a little, and it's just Foot already just strolling their way forward there in the base. They won't force it just yet, though. Passing it over to Angel Boy, who was the only member of the team with the amount of health that Foot, you guys are playing just perfectly against. Stop it.
I love the aggression, but maybe a little bit too aggressive. Now it's a 3 versus 2 situation. We see this situation happen so much in Pinhole Punt, where you just get ran down so quickly. Now, only really a Griff on defense. Ali's okay on defense, but Super Hitch can get onto Gestie though, and still can't find the kill. Gestie stays alive with a sliver of health. He's actually not using Robo Retreat this time around, opts to use the star power that gives you a little bit of extra damage instead. a little bit better from Talent Labs. Now the time to regain a bit of control, but Ali's just getting pinched out time and time again. Mewtwo's just trying to get the ball out of the area of Foot, but it just feels inevitable at this moment.
Well, what can Talent Labs even do? It's really just, it's death by 1,000 cuts here, and Foot are really, truly just being so patient. It's the easiest goal for them. I mean, a lesser team that might have tried to force the issue, but Foot, cool, calm, and collected. Just, honestly, just grind the Talent Labs out. The team wiped them 3 times, you know, before they finally were like, okay, it's time to end this game. Let's go to the next one.
It's kind of almost like Talent Labs want to speed this one as well, speed this one up, because in that first interaction there, the speed zone came in and Ali just flied out of the gates. It's like she just got max supered right off the get-go. And as I was talking about, the multi-ball launcher into the Stu seems to be paying its dividends so far. U2, Stu is one brawler that he always prefers, especially being on that low ping. He can essentially, he's got some good matchups, so does Stu. Stu has triple matchup here, but it doesn't matter if Ali's just going to get deleted by Guesty. We talk about Chaos on the Rico, but we've got a young prodigy here as Guesty looks to close the gap. In this position as well, Rico's looking beautiful. He can bounce the shots around the wall, not with the stun as well. I mean, clearly Chester's a little bit underrated into this meta, and Foot are pulling all the cards out literally with Chester.
Insult to injury, rolls the perfect stun right where he needs it, and it really might just be a speedrun. Nob now heals up with Sandfire, wanted to go for a pick there. This is, oh man, Spen, I have to feel for you here. This really feels like that Jesse pick we saw earlier. It's really just absolutely getting no value here. You see Sandfire gonna go out here. It's gonna be an any percent speed run here to the death here. Will he finally get Guesty? Yes, he does. Maybe I just gotta flame him more for him to come online.
Gets the kill, but can't find anything else. But now in Brawl Ball, these are the type of micro plays you make inside of draft. You pick these brawlers that have the hypercharge potential to score your goal. That's the name of the game, right? But people overlook it quite consistently. Nob gets another stun, hypercharge to break open the map, and Guesty's just going to easily slot that one in. Again, it just didn't feel like Talent Labs are up to the task so far. I mean, they are up against Foot. I wouldn't even say they're playing that bad, honestly. You would think it with the scoreline. I don't think it's Talent Labs playing that bad. Foot make players look worse than they are. They're just so good at this game. And I'd be the same. I'd be demoralized at this point. 2-0 versus Foot. They don't even give you a sniff.
If you're Sandfire now, you're either thinking to yourself, what was I thinking suggesting this Rico thing? Maybe it wasn't even his idea to begin with, but Spen, your face is an accurate predictor for how things certainly went there. That was brutal to watch, and yeah, Mewtwo's not having it either. You're not seeing the same level of celebration. Yeah, no boo-hoos for him this time for sure. It's just all Foot Esports just absolutely being, you know, the Thanos of the patch. This is Foot's universe that we're in, yada yada. So many ways that we've described this, but they are truly indeed just the best. I mean, looking at these stats, they're just absolutely pitiful. Nothing on the side of Talent Labs, everything on Foot Esports.
That Griff pick, it haunts me a little bit as well. We spoke about the Ali. It's a risky pick, but I think they needed something to make some aggressive plays. But Griff's a weird one for me. Like, I'll watch it work, and then it doesn't work. I watch it work, and then it doesn't work. It's a little bit of a weird one because with Piggy Bank, that's normally the strategy you rely on, right? Like, you want to open up the map, but you just can't really do that. And that's normally how you counter Rico, right? You go a Colt, you go a Brock, you go something to open up the map, or you go something aggressive because he's quite squishy. Both things they tried to counter Rico with, considering it was first pick, couldn't counter him that well. So I think in general, the majority of the community are really underrating Rico right now. He's just so powerful in the right hands. And here we are into the next map, a first pick Crow on Crystal Arcade. I think Foot are they just have a one-up on the meta on everybody in terms of draft.
I want to call out, Bolt isn't banned. It's left wide open, and Foot for sure, surely this is all planned by them, right? Opening up with this Crow as the first pick, what signals this to me is this is one of the safest gem carriers in the game. Presently, you know, I mean, second to Janet, right? I mean, there's really not that many other gem carriers on Crystal Arcade to go for. And in something that I think mainland China did a lot was this Pearl plus the Bolt combination. I don't know if they'll pull it out just yet here on this map, but it is a viable weapon that they can consider. Will Foot proactively deal with the Bolt, or will they just pick it up themselves?
I think they're just going to try and deal with it. I've seen in monthly qualifiers that Humble would just leave open bolt. It's a risky strategy, especially giving it to a team that might, will definitely prefer the cheese, right? So they need something to face off against it with.
have a
Griff
refund!
is
Damage.
a great
Good,
counter
good.
to bolt potentially and just to open up the map. Griff is a great counter. Again, I learned from Angel Boy himself. He helped me with a video on how to counter the meta, and he gave me Griff as the first one because you got pure damage, but it's also the piggy bank, not even just open up the map, because that actually favors Bolt. It's just the interruption. So I think they are drafting with that in mind. So they've got the Griff, they've got the Crow. It's hard to go anything aggressive into this Stu Pearl matchup, so I'm gonna hedge my guesses. They're gonna go with something again pretty control-based.
Unleashing ultimate
Oh, it's gonna be the
power.
Rico, just leaning back into Guesty's signature here. It is dominant on the side lanes as well. And if you pick up the slow, it's a pretty good matchup. They pick up multi-ball launcher. You just got additional HP you can play around with, as pointed out there by Spen. Now, big question on my mind is still there. Talent Lab's gonna just roll with the bolt here, despite the fact that it is so obvious that Foot are just dying. You know, they're just really reeling. Like, please try and pick Bolt into this, please. No, they're not gonna fall for it. They're gonna lean back, go for a bit of a old school classic that we saw earlier this year, the Mo. And I think this is still pretty bold by them. I mean, side lanes don't look the best for him. I mean, he can't really lane into the Rico here. I gets outranged by the Griff there. What's the idea behind this Wrath?
I think the idea is another counter to Griff is when you switch to star power with Mo, you can get additional range. So in the lane, Mo can actually outrange the Griff, but Mo doesn't have many other good matchups. So it's a little bit of a difficult one. Crystal Arcade is a weird one. Normally in Gem Grab, you always have these aggressive ideas. You're near enough guaranteed to get one assassin. Mo can turn into an assassin once he gets his hypercharge available. So again, a great counter to Crow is this Pearl in the mid. I'm one of these people that just hate on the Crow so much. He's so annoying to deal with, but Pearl is probably the answer here. Honestly, Talent Labs have a good draft on paper, but it's against Foot.
It always is. It always ends with that one little modifier. You're against Foot. You got a good draft, but you're against Foot. And so far, they seem to be doing okay. Finally dropping a single kill there on the left. Guesty, he did get his walls broken up there, but now with full control of position, it's going to be very hard to break back into. Nob will go down there to the pinch from Yeye on the right. But just looking at the gems alone, they've lost a lot of time. 5 gems to Foot, and Talent Labs only with 3.
Like, Yeye needs to be a bit more aggressive onto Angel Boy here, because he needs to collect those gems. Pearl has a good matchup here and can burst down Angel Boy. I know at the same time, it's Angel Boy so good at juking, especially with that extra movement speed you get with the Crow. Yeye tries to burn him down, just get him down a little bit here. Let's see if Yeye opts for the super hit to break up any of the map. No, goes for the pinch. Crystal Arcade is notorious for the pinch game. Mewtwo's going to try and capitalize onto Guesty, but as I said before, multiple launcher can now save you against that Stu matchup. 1 versus 1. Foot are just going to establish control, and the problem is with Crow, yes, he can get countered a little bit here. Sunfire's going to get the kill onto Nob though, but he's still got to jump to get away, whereas Pearl has no ability like that.
And with Guesty just breathing down your neck at the back there with the hyper touch, rebalancing it, you know, kind of across the map, gets a little bit of harassment damage, hits Sandfire, clips him a little bit, allows Nob to win his matchup, but is out of time. For Esports, they didn't even need to play flashy this game. They really just held control of the side lanes, traded evenly, and now at 10 gems, and just 0 counterplay. Absolutely no counterplay or compensation from the side of Talent Labs. It's such a clean game for Foot once again.
Angel Boy's just rubbing his eyes. He's tired right now.
He looks bored.
He's bored. He needs a challenge at this point in time. I think, honestly, I'm impressed with Sandfire on that Mo. He's done a great job into Griff. Mewtwo was extremely struggling here. I mean, in the matchup, like, honestly, Rico doesn't counter. I mean, you can see they're switching the matchups there. Mewtwo is not happy because he was getting absolutely bodied by Guesty. I mean, it is Guesty at the end of the day, one of the best players in the world. But boy, look at this gadget placement right now. He's able to push back Mo all the way into spawn. And again, what Talent Lab need to perhaps do, I mean, what can you actually do into Guesty? It's just it's one of those lanes that honestly at this point just send 2 people down the other lane because you're not winning that one.
They do manage to burn down Angel Boy here. He will tick down there to the Pearl. And it's going to allow a little bit of breathing room there for Mewtwo. Yeah, he's going to sneak up all the way in front of Guesty there. There's the 2v1 pinch that you talked about. But Mewtwo is indeed literally playing with fire. He's going to be pinched out once again. Yaya is making a desperation attempt here to go forward. Just try and hold on to as many gems as he can. But he can't hold it on for long. The cycle has begun. It's a cycle of death that Foot are bringing.
Sunfire's going to get the kill onto Drift, and that's the matchup we're talking about. I think it's okay sometimes to lose your lane as long as the other lane is winning. And Mo, most of the time, was doing just that. Angel Boy sweeps up with the kill goal. Insane jump onto Mo there to confirm the kill. Even as a gem carrier going aggressive is what Angel Boy feels most. Now the hype charge being popped by both members of Foot, and Guesty is going to burn them down. Now with only 1 gem left, surely it's in Foot's favor here.
And Angel, I mean, that was showboating a little bit. He could have started the countdown early, but he just knew. I mean, like, just wanted to min-max his way here. And Sandfire, he's drilling in there to Angel, but he's got to jump in already. If he got a hypercharge going in, he could jump in, but no, not even necessary. Just for celebration in the end. That's going to be Foot punching their way. I mean, expectedly so, but yet to another Grand Finals. That's 6 for 6 Grand Finals here in the EMEA.
They look untouchable, unfazed by whatever goes their way. And you could sing the praises about all 3 members of Foot, right? Every single player you was looking at was doing an exceptional job, but in particular in that round, it has to be Guesty. I mean, because commiserations to Talent Labs, right? They already exceeded expectations with the majority of the people on paper would not have even predicted them to beat Reply Totem or maybe even take a set in some instances. They beat them. And they still, it was a decent showing. That last set was a little bit tough for them, but all in all, it looks good for the future. Looks good for that team.
I think as long as they fix how they do with Rico in the future, 2 sets lost to that brawler. It was on Guesty, as you pointed out, and I mean he's the one that's really convincing the world now that this brawler still is has a place inside this meta. Foot, they definitely deserve this grand final going forward here. 6 for 6, Sunny. I don't know if any team has looked this dominant ever in this region.
I honestly don't think so. Even SK Gaming that you pointed out earlier, 2021, that was, I think they missed 1 grand final. So they could now make the unthinkable happen and win 5 out of 6 grand finals too. The only time they lost was when both themselves and Humble stood in the grand finals, which only happened once. After that, every single time those 2 teams were fated to meet in the semis already, as you can see in the bracket here. One of the first times we have them on either side of the bracket once again. So Humble now has the chance to go up against Foot Esports again. They were the only ones who managed to best them in that grand final back in March, I believe that was. So now they could do it again. First up, they have to beat Heretics, though, a team who wants to lock in World Finals. Novo isn't here today, so if Heretics make it to the grand finals, they have the chance to get that spot for themselves.
Yeah, and just to put it into perspective, just touching on still on Foot, the fact that, going back to that March Monthly final, they lost to 3 stars in Bounty. It was a double match point. If they win today, I'll counter that and say it's the best run in BSC history. Like, the very fact that they would have done 6 for 6 had it not been for 3 stars and a final 5-second push in Bounty when Humble had their backs against the wall. Absolutely insane. I would love to see that as a grand final today, but I think the Heretics could do something here. I think they're cooking. I think they're certainly getting out of that quarterfinals. Now is going to be giving them a massive lift going into the semifinals.
An immense story for Foot Esports. Both splits so far in the spring and summer split, they have been dominating. And yes, they almost looked bored in their matchup now against Talent Lab, a team that notably still swept Novo in the qualifiers, beat Heretics as well. And then today we saw them best even Totem 3-2 in the end. Moving on into our semi-final number 2. Right now, it's Humble versus Team Heretics, a team that is already locked in as C2 for Worlds. The ticket is claimed as well. On the side of Team Heretics, they locked in for LCQ today, so congrats already. They could have even lost that spot today, Spoo, but now they want more.
Oh yeah. And Humble are the ultimate gatekeepers. They've already ended the dreams of Big earlier in the quarterfinals. Here in the semifinals, they could end Team Heretics' dreams of a World Finals as well. Okay, I mean, looking at the match against Na'Vi, I hope that they didn't put all their eggs in one basket and just over-prepared for Na'Vi and then head into this one against Humble, because in terms of just how difficult and dominant teams are, this is seed number 2 we're talking about. This is the team that I think they're going to struggle a little bit more against.
We have 4 spots for the World Finals here in EMEA. Novo is currently sitting in that 4th spot, and they're just watching from the sidelines. They're hoping for Heretics to not make it into the Grand Finals today.
Yeah, for Heretics, they've got a lot to do, but I feel like that was the first hill today, and they had some really great drafts, and I think that's been a lot of the reasons why they were able to kind of get through this so convincingly so against Na'Vi. You know, Caster's back in camp, and I think that that's a great person to have behind the helm of those drafts and the analytical side of this roster. And you know, especially when you consider that they've had such a kind of troublesome performance, I would say, getting to this stage and this monthly final. Like I said, you know, getting to the semi-finals for the first time since March. March was a long, long time away. Quarterfinals exits in July and April, and didn't qualify in June. So, you know, this has been really for them a turning point, I feel, here today, and they're looking to continue that on.
The tweet shows Novo. They're again hoping for Heretics to drop out at this stage. They're rooting for Humble at this point because that would mean they're locked in for the World Finals. Spoo, would they deserve it when they don't even qualify for the last chance here?
Look, I'm gonna be real. I don't want to talk about whether they deserve it or not, because obviously every team at this point, if you have the points, you've earned it, right? It's not because you got lucky with brackets. You had to slog your way through 5 entire seasons to get here. Every single one of these teams, except obviously a Foot and a Humble, did miss a qualifier at some point. Now, looking back at Team Heretics, what they did today, I think it was a drafting masterclass. They relied a lot on this max selection. It was a comfort pick for them. And something that Humble is extremely good at doing is identifying what are the comfort picks of the other team and then kind of adapting their global bans, their bans around it, make it uncomfortable for them to play while they lean into their own strengths.
They're already preparing for Foot in the finals. The Ruffs is global ban for them. They also, had Rico banned against them, which is something that we could see here again. Just ban out the comfort picks from your opponents, and Rico with Chaos on that roster definitely makes sense there. He also popped up with Brock, so maybe that's another one. This is once again what we showed you earlier, the path, how Heretics can still qualify for Worlds.
And I'm here for it, honestly. I mean, we talk about Novo Esports and, like, are there any believers in chat? They didn't qualify in February. They didn't qualify in April, and they didn't now qualify in August. I feel at this point, like the way, I'm just gonna be brutally honest about it, right? Heretics, in my opinion, like having started to turn things around, if they can get a win against Humble, I think they've earned the spot. I think there's no denying that. But I do agree with what you're saying. The sentiment is there. Novo did some early groundwork, which they've got to be credited for, right? But I feel like you've got to be able to be at least present in a monthly final. I mean, consistency is key, and you know, they had the opportunity to be able to secure it for themselves. Now, they've got to watch from the sidelines. And yeah, no one wants to be in that spot.
They're watching from the sidelines.
Of the situation.
Watch from the sidelines with your fist in your mouth right now, because that's pretty much all you can do. You have to pray that Heretics falls here. That's not a nice feeling to qualify, and I feel that way, right? But looking at the map drafts, are Team Heretics doing what they did earlier? Ring of Fire was a map that they won on. They pick it yet again. Going into Humble, they relied on Cheese to win it. You know, no dishonor about that. You know, Na'Vi allowed it. Humble will not allow it. They banned it before previously. They know that this is a weakness of theirs, and I expect that going into this, they should be prepared.
Yeah, you can already expect either the Ems or Grey going to be banned out on that first map here. We talked a lot about Heretics now. On the other side, again, Humble, they are your world champions, 24, the runner-ups last year. They didn't have the best of runs this year, just looking at monthly finals alone. Then they come out at LAN events though, they win the Brawl Cup, and they still locked second seed despite only winning a single monthly final this year. This could be another chance to redeem themselves and show everyone out there that yes, we can indeed beat first up Heretics, but then also for Esports in the finals. Meg, Rico, Crow and Ruffs are going to be banned out, so yes, the Rico is out of the way once again. That's Humble banning the comfort picks of their opponents.
Or both these teams just watched what Rico could do by Foot, and they're both preparing for the grand finals already. I don't know. But looking at the poll coming in, oh man, if you're a Team Heretics fan, where are you guys? Why are you not supporting them? I mean, they've got such a great storyline coming in here. Were you not entertained? Were you not convinced by their performance by Na'Vi? Or is the Humble Army really just that too big?
I mean, for me, Humble haven't been at their finest in the summer split. They haven't. They haven't seen the grand finals. I mean, like, the previous split was definitely more fruitful. Brawl Cup, of course, was very good for them. But they haven't been looking on top recently. I can see Heretics causing an upset.
They lost a foot. I mean, that to me doesn't look shabby at all. It's just kryptonite, really.
We want to head into semifinal number 2. Right now, Humble versus Heretics. Both teams want to face off against with Esports. For Heretics, it would also mean a World Finals ticket. Ring of Fire is gonna be the first map of this one, I hope. A match that's closer once again. Pretty even matchup here, apart from the fact that Heretics didn't make a semi since March. Ark mentioned that earlier. Let's see if they can do it again. Back then they got stopped by Foot, now it's Humble they need to go up against. Ems is banned out, so we're not gonna see a grey Ems comp this time around. Humble themselves, they really love a Lumi on a map like this one. Surge as well. Pierce, of course, with Luki on their roster. They're gonna go with Star Nova instead. A brawler we didn't get to see very often today.
We saw it against Na'Vi and Team Heretics. I mean, the goal, right? Just leave it open and now do it again against, you know, former world champions here in the form of Humble here. I mean, surely this is something they have to prepare for, and I like that they're leaning into other types of cheese. There's more than one flavor of cheese. Glowy is a little bit more acceptable to me. It takes a lot more skill. I say acceptable as if I wrote the script, but Love is here coming in. Very confident there from Team Heretics.
Okay, well, Star Nova is definitely still very, very strong. There's no denying that, but it's definitely not nearly as straightforward now since the nerfs going forwards. I'd like to kind of see Meg finally considered here. Lowly going to come forwards here for Humble. Definitely a brawler which is, I think, still very, very viable, but starting to show itself a little bit more than it ever used to here, so don't necessarily mind it. At the moment, I think, though, the third and final pick, something of a sharpshooter wouldn't be the worst of ideas here for me. They do like to bring in a lot of Surge here. It's not really my favourite kind of brawler pick, but it's certainly one that's still an aggressor.
On the other side, they have the two brawlers that they play so often already. Heretics feels comfortable with this Finks Glowy comp, usually paired with a Lumi too. Lumi is banned out, so we're gonna see an all brand new pick from their side. Series coming in here first for Humble. A draft that we have never seen from them in scrims, really. An exciting one at that. 3 brawlers that we don't get to see very often today overall. Lola didn't have showings in a long time, I feel, if then only as a mech counter. Series coming in, he's really good. Whenever you have that one target on the other side, you want to farm your shadows off, and Glowy is one of those shadows that brings so much value to your roster. He can heal your teammates and also dish out some damage. Bolt slides through, and this is the first showing we get to see from him today in EMEA. We got to see him a single time yesterday, the newest brawler in Brawl Stars, finally has a showing in the BSC again.
I love it. I love seeing new brawlers, and I love it when they slip through the global bans and you get to see them go head to head, right? 3 of the newest brawlers are, you know, making an appearance here. Now, let's be real, Ark. Is the ball actually good here?
It's viable, but I don't share your sentiment for the enthusiasm, I'll be completely honest. You know, yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I was going to comment on it. The thing was, in terms of the global bans, there was a bit of ambiguity there, so I was ensure production to ensure that it was open. We didn't discuss it coming in. I didn't think these maps are necessarily all kind of bolt maps as well, so I don't necessarily mind it not being globally banned. So far, Humble not really being too deterred by Eve for the most part. Objectively pretty close together here in that regard, as they are now on 25% to 18 of Team Heretics.
Yeah, eyes on both playmakers of the team. Luki was immediately answered, and Subib with that super will turn half of Humble into roadkill temporarily. Team Heretics, they are clawing ahead in that percentage, but it's just a very, very, very small lead for them. Subib continues to be oppressive here, but with Semantic popping the hypercharge, that should be more than the damage to bring him down.
Going in and immediately going down there. A nice glowy impact there from iChaos, keeping Marco as well on the zone. Now the Time Wolf will be going down, which is going to be a bit of a hazard for Humble. Sabine rolling forwards as well, but taking a lot of damage along the way and does get shut down, but it is buying valuable time for Chaos and Marco. Now the hypercharge as well. These Time Wolves are going to be brutal.
The ultimate distraction, this bowling ball on the left in the gutter lane just being such a huge distraction. It's bought a lot of time at Humble. They finally recollected their efforts, sending all 3 members inside the mid, but there's only 5% arc. This bolt just needs to roll across it a few times, and Lukey, he's on the point, he's aware of this. He wants to get a full team wipe once, twice, thrice. Humble, are they running out of time?
At this present moment, if Lukey can stay locked in here, they can keep Marco back as well, and Boss is going to have to do a lot of work to be able to do so. Oh, Lukey falls! The hypercharge of Star Nova is such a powerful thing, but you don't get one more than once a game, and if they had it again, I think they could have been able to do it. And honestly, there was a world in which Humble could have battened down those hatches, but Heretics are able to prevail so far. I think it's quite close in terms of the draft, though. If they can just try to... I'd say like it's an easy thing to do, but it makes swifter takedowns of this bolt.
Of the bolt?
It will definitely give them a helping hand here, but I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult with the way that iChaos and Marco are working so harmoniously well together in the middle.
Indeed. This glowy plus the Finks is another iteration there. Without the Max, it's still a fantastic pairing there. And the Bolt is continuing to just do what he does best. Just get that harassment damage in and just go in. Okay, Lukey barely makes it out there, but Marco's ready with the pinch. A full team wipe there for Heretics yet again. This Bolt celebrating off the screen at the moment. He's going to be rolling back on the right side and then, okay, take a break, come back to the other side. Look for a better entry point.
Time Wolf goes down again, Luke gets a good damage, but again, it's iChaos with the story pick that gets the takedown. Nice roll there onto Semantic as well, going to burn down, probably on the right-hand side, leaving Boss all alone. Heretics now 65% and continuing to close this gap, and it's only 8% on the time for Humble on that zone. They've got to do better. This set is spiraling out of control. Marco and Chaos have been there the entire time, only just now being separated. But Sabeem's going to be continuing to cause chaos. Gets one and going to be spiraling back around. Plenty of time for Heretics to continue on here.
Just needs to play cool, calm, and collected here. 5% more for Heretics to claim this one in Humble. They just don't have the damage. The fear goes out, and the set will go to Team Heretics off the backs of a beautiful Bolt last pick and great baiting of that Star Nova. This is the Team Heretics that I think coming in to the semi-final, they're so pumped, they're so prepared. And Humble, they look vulnerable here.
I guess you can not leave this bowler open. Bolt, just a bit too strong. That's why he's global banned very often. Heretics, one of the only teams who let him slide through right now. We're hoping to get a hold on it. And we talked about it earlier. Whenever it was open in those foot matches, we said, let's see if their opponents roll into that trap. Humble didn't really set up a trap. They had nothing to control the ball too much.
I was definitely looking for the Bolt, but I'm looking more towards the 5th set for Hard Rock Mine, where it could just be banned out. I think for me, Pinball Dreams out in the open safe zone, not necessarily catered towards Bolt, so I think that might be the first and maybe last instance of it. Luka did so well in that game, honestly, especially in that first game when he went to town and almost salvaged that first one. But I think, you know, iChaos is not the playmaker. He's the person who was keeping everyone alive, and specifically Marco on that zone with those hills coming forwards. That was the pairing which Humble was unable to break, and then the distraction of the Bolt. I mean, there was just like so little room for maneuvering that Humble could really get, objectively speaking. A lot of the time was just being distracted by the Bolt, unfortunately for them, and I think it's a worthy ban here. If you're not going to global ban it, you've definitely got to consider it as an option that you've got to either heavily counter or, you know, try to shut down more efficiently.
Bolt as a brawler is catered towards distracting your opponents, and if you looked at the DPS there in the stats from the side of Humble, they dished out a lot more damage than their opponents, but they were just trying to get rid of that Bolt in their backlines, and as soon as he was finally taken out, he was back within just a couple of seconds because this ball is just unstoppable. Really well played here by the side of Team Heretics. They kind of won that one in the draft already. I still feel like, yeah, it's a very even matchup here, so I do not think we're going to see a 3-0 of these two.
A free set, though, given over, and this is not the first time that Humble have played victim to drafting errors this year. This is something that, happened to them in April as well, up against, the former VGT as well. That's how they lost. They lost set 1 because they were just playing a bit outdatedly in the drafts. I remember Lola was also being overly prioritized, and it just seems to be a curse there for Humble. Now this is a more familiar map to them, and yeah, they're gonna immediately snag up this max. It's a comfort pick for Luki, but it is also something that Heretics have been picking a lot today.
Serious ban on both sides might mean that Damien could be on the cards here, but leaving Pierce not unbanned here. And it wasn't the first pick from Humble, but it could certainly be a second or a third, to be quite honest with me. 8-bit banned out here, good stuff to see. M's definitely still going to be a threat to consider here, and Griff can just open up this map so quickly, or Coin Shower, and keep those walls up. You've got a lot of options in that regard there as well. So Griff going to come through for the first pick, like that. Stu for the second. I'm looking out for Willow here as well. Sometimes that will be a brawler which will come through in late stages of this run.
Both of these teams are very used to play this map at this point. I mentioned it earlier, we have a small little tournament going on in EMEA at the moment. It's 7 match days in Brawl Ball League. Both of these teams are playing. Heretics hasn't won a single match so far in the Brawl Ball League. This is not their best mode whatsoever, so let's see what they can do today. Already a great draft though, they can open up the map now. You mentioned Willow. In general, throwers are really good on a map like this one. With that Griff early pick, they now have it in their hands though. Could break it open the map fairly quickly, so on the side of Humble, they can't really risk picking up the thrower. Aside from something that can also work out in the open, maybe that Barry could still have a showing for them. They really like to play it, but I do go with you here. I would still like to see a bit more range. Meeple and Max now, probably not a third range brawler though. Pierce, not really that great when you already have 2 brawlers that want to play mid.
I think they have to just hunker down and just go straight for an aggressive selection here. Second star Nova selection coming out here from Humble. There's some pseudo, not wall break, but wall walking potential with the gadget there that will kind of deter a little bit of that Willow. But I really think this is just handing Team Heretics a perfect last pick on a silver platter. As you mentioned, they've got so much versatility now. They've already got 2 wall breakers on the line here, and they do have a bit of that range advantage on their hands. They're gonna go with the Ashe though. Wow. Okay, I don't know if I'm expecting that one.
Interesting. I mean, it's definitely very avant-garde. I mean, it's going to lack the speed. The rage of the Ashes, where building that up is going to provide a lot of push power for Heretics here. But I think there's not much to love. There's a lot to love, rather, on the side of this Humble comp. I think that the Max will help the Star and close the gap a lot. And Luki, as we know, is so dangerous that if I hope it's him on it, I'm kind of a bit worried for Heretics almost. They're going to farm that Ashe.
I was laughing because interesting usually code for, I kind of disagree with that pick. So Arc does love the Ashe. I have to go with you there. Let's see how good the Ashe can actually do. The Rats, of course, gonna do well into Meeple. Other than that, I fear for Subime.
Coin Shower is going to be deployed there by Chaos. We now know which gadget he will go for. And I do believe it's going to be a, keeping this map closed up is the answer for them. They want to enable this Ashe as much as possible. The speeds are going out there against Subime, going out and speeding more shots there to Boss. And both teams just playing really passively there. Luki immediately pops out a quick gadget, and Subime's going to get pinched out here on the left there to that Meeple super.
Well, Humble doing a very solid and clean job so far. Pushing the ball forwards, giving the utility in check. Boss waiting to get everyone hunkered down. Now going to go in for potential push here as the Coin Shower will fall down. Robotic Rats out as well. But nothing that Humble are too strenuous over so far. Speed Zone is giving a lot more maneuvering power for Heretics. Marco boxed in now as well, but again, waiting for Boss to rekindle that Let's Go star power is really where things are at now. And so far, Heretics doing a pretty decent job of defense as well.
They're both just waiting for Hypercharge to come online. Stalling their time at the moment. It's a very tense game so far. Marco fell low there. Could have gone down to Semantic, and Luki now, he's popped the Hyper. It's going there with the super there in the backline there. Almost gets the lifesteal there. The Manchester Meeple will block out the ball momentarily, but surely there's going to be a goal. There's nothing that a single Stu will be able to do there. Humble were patient here, and they finally got the goal in.
Well, they've got some good shots in though. It could have gone a different way, but Humble made that look relatively clean for the most part. Hypercharge in now as a chance to punish the action, but Boss going to take a chance here to go in on the aggressive. Going to sneak us back though, and just provide a little bit of cushioning for his teammates to respawn back in. Chaos, very healthy here, going to keep the pressure onto Luki. Now we're going to have to heal up. but Heretics being behind now is not where they want to be. Not with 35 seconds on the clock and not now boxed off the mid. Got to be able to get a good, clean run towards this goal here, and this could be the chance for it. Robotic Rats out, left-hand side aggression from Chaos and Marco. But this ball's got to find its way over the line in 20 seconds.
Luki there going there straight onto Subim there, slashes him out there, now chains over inside the mid. They have ball control momentarily. Marco tries to force the issue, but there's just too much defense coming here from the side of Humble. It's just so much DPS that they can't really deal with here. Counting down the seconds here as they take this first game. It's so clean from Humble here. The Star Nova is just bringing the whole comp alive.
Yeah, coming out of that first set, I could see some signs in the Humble camp that they were frustrated, surely, and I could definitely tell that on Luki's face, considering that he got like the best statistics on that Star Nova pick in that first set. So coming in now, I think this is where we're seeing Humble kind of get back to business, really, and their strengths really starting to shine through yet again. They're going to be kicking themselves for dropping this set, but so far, they've not really been tested that well in that respect from Heretics, and Heretics has got to display a bit more worth of this comp so far. Now in a better spot, getting themselves hunkered down. If IKS can get some more sort of supers in and some coin showers to keep that pressure on, realistically, it could be a goal scoring opportunity. Now Luke is going to fall as well, and Boss now falls shortly after. Semantic, going to box just a little bit late. This will still be walked in, surely, and it will with the beam.
Subim is just doing so much more in this game. You're starting to see how this Ashe is performing there. They're making this lane stop, like he's sending this Meepo over to deal with him. 3 taps going to him. The critical roll does so much damage here, but could not bring him down here. Now change off to a second hypercharge super. Semantic and the whole team going to be going in there, starting to open things up, boxing up 2 on the left. There's just no way to defend this. Chaos can't do anything here, and Humble even in that 1-to-1.
And if you're Heretics now, you're thinking, like, what do we have to do? Because ultimately, we had ourselves a moment. We were able to secure it, and as quickly as that, we dropped the ball yet again. Hypercharge, Robotic Rats out now on the right-hand side. Luki going to take the skies, goes down very swiftly. Boss trying to do his best now with the Sneaky Scan. Come back and heal up. But look at this. Oh, the falls from Semantic. Will it be enough, though? They are getting taps, and the Heretics all will fall. Now a counter push. Luki just beaming down the middle of this map, and he should be able to walk in before the rest of them even spawn in. And Humble as quickly as that. Claim a set. Just another bump in the road for Humble, tying this one up in the semi-finals.
Woo! Now 1-to-1. Team Heretics punished for their hubris there. Allow Star Nova once. That's fine. We had a bolt to counter it. This time, none for you. The Ashe was insufficient. Star Nova, Luki will get to perform here. And oh my, I mean, we got ourselves a series to watch.
You really can't underestimate the speed on that brawler. Whenever she is super, we saw Luki just rush across the whole map there to get that last goal in. Now, twice already, it was some of these very new brawlers that enabled the team to win. It might have also been a couple of drafting mistakes here from the side of Team Heretics. The draft was fine up until the Ashe that we all kind of doubted. Did it have the value that Heretics wanted it to have?
Personally, I didn't really feel so. I was open to it to see, because ultimately, if you're going to be bold like that, there's got to be something behind it which is going to give them the confidence to bring it to the forefront. I don't want to judge it too quickly. I'll judge Jesse all day long, but the Ashe can work in Brawl Ball, right? It can work. So it just lacks a bit of speed, a bit of mobility, and when you've got so much agility on the side of Humble's comp with that Star Nova, with the Max, I mean, you can see how well that synergized. But I think Semantic, honestly, deserves a lot of credit in that game. Those walls were responsible for so many turnarounds. There's only one that was a pixel out, and it was forgivable because they were able to respond so quickly off the back of that error and correct it. And that's kind of what I love about Humble, that despite being on the back foot, they're coming back with a fresh draft in a mode that they know that they are going to be stronger in, and now they're back in the game.
Off the backs of Semantic, I agree with you 100% that he's the hidden MVP over there. We're all looking at the flashy Luki, goes to the stars, comes back down, makes plays there. But Semantic's Meepo opened up 2 goals and saved the last goal for them as well. They have to turn their sides here, though, to out in the open. Is this the only knockout map that we've seen today? No, we've seen Golden Gulch as well, but this seems to be a very popular one amongst the strongest teams in the EMEA.
We've seen it quite often. What you can see here now as well, Bolt and Star Nova both banned out. They both learned their lessons, I guess. We have first pick here for the side of Heretics. Again, I always like a wall break, Brock out of the way, but there's still so many left open with the Pearl that could come in here. We did see it a couple of times today. Now, Dean as first pick, I don't know. I would say interesting again. The keyword for we haven't seen it in a while, and that's probably for a good reason. He's fine in scouting out your opponents. I don't know if he's first pick worthy. I do think he is in a solid state on knockout overall, but just not first pick.
Yeah, with 8-bit wide open, Max, Glowy, so many different various options that, you know, opening up with a Gene always seems to like add weaknesses to your draft rather than like add to any synergy. And Humble are quick to punish that. Ark's favorite brawler has shown up. It's the Piper. They see the Gene and they're just convinced. They're like, yep, that's enough for me to lock this one in. What do you think about that?
Pair of 8-bit, and it's Luki going to be tapping away with like just the most ridiculous amount of DPS. What's not to love? And there it is. Like, I mean, this is going to be so disgusting. I think with the Naja ban as well, there's kind of little that's going to be able to outrange this Piper too, so I really love it for that reason. I think Pearl would be still a good shout for Heretics. They play it a lot, and I'm surprised it wasn't their first pick. I don't mind the Gene though. I mean, often just kind of banned out because it's one of those that can just chip away over time, and then you're going to be quite susceptible to a magic hand, but that just displays the confidence that Humble have of 8-bit here, because that's a brawler which is going to be, okay, able to outrange, but also going to be very susceptible when that super is available to Team Heretics to utilize.
Energy! I'd like to see some speed from the side of Heretics, otherwise this Gene is not going to have any way to play against this Max. Against, sorry, the 8-bit and Piper. Max is actually quite a good pick. Max or Jae Young would have been what I would have brought in here just to help the Gene out. Again, him as a first pick, I'm just not convinced. Charlie coming in now, decent against any sniper because of the spiderlings, but as soon as you have used up that gadget, also not the best. They just miss a bit of range on the side of Heretics. So I do prefer Humble's comp. I like that the Gene with the Max combination can work out a bit better now, and it's a combination that is as old as Brawl Stars itself.
I don't know. They're just missing something to do. Spiderlings, Jae Young is out in the open. Carl would be a little bit of an interesting one, but now we're going to pick Penalty instead here as the final selection there for Humble. It's just really very cookie cutter coming out here from Humble here, and I think honestly, as the team that is indeed playing better overall in this series, you know, they look more locked in here, they've got the better mechanical skill. This is the direction that I think they need to hold on to.
Well, I don't mind it. I think it was kind of more of like a countermeasure when they saw the Max and they got like, you know, 8-bit again, thinking we have to have something to be able to better avoid these aggressive motions with the magic hand and such. But definitely not a bad ball at all. I'm looking primarily to how Luki is going to set things out to start. And Semantic needs to get sent up also, I would imagine as well, running their star power to be able to connect a lot of those shots already. The marker's going back and forth there, almost going to extend it down to 461 HP. But extra credits from Samantha will get them this value. Look at this, targeting him massively so here. Heals popped out from Boss. It's going to force Humble back, and Heretics will take that mid-ground position.
Luki's tapped so much this game, but that Magic Puck is keeping the whole team alive. I love how aggressive Marco is playing here, but he is playing with fire here. This Piper does have an insane amount of burst damage here, and he is tapping. Luki here has got his eyes sight out now with this booster beacon out there. It could be a 2-tap for him. He's targeting the Gene down at the moment, but no connections just yet.
As the ammo supply is dropped down as well, Luke is going to be, you know, getting so much more value again, probably running the star power too to really add to that pressure. Now the gas coming in, that damage booster will go down inevitably. There's a big whiff there from Mike House. Oh, immediately so as well, and I think that's going to be Humble to be able to swipe that slate clean, ridiculous stuff. And those are utilities that, you know, Heretics can't afford to waste. An immediate break of the mid, going to get a little bit of the push, but mainly allowing Humble that channel through the mid as the hypercharge comes in from Heretics.
Barreling it down now, Subeam tries to go in there for Taluki. The infinite ammo from the Max will be able to overwhelm him. They should be able to clean up the rest of Team Heretics. They want to just do it immediately there or save it. Nope, they're going to opt to give the Gene the hyper protection. Yeah, this is what I want to see. I want to see them all going back there. They want to be giving Marco time to charge that hypercharge passively. They don't even need to kill Boss here. That is so ingenious. It looks dirty. It looks like showboating, but they're literally just waiting for Marco to get free hypercharge while Boss has to commit himself to this smoke.
Boss staying low, because ultimately by not healing up, there's nothing that Heretics can gleam off him to be able to then utilize off the back of it. So, like, that's why he's shooting, that's why Heretics are leaving him. They just know that, like, well, we just kind of want to get something off you, but you're not going to give us anything to go on either. I think that's kind of exactly how I expect it to play out.
Not opting to wait for that hypercharge. Marco can be popping out to that super there, pulling the turret there, taking away at least Symantec's home base there. It was an interesting choice there by iChaos, but effectively, by doing so, we're back in that same situation as that round number 1, but Boss does have a hypercharge at the ready. There's just so much pressure he brings to the table.
Good jukes there from Sabine. I'm looking to see how these Spiderlings are going to affect Luki. That is realistically what they're waiting for. It's Marco to have the speed. Spiderlings will then have a lot of shots from Luki exacerbated in that regard. Homemade recipe going to connect. No real story there as it does tend to, but he did miss a couple earlier on. But now, Heretics pushed in his back top left-hand corner. Boss with the hypercharge as well as Luki. Could go to get a potential break here as well, but can't really risk going in feeding iChaos, and then a quick magic hand to be earned off the back of it. Now, Heretics need to get out of this spot. Marco is the playmaker, and there's the hypercharge coming in as well with the Vengeful Spirits. Boss and Luki under pressure. There's a great magic hand connection on Symantec, and now Luki's going to be in real trouble here. Jumps back, these Spirelings going to be too much to handle. It's going to be a game going the way of Heretics.
Beautiful pull when he needed it. iChaos, despite missing in round 1, missing in round number 2, and pulling a turret in round number 3, when his team needed him most, he got the pull onto the 8-bit. That opened up the pathway for them in that end game. Beautifully executed that from Team Heretics. But going into this round, it's not like Humble are out just yet. They're super strong inside this early game. They tapped so much, and I think that they just need to respect that timing. They can't afford to wait for the map to close in.
Much better start. Marco has got tapped up there. Spear as well, still behind this wall, and can't really go back in that position, but Luki will also be able to tap him up. Again, another homemade recipe missed there as it connects with Barrel. But they can't really cook this comp until Symantec has that damage booster down, and Heretics know for that very reason. They're going on the aggressive now as the key to do so. Marco almost overly extends there as he gets a bit too close for comfort. And so far, I would say the Heretics doing a better job of herding Humble back into their spawn.
Just back and forth, but the iChaos almost goes down there to the homemade recipe. And there's a bit of a lane swap here. Subim is getting pinched down there. One more shot from Boss should do the trick. Easy pinch from him. That's going to be 1 kill there, and Luki claims the second there. iChaos should be the third to fall. You got a full hypercharge at the ready from Luki. He's opting to save it for now. Just use the break to tear open that bush from the side of Team Heretics. That's going to be a very good start there for Humble.
Oh, well, interesting strategy here from Heretics that immediately got punished. I mean, iChaos almost fell there. The magic hand will still pull, but there's a great TP back from Symantec, and I'm honestly really confused by what Heretics were looking to earn out of that. I've got to mention the break 2 from Luki in that last round was perfect. I mean, kept all the walls intact, got rid of all the bush, and nothing else but or less. I mean, Sabim here really is going to be drawing blind. He cannot do anything about this situation whatsoever. It will be a game going the way of Humble. It was a gamble, you know, they were looking to try to take Humble by surprise. It didn't work out. Humble was far too savvy for it, and it just backfired immediately.
It was cheeky, right? It was absolutely cheeky. And Samantha, you just saw the way that the turret was used there. He just committed it immediately. As soon as he saw it mid-air, I was like, guys, we've got 3 kills coming in there. They gotta put it in the past. Going into the third game here, 1-for-1 for both sides. Whoever wins this will take the lead in the set, and Boss almost goes down there to aggressive plays there by Marco, but no connections from either side. It's Symantec that's going to actually be isolated out there, but the heals keep him at 148 health. The entirety of Team Heretics barreling in there. They smell blood here. They should be able to at least get somebody here. Luki is low. He's been kept alive there by Boss. I don't believe it. Humble make it out of there.
Boss with an absolutely ridiculous backpack. They had to put Humble now in the spawn side. They got the health to get out though. The body block was honestly just unreal. Every single time that a player was about to go down, another member of Humble took the helm, but now they are still not out of the woods. Marco though, almost going low. Oh my word, how did he survive that? The Wicked Warrior coming in from Boss almost secured it, but now Humble are back. They're still in this game, they're standing on their feet. Hypercharge from Sabim, Humble still in it, but that magic hand might change the tide. 3 versus 2 now, Boss low. This could be a tough one for Humble to continue to survive on. There's some speed coming in, this is as quick as that. Heretics will seal it regardless, but the survivability of Humble there was absolutely insane.
It wasn't enough though in the end. Team Heretics, just Marco just completely popping off there on the max here. Phase Shifter's just committed just so well here. Humble are not holding back though. Luki does have a hypercharge online. That's just so many taps to his name. But let's go. The speed is out yet again. iChaos looking for the target. It's going to be Symantec. Pulls the turret again instead. Barely able to block himself there.
Massively quick fingers. And they're still Humble in this, but Heretics are 1 round away from being 2 sets to 1. Up against the wall in terms of pressure. They need this round. Heretics now waiting ready for iChaos to be able to earn that magic hand or speed from Marco to keep the pressure on. Big tap there from Luke, but not much of a follow-up as the speed coming in from Boss. Semantic needs that damage booster down now as the gas will not be far away.
He's still holding on to this hypercharge here, and that overtime will be so useful. The speed that's going to be popping out there. Who is going to be the target? Is he speed popping that gadget running in there? The target appears to be Lukey. Cocoons up Semantic and takes him out of the equation, and then gets Lukey in the back. Semantic's left by his lonesome, and Team Heretics will take the lead in this match 2-1.
That was the moment that Humble had to stay firm. Like, so much could be lost in that very instance because that was a must-win round for Humble and one to follow on from it. They are now behind, and as we know in the BSC, getting that advantage can mean everything for a squad that are chasing the World Finals. Heretics still just outside of that, but that dream now getting ever closer, and that could be just enough. One more draft, if they get this next one right, Humble may not even have an answer for it. They've got to now really come together as a squad to ensure that this next draft has 0 mistakes.
Both of the teams have so far won their own map picks, so Humble still has a chance. Moving over to Safe Zone now, their own map pick, they can win it and even out the score, move on into set 5. We're all for it. At the same time though, maybe motivation makes a huge difference here. Heretics is playing for World Finals right now. One more map and they get the World Finals ticket, snatch it out of the cold hands of a dead Novo, not even playing in the monthly finals. And Humble, their second seed no matter what happens today. So what are they playing for? Some pride. Yes, they can still prove to us that they can beat Foot Esports in the finals again.
Main character energy has to be with Team Heretics right now. And looking at the entire roster, they are playing like one closed fist. I'm amazed by the way that Marco piloted that Max, by the way, so many times. So many times I thought surely he's going to get 2-tapped by Lukey. Surely he's going to get caught out, but the team play for them, as you mentioned now, just body blocking for each other. That was a masterclass by both teams, really, in terms of team play. Let me at the edge of my seat.
For me here, Humble have got to learn from these mistakes. I mean, you can see there in the team houses, like there's just energy there for Heretics and misery there for Humble. That's got to change. The communication has got to come forwards. I want to see bannings of Max here from Humble. That's really been their kryptonite so far, and it's definitely a top pick here for Heretics. Heretics have got to highly consider the Pierce ban because of Lukey. And at the moment, Lukey is doing such a great job of pulling his weight, but there's got to be a team support there. There's got to be a network that is currently lacking. The bans are in, and they are pretty much along those lines too, which is good to see. Colt going to be open. That's definitely going to be a dangerous one that's got to be highly considered here. Griff too as well. Definitely some oddballs here. Penny going to be quite a dangerous prospect to be left open here as well. There are some oddballs here though. Daryl, Bonnie. These are ideas that Heretics sometimes bring in here that might explain why it's maybe not their best map of mode.
I'm excited because the only map in the map pool that we haven't seen yet in Heist today is Safe Zone. Finally, we get to see that map. I absolutely love it. You want to have something with a bit of range in the mid lane and then something with a lot of damage on the sides. Penny has been a mainstay in Safe Zone. Put her turrets in behind the wall on the left and you're going to dish out so much damage over time without the opponents having a lot to really counter it. It's unbreakable walls, so you need to play either a thrower or something like a Carl to kind of shoot around the corner there. Carl is banned out here, so that's not going to be an option. Heretics now comes in with another answer with a lot of damage. Colt is there to just dish out as much damage as possible, even from afar. And then Glowy, which I did not see coming whatsoever, honestly. They never played it in scrims, not even once. And I think this is the first time we see a Glowy on Heist in a couple of months, Spen. Sorry, Spoo. You're
I think Spen, if I was Spen, I would agree with myself here. No, this Glowy selection just feels to be like a daily meta. They've been doing it so well, they completely destroyed Navi with this Glowy pick. And I think they're really feeling themselves here. They used it against Humble as well earlier inside Ring of Fire. It just might be the pick for the day for them. They're feeling their mechanical skill, they're feeling the team play that they can bring to the table, and they're just not convinced that this Penny is going to be enough. I would argue
here. To me, this is an oddball. It's a first pick, but is it still in an era? There was a weird timing in which Penny was actually the best pick on this map on Safe Zone, but that feels like 2 or 3 patches ago at this point. I think you can opt to even ignore the turret, gear up for a 1 push, and that's exactly what I see from the Team Heretics comp.
Forced to go is here because with the third and final pick, it could be anything. That could be something which, if they haven't got an answer for defense, could really overthrow this. I don't mind the penny, but it is all dependent upon control. And Heretics so far have displayed so many signs of aggression, and that's worrying me. It's clearly worrying Humble with the way that they're reacting to this, and like you can just see that Heretics are hungry. Third and final pick soon to come in, and I wouldn't mind seeing a dive type brawl at Ali. It could have been Daryl, but Ali is still quite interesting, especially with the glowy support. This could be a problem.
They have something now definitely to take out that penny turret, go over water, easy for Ellie, really good also into that Byron. The only brawler she's gonna have some struggle with is the Otis, who's just there to defend. So Humble playing a quite defensive comp in that regard. They're just betting on that penny turret to survive.
They're really betting on a lot. They're betting on the mechanical skills. Well, they need to land so many taps this game. This Byron on the Malays has to absolutely carry. Yeah, they're going to be humble about it. Luki has got an absolute game on his back here on this Byron. He's going to be the one to watch it. He has to land every single shot here to keep Humble's dreams alive. Meanwhile, for Team Heretics, this just could be the set that sends them to the World Finals.
I mean, even then, he was tapping every single shot, and it still wasn't enough realistically there. 11% damage for Team Heretics so far early on. But let's see, though, what happens if Boss can get the value that he needs to get this mortar up, but then also still be protected. Ali's the kind of perfect border to be able to kind of escape on through and be able to secure a quick and swift takedown. As was that kill on Marco here, as now Luke just tapping the right-hand side, keeping his poison trickling in. And they finally get the glowy down.
The Ali just leaning over to the left there, wants to go for that cannon there, but with Symantec literally just protecting
guarding it with a mute, yeah.
It's guarding it, it's standing there like, oh, you want to come in? I'm going to protect it, and meanwhile, we'll just hold the status quo in the mid. I am seeing Humble practically play perfectly here, and they've yet to do much damage to the save. That is the one weakness on the comp. They got to play so accurately here, and they are absolutely doing so. Luki eviscerates Marco with that hypercharge, and the cannonballs are raining in.
This is the confidence that I've been looking for from Humble. I love that strategy from Symantec there, just guarding it for everything it's worth now. A couple of taps from Marco, but a mute in return, and poison damage that is only just about cancelled out by this glowy pick. Hypercharge for Symantec as well, as we know that mute is disgusting when you've got it. And if Boss can get a hypercharge too, there's only going to be so long in which the Ali can just try to distract the turret away from the safe.
Marco's going in there, he's going to get one there, now potentially getting Luki as well, but it allowed his teammates to break through inside, and just so quickly, Team Heretics clap back with damage of their own. They're back to a tie game, equalized 1-1 in that shielding.
The tap there from Luki, hypercharge going out, will secure the cult, but Marco is going so on the aggressive here, and Luki's got to tap every single one of these shots, just about gets that splash to heal himself, but now the hypercharge turret on the safe. This is what Boss has been set up the entire match to do, and that damage is going to be burning things down. It's going to be surely a safe crack at 50% at this rate.
Oh, Marco got baited by the turret there. Symantec was ready with the mute there, completely taken down. Well played, absolutely calculated here, coming out here from Humble. And there's only 20 seconds left for Team Heretics to try and pull this one back. Subeem's going to make an effort here with that hypercharge, but no connections there. Finally gets one there onto Luki. Boss is going down there, but the save is just doing too little here. 24% left on Team Heretics. It's insurmountable for them here as they drop this game to Humble.
Good stuff. The work still to be done. I feel like Heretics has got a very good draft. I think for me, Heretics drafts today have arguably been the best they've been all year. And I think that does say a lot about that team support and the organization really being elevated by Caster, in my opinion. So far, it's giving themselves the best possible chance. If Humble just miss a couple of shots and Marco can just have those moments to shine, there's definitely a world where Humble on the defense may not prove so victorious. So let's see whether they can deprive Boss of this mortar, because that's where Symantec and Boss are really going to work harmoniously well together.
Feels like an inevitability that Boss will indeed get that mortar. He's got it online now. He's going to place it defensively here. Not where he really wants it to be, but it is useful there to deter them. Marco will get another kill there, and Luki, he's just doing so much. I'm to bring down Marco here, but Subeem is starting to do a little bit of trickle damage inside the mid.
Yeah, Luki's been exceptional today so far. Let's see how Humble can continue on this defense. They do need to get a good one in. Oh, Marco again being so dangerous. Boss going to struggle on his own here. Needs the helping hand of Semantic, and it's there. But in the meanwhile, Sabine getting a lot of cult taps on this save. No crack just yet, though, just shy. 3% needed to be able to do so. It's going to allow a little bit of a repositioning here for Humble to get on and up the map. There's a nice lead for Semantic, and again, this Penny turret being protected for everything they possibly can.
Protect the turret is the strategy here, now replaced with a hypercharged turret. Marco, once again, is tempted to just go in for it, but is it really just forbidden fruit at this point? He's going to opt to go for Boss instead, but just a two-man punch for them is sufficient to bring them down, while Luki completely dominates the mid. The dominion on the sharpshooters this man is displaying today is phenomenal.
I love it, but now they are leaving that turret as Samantha's going to be pushing this right-hand side, trying to get more additional damage to get that next crack. And it looks like it could be there, just 1% shy though. If that splatter will do it, there it is coming out as well. So that's great stuff from Humble. Heretics have still yet to get the first crack, and that's a great double there from Humble as well, leaving Marco all alone. And the hypercharged turret locking onto that safe yet again, approaching that 25% mark, and Heretics may have bitten off more than they can chew. It looks like this could be going to a 5th and final set.
It looks like that's what Team Heretics wants as well. They've waved the white flag. Subim and Marco in the back looking at each other. And it's a breath of relief there from the other side of Humble. They will be going to Hard Rock Mine to decide the fate of many.
It's a tiebreaker map, so both of these two teams will be going in with their best preparation possible, but not looking to necessarily find any much of a weakness. Bolt has to be banned. I've got to bring that back to surface. It's the map that I was concerned about. If we get to the 5th, if it's left open, we saw Humble falter to it in the first set. I really hope they've learned their lesson.
Boss like a mother protecting his child. Insane how he protected that turret. It went down once, that hypercharged turret, and it just stood there. There was not a scratch on that turret. Heretics tried everything to get rid of it, but in the end, that was what broke their ankles. Heretics, on paper, for me, have the better comp. We didn't see Penny in a long time. They have so much damage with that cold, basically unkillable with the glowy. Luke is just tapping away, otherwise that Byron would have never worked out in defense. Semantic doing an incredible job as defending as well, just getting rid of Subime, who was, as we see, the only damage dealer on the roster really. They never sent Marco off to save because he was busy trying to take out that Penny turret.
I think they were caught between two places. They needed to take out the turret, but they were also like, yeah, but we need to kill Luki. And then they kept telling Marco to do both, but he can't split himself in half. And most certainly, with Colt running, you know, the move speed on the star power, he was outranged by Luki the entire game then. You know, Luki, as you mentioned, masterclass by him on that Byron. And if he keeps up this performance inside Hard Rock Mine, they might just be able to give Novo still a fighting chance.
Honestly, I just loved how that Oates slid in there as well. I thought at the beginning when it came forward that it was like, well, it also served the purpose of having that defensive measure for something of a dive idea. And the alley was picked into it, but I just didn't kind of foresee the idea of having the mute be that protected barrier to maintain it. I mean, it's super, super smart from Humble. And again, it was the final pick that Heretics chose into it, and it just didn't work out at all well. But again, this next draft, it's going to be a winning one, but such an important one here for Heretics. I mean, this is one set away from the World Finals. There couldn't be higher stakes here. For Humble, they've been in semi-finals so many times this season, all year long. It just would be fitting for them to seal the nail, to deprive Heretics and to watch from those sidelines. I mean, this could be a serious, serious difference maker, and this is the most important draft of Heretics this entire year.
Humble defending Nova's pride, the fellow Italian orc here. They ban out Bolt this time around. Very wise choice, as both of those teams have played him successfully in scrims. This map usually screams Rico and Muffs to me. I'm kind of sad to not be able to see them because they're both banned out here. Gonna go with Stu as first pick. He's an incredible mid pick if you want to make him the gem carrier thanks to his speed turret, or you can also play him on lane, quite a versatile brawler. On the right side now, to answer that, I'd go with something that has a bit more range than him, a lot of spread. Pearl comes to mind there. Crow as an answer, never mind, it's banned out as well. There's not too many good gem carries left open actually. Crow was one that I had on my list, but with the AP it also banned out Max too. What do you still have for gem carrier?
Justice time!
that might be not the gem carrier. Starnova here was left open for sure there. But if you're thinking about gem carriers on this map, I still think Max is half decent, but it is banned out though.
Exactly.
Everything is kind of banned
out.
You know what? Just pull a trick out of my book or Tribe's book. Just don't pick a gem carrier. I mean, if you're going to open it up with Starnova, you're playing for the World Finals, you could just bait and switch this. The problem with Stu as a gem carrier in general, I mean, yes, it's elusive, but it's not unkillable. You can run this thing down, and I think Team Heretics today, that's what they seem to feel. They seem to do very well with these comps to just run at them. But now they're going to lean back, and as you said, they're going to go for the literal last option there in this Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl, Ems, Damien, Kit, these are all really dangerous prospects for me, and I think that having Starnova is a very, very good thing to have, but if you want to open up the map, it will be a little bit anti-productive for the Stu that's going to have lacking in that range, really, but can dash forwards and try to assert some pressure. But I think at the same time, though, Starnova's biggest weakness is being outranged, and it wouldn't be the worst idea here for Humble, like bringing a Griff, bringing a Pierce, really go back to their winning ways. But Lumi going to come in, and a very versatile brawler which will thrive with the cover, but also without it as well, gives them some options to consider there too. So I quite like how Humble's draft is kind of faring here. The Pearl, though, is super dangerous. It kind of cancels out any potential we're here for assassination-type based brawlers. It's going to be something of a consideration to maybe just double down upon that ranged concept.
Humble really need an assassin of their own, I think. They need some kind of way to regain pressure, because right now that's a gaping weakness that I'm seeing. There's Edgar's, there's still Kenji's open that Team Heretics could go for. They opt to go for the Ashe. That is an idea that Team Heretics used earlier. It has positive interactions up against that Starnova. Not the easiest of matchups to play up against. You will feed some supers here, but this does tick both of the boxes. Now though, this is an Edgar game that's coming in here for Team Heretics.
First aid fury!
Not too sure about the Edgar. I like the boss better, actually. Into the Ashe, super tanky. Against Lumi, fine too. He's gonna feed some supers though, and Lumi with super is where she's at her most dangerous. I really like the Pearl pick here. A decent answer into that Stu on the left-hand side. We don't really have a gem carrier on the side of Heretics, just like Spoo said. It's probably going to be the Pearl, but she as well, super versatile, can also just open up the lanes for her team. Now, with Starnova on the side of Heretics, did Humble make the mistake again, not banning out this new bowler?
I'm not necessarily convinced. I think that it's still going to have a lot of good attributes on this map. I don't necessarily know whether it's the best brawler in the game. I think it's definitely in my kind of top 5. But I think if they can shut it down and keep the range at bay, then it's definitely not going to be unachievable here for Humble. And Pearl, especially, going to be quite tough to make work in some instances. I mean, Sabim's going to have to really open up some doors for his team over here to be offensive. Doing so well now against Boss on that left-hand side. Now close time to get away from things. So some good aggression. And Semantic does a big distraction in that top mid as well.
5 gems to Luki's name, though. That is the trade that Team Heretics had to go for here. The allow Marco inside the back. He's got a good stun there onto Semantic. Chains off for a second. Should be able to get this pick off here, but no! Semantic heals there with the Rage Pill at the last second and gets that kill in return. It did buy space there. The Team Heretics to kind of close the gem gap a little bit here, but no lane swaps made by either. It's just 1 versus 1 on all 3 different lanes. Here, Semantic gets another stun to his face and another stun to his face. This time, Marco wins the matchup.
Insane jukes from Luke in the meanwhile, but this is now where Mark can provide over so much information to his squad. Semantic there with the hypercharge and robotic rat's going to seek out Marco, get some taps in there for good measure as well. And Marco now going to seal demise as Luke comes in for the support. 7 gems for Humble, very close game now, it's been going on the aggressive as well. Nice little gadget there to just be able to evade that shot from Semantic, and now Lukey in trouble, trying to juke around this as well, but Marco's got the escape maneuvering. No, these taps from Boss are going to save the gems. It's not lost yet, but Humble are shaken.
Boss now with the hypercharge active, got a bit of a pinch out to Beam as well. Unfortunately, he is holding on to some of the gems, but they're going to switch over the gem carrier. Lukey take the aggressive row now, hunting it forward. We got Marco and Semantic, the dynamic duo on the left, still duking it out. Marco should go down here with just 1 more shot. Can't seem to find the last one. Big hypercharge there from Boss. Catches 2 in the back. No kills for him, but enough pressure there for them. Subeam now attempts to run down Lukey yet again, but the 11th gem has spawned. Semantic just needs to block out Marco for 1 reset, and he does. Boss yet with another amazing super. Claims this one for Humble, and they're going to go to match point.
You could be drifting away here. Heretics need to get it together. They can't really necessarily depend upon that kind of final second steal. It's going to be a more control-based game and adapting. Humble at the moment, for the most part, I would say in that game, were in control. There was one moment where they faltered, when Marco pushed up and Sabine had that aggressive moment, but then it was recovered. I think that they've got to be very, very cautious to how they approach this. I mean, they've got to be more in this moment.
My eyes are on Marco here. I mean, there was so many interactions there up against Symantec, where I think he kind of faltered there. Now, this is another one, once again, just going in there a bit proactively and just getting pinched out there by the Ashe. And every time as the tank that he's doing that, that's just giving free reign to Luki. There's just no pressure onto him while he just goes forward and continues doing this. I think Subin did an excellent job last game, just getting those supers and converting it into pressure. But I need to see more coming out from Marco.
Humble are playing for an appearance in today's grand final. They will go to the World Finals as the #2 seed. That will not change regardless of anything else that happens today. For Heretics, they are playing for the World Finals. They're locked in for LCQ. They just need to make today's grand finals, and Humble are that thorn in their side. Luki now forced back as Marco just swinging around this map, and that's a great connection to Boss at maximum range. They've got to make moments like this count realistically here and buy all the time they can in this mid to get these gems in their pocket.
5 to 6 right now, but Luki will be looking for it. Subin gets caught there by Bot, but got the gadget to bail him out. Symantec though in the backlines with that hypercharge should be able to run down iKaos. Marco misses that super. They can't even clean up Symantec here with Luki and the pinch there. And it's all gone so wrong for Team Heretics.
Time is running out. Humble will pocket that 9th gem. The 10 is about to come in. Sabine staying far back here as the Lumi's shots are going to be quite hard to juke around this. Be able to close the gap now as close to time as well, get some shots on the boss, but then shut down and more gems dropped. 10 seconds left, and it's just a dream and a hope for Heretics that I don't think is going to pay off. Marco with one final ditched attempt to do so, shut down immediately, and Humble turn around. They crushed the World Finals dreams for Heretics for now. They'll have to go there through the LCQ to see what they can rekindle, but that was their best opportunity. Stop to the helm, Humble, remain firm, and we'll see yet another grand finals here today.
Novo fans rejoice. You guys are still going to the World Finals directly. You got Humble to thank for that in the final hour. They managed to bring down Team Heretics. But what a performance from them. They will be going to the last chance qualifying. If they keep the standard up, I do believe they will be a devastating team to go up against. But what a way to end the regular season for them.
Humble made it to the grand finals only twice so far. Both of these times happened in the spring split once they managed to win against Foot. Now they can get revenge, as in the summer split so far their record is 3-0 twice versus Foot Esports. Just looking at that last map again, Humble didn't look as dominant as they used to in the past. Heretics had a very good chance at actually clutching this one. And I am heartbroken for Heretics at this point. They were just one game away to clutching World Finals, Art.
Yeah, I mean, definitely massive commiserations to them. I think they can be proud of their performance, but that's not going to cut it. Like, that was not the plan. They came out here today with one goal and one goal only, and the stars really did align in their favor as well. I think that was the best platform for them to have today. I mean, pretty much every other eventuality worked out in their favor. And to get like 2 games away from being able to lock it in, I mean, no one wants to go through LCQ, especially not this year when it's just so competitive. So much can go against you in that regard. And that may be like the one thing that they look back on and live to regret.
EMEA truly delivered today. We had a couple of 3-2s, many 3-1s as well, close matches all across the board. I'm very happy about that, by the way. We now have a Foot versus Humble in the finals. Foot didn't show any weaknesses so far. They had 2 3-0s in their semis and quarterfinals. And now on the side of Humble, personally, I felt like the biggest weakness probably draft. More often than not, I sided with Heretics draft in this one. How are you feeling about that, Sven?
I'm sharing the same opinion as you guys as well. I'm just trying to think back to Humble's path towards this final. Like, they've just gone through so much diversity, right? Was it like with so much on the line with them? You also had Heretics as well. It felt like it's just been too much of a walk in the park. I think in previous monthly finals, you say, okay, I'll maybe actually favor Humble because, you know, I don't know what the saying that Bobby used to say, but the toughest soldiers
Get the hardest battles.
That's it, exactly. Yep. And it would work in Humble's favor and other sports as well. That's normally how the cookie crumbles. But Foot just, not even a single scratch today. So if there's anyone to do it, it has to be Humble.
What you're saying is, like, have they been tested enough really warming up to this grand finals? It's the fact that Humble have just been for a marathon run, you know? But that normally is the semi-finals, but they should be winning, in my opinion, at least a bit more convincingly. I would say that it's been noticed in the community that they're not necessarily as strong as they were in the first half of this year. And what's going on behind the scenes, who knows, right? But I think since Brawl Cup, like, did they peak too early this year? That's my only kind of reservation. On the other side of things, again, I'll say what I said earlier. For Foot Esports, this is the best run that I've seen across any region in Brawl Esports history. And I don't say that lightly. That's a massive statement. But when you look back on things, especially if today is going to avail to a grand finals victory, you'll look back on the season and realize that one instance that they did not win the grand finals was separated in the final 5 or 10 seconds of bounty by 3 stars. That's the only thing that prevented them from having an entire clean sheet. But they've got to get through Humble one last time.
I do think about Brawl Cup there, Humble is still a different beast when it comes down to LAN events. Even in the year they won the World Finals, they didn't have the most monthly final wins. Did they even have any, actually? Maybe 1, exactly. So I still feel like even if the Humble that we see in the recent months is a bit weaker than what we saw at the beginning of the year, they can very well still win even against Foot Esports. Where we're going to find out very soon. Because Humble just has a marathon behind them, they just come out of that match. We're going to give them some time to prepare for the grand finals. So we're going to be back in a couple minutes.
Oh, that was bad.
Yeah. Smash break. Don't do this at home.
Sorry, I can't hear you from the bottom of the leaderboard. What'd you say?
22!
I had a vision. I had a vision.
What's up, guys? The monthly finals are back, and it's time for summer split. So, of course, we have a lot of stuff to split. Your job is to split the object as evenly as possible in 2 halves. Are you guys ready?
Absolutely. I'm a little bit scared how close Ark's proximity is to a knife and me, but...
You didn't hear what you said off camera before we started.
Safety first. Put on some gloves. The first object is strawberries. Ark, you are the first one to go.
Is there any strat? Like, is a big one better than a small one? I'm going to go for this one.
So serious.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at the technique.
I love this.
He just kind of attacked. It's on at least.
22.
Okay. I've never seen this game played before, so that seemed impressive.
Can we make sure to clean the lingering juice so that it doesn't alter my score?
Kenny, you're up next.
I mean, we're looking at these, right? This is clearly what I should do.
So I get left with the...
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm just going to take a quick glance at her.
Oh, at her? It's a her? It's a she?
I beg to differ.
I have no idea.
Oh, that was...
I think left's heavier.
Look how hollow that one is, though.
Oh,
that is true. That is true. Yeah, that is true.
That can't be on me. That can't be on me. Ooh. Oh, it's not even. Oh, it's 0.3 off. That's criminal.
Look at this one. That's horrible.
Oh, dude, this should be super easy.
I'm gonna do a little diag. I feel like I'm gonna do a little
just so you know,
diagonal.
there's a crater on the inside. It's gonna be hollow on that side.
Going
that's horrible. That's actually.
What are you doing, boy?
Yeah, because it was so misshapen.
Oh no!
And how many times do you watch TikTok every day? You've seen this done.
Oh, that's...
Your short form content rate should be nailing this.
Oh, it's gonna be like 10 grams off.
This is disaster. Oh my God. 29, 22.
You can just hang
Ay, ay, ay. Round 2, we got crackers, and you have to use your hand muscles, okay?
I don't have those.
You got this, okay?
Why do I get to go first on the one?
You get to pick anyone you want.
Yeah, but
though.
like, it's a cracker.
There's a lot of complaining going on here.
I was gonna say, this is a lot of excuse making here. This is
I don't know which way to go.
No,
I'm just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna go for it.
As your opponent, I think that's... Oh, I think you're doing the other way.
Yeah, that's 2 halves.
I mean, you saw that too, right? Like, this guy just some people have it, some people don't.
8 and...
Okay,
Not bad. Oh, 7.
Oh,
No.
7, 10.
7 and 10.
Lingering on 10.
Next up.
Talk to
Okay,
your fans.
Kenny, let's go. You got this,
Okay,
okay?
it's a little misshapen. We're gonna go for a rough chop here. Here we go.
I like this. I like this.
I don't know. I don't
Maybe
think I got-
one
I think it
grab
was
on
poor
the right.
technique.
But I like
right,
this.
right mental, wrong technique.
7
Right
left.
mental wrong.
7 right as well.
Woo! Okay, Trev, this is not looking good for you.
Congrats.
This is a 2-man. I didn't realize there were 2 people playing this game.
Okay, Ark.
I'm going to win. Oh, this is a bit of a...
Oh, yeah, I had to adjust for this.
Yeah, I have to adjust this. I'm not going diagonal. It's not what I'm doing. I'll tell you that.
Come on
This
now.
could be bad.
Can't even break it.
we went. Oh,
That's pretty good.
I think we got a chance here.
bad.
This looks solid.
We're saying 8.
8. That seems about right.
Oh, I'll take it, Joel.
That's very solid.
I'll take it.
Very solid.
I'll take it.
Round 3, we got frikadeller. Danish meatballs.
Oh,
And this time you'll get another weapon. No, the scissor.
Why do I feel like I've thrown the easiest 2 rounds now?
They don't smell good.
It's your lunch, by the way. Kenny, you go first.
Can I get this guy? So I
Yeah,
use the
I
scissors.
picked the smallest scissor I could find.
I can even fit my fingers through it. I'm thinking right there-ish. Just gonna eyeball it a little bit.
I'm liking this.
Oh, so supportive, guys.
Got 40.
Oh, it's not close. Oh, that was bad.
It is a big object, though.
53 and
This is a toughie.
46.
Big object.
You know, that wasn't my best work.
Dude, I don't think that's going to be
I'm
too bad.
surprised. I think it's pretty good.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Next up is Ark,
I'm nervous in this one, genuinely.
and you're left-handed.
And they're all shaping differently.
They are. I'm gonna go for this one, which might be a bad shout. To be fair, but it's flatter. I'm going to go with that, and maybe like a little bit more to the right.
He's turning.
Oh, he's
That's-
whoa,
yeah.
a little right turn.
Okay, let's see. And what about the right-hand side being less?
That
to be
feels
honest?
good. Oh!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is ridiculous.
Hey! No pressure, Trav. No pressure.
The list of my skills is endless.
He laughed before it even started. You really
Yeah,
need to
you
win
need
here.
a
Let's
point.
reevaluate
You
the
need-
situation.
He's already halfway through cutting it, and he's
It's falling apart.
ooh, a little right. Oh, there's.
No,
this guy looks a little weightier. He looks a little weightier on
It
this
just
side.
fell apart a little, Kenny. That wasn't my fault, I don't
No,
think.
but he looks like he's got a little bit
That's
to him.
not-
No, the other side's way weightier.
No, 57 and 44.
It was an attempt.
Great attempts there by our casting colleagues. Spen, I think that's the first time you saw this one. Any comments towards your fellow casters?
I mean, he actually did all right on the last one. I mean, the other ones were questionable, but it's mainly Trav. That diagonal, like we were talking about, I don't know what math classes he was in before, but he does not know ball.
British ones. That's the thing.
British ones, mate. I tell you what, he complained a lot. Even when the fruit was apparently hollow, and that was the reason why I went like, it's full of excuses.
Now we want to head towards a bit more important things here. The grand finals of the EMEA monthly finals, the last ever we get to see in 2026. FUT Esports versus Humble. And it's like it was meant to be. Seed 1 and 2 in the finals. I get a little bit of a flashback here. Yesterday we said already, how poetic is it that the top 2 teams finally face up against each other again. And those two have faced in the summer split so far every single time in the semis, because FUT somehow qualified through the lower bracket. That was the reason why, by the way. Now finally on opposite ends of the bracket again, they meet in the grand finals. In the past, it was Humble win one grand final over FUT, FUT win one grand final over Humble. Who is gonna take it today? What's your thoughts here?
My thoughts here are that FUT Esports have dropped 3 sets in monthly finals since April. 3 sets.
Oh my God.
You know? Like, I mean, that is ridiculous. I mean, for any team in any region. But then you add to the fact that they've only lost 1 grand finals this season on top of that, and that was a double match point against Humble. I think it's very fitting that we find ourselves here. This is, for me, what has made EMEA so enjoyable this year, and it's kind of like the inevitable, right? But for esports, I mean, I've never seen a run quite like it. I really have not. And Humble have been throwing everything at them to try to topple them, and sometimes yes, sometimes no. I just don't know whether today I feel like Humble will be able to do it. They seem like they're just a bit deflated. I'm hoping this is a close battle. I would love to end this season in EMEA on a 5-setter, but the way that with the way that FUT performed earlier, like you said, Spen, like, were they just that dominant, or were they just not tested heavily enough?
Well, on the flip side with Humble, they have been tested a lot, and they seem to be persevering right now. Although some people might question it and say, okay, well, 3-2 versus Heretics, in theory, this should be performing a little bit better, but when you have something to play for, and especially Team Heretics had so much on the line, the preparation is just a lot more for your team. There's just so much focus on trying to win. But Humble, again, like, it's a little bit disappointing, right? 3-0, 3-0 is not what they would have wanted, and honestly, I can't put my finger on it too much, because one monthly final, draft did seem a little bit off for them, but one of them, to be honest, FUT just looked better. It wasn't that Humble are bad or anything. FUT just seems to have their number at the moment, and we speak about LAN performances, but I know for a fact, after speaking to multiple Humble members, they care about LAN, but they really care about monthly finals as well. I mean, after all is said and done, if they win the World Finals again, yeah, they won't care about monthly finals, right? But they want to win. They are true professionals. At every given point, they want to win, but FUT just seem to have their number, whether it's with draft, whether it's map draft as well coming in. After hearing Semantic a few times in several interviews, he feels like he hasn't got the grasp of it just yet. I think FUT have perfectly executed it so far. Time and time again, we talk about Pit Stop. This is a map which people normally use against the bad teams, and FUT have learnt it. So I think, hopefully, if you're a Humble fan, they've gone behind the scenes and they've worked on stuff, because this is what they were known for when they won World Finals, right? They outdrafted everybody, outskilled everybody. Let's see whether they've got it in this monthly final.
We just watched again how they were performing in their semifinals. We also saw the draft again. Both of them left Bolt and Starnova open. We only saw Bolt once today, and that was actually one of the sets that Humble lost. Now, both of these teams already knew since a month that they will go to the World Finals. FUT has locked that #1 seed, even if Humble wins today. Totem now knows they can breathe through. Even though they dropped out in the quarterfinals, they keep that seed 3, because Heretics, if they actually would have won it all today, could have claimed that 3rd seed off of them. And Novo, not playing in the August monthly finals, but they still sit in that slot. Navi and Heretics take the LCQ seats here in EMEA. Those 4 teams are going to move into Tokyo. Who do you think has the best chances, maybe apart from FUT, to make it far?
I mean, Humble are tried and tested in that environment. There's no denying that. You know, that's kind of where they really go up a gear. I think, to be honest, for me, I think the Humble play at LAN versus their monthly finals better than any team in any region, honestly. It's like you can't even compare the two, as the maps are flying through, and this is where I kind of want to see Humble, like you said, Spen, kind of really gravitate towards like where they're going to be strongest against FUT, because they've struggled to claim any sets against them really in this side of the season. But Golden Gulch first and Pit Stop, the map that you were literally just saying as number 2.
I'm not surprised at all. And Semantic's been very vocal as well about how much he hates Pit Stop. I don't know whether that's going to work against him or not, but regardless, no matter what he says, they're going to pick Pit Stop, right? And it seems to be working. But maybe, again, if they really focus on the draft, literally, FUT have drafted 2 times already Pit Stop. Let's see if there's anything in the draft that we can pick apart, with Rico, Ruffs, Lumi, and Bolt being banned out. I mean, the Ruffs is just... I've liked it so far from every team, but even when you ban Ruffs, they just still just sweep everybody at this point.
I just spoke about Bolt finally banned out. Both of these teams left him open all day long. FUT seemed to think that against Humble, even though Humble were the ones that just let him slide through and got beaten by it, they need to ban this brawler. They leave a couple of brawlers open that Humble is known for, that their opponents so far have banned out consistently. So let's see how that is going to go down. Very targeted global bans here though by Humble. The Reaker and the Ruffs are 2 of FUT specials at the moment. Coming back really quickly to my question though, I think Reply Totem, last time they played in Tokyo, they actually won. That was Tokyo Masters a couple of years ago. I think they also have quite a good chances at LAN now that they qualify for Worlds directly. FUT got 83% of the votes at home. Yeah, their #1 seed. They won against Humble twice already in the summer split. Makes sense to me. And our viewers so far are pretty good in their predictions, so let's see if they're right again. We are starting on Golden Gulch, and this is Humble's map pick for a very good reason, as it's one of FUT's worst maps, actually. They don't win on it too often, they didn't scrim it too much either. I'm excited to see if Humble can take that first set immediately, and I think we might be in for another ride. This might be the match where FUT Esports finally drops a couple of sets again. As Ark mentioned previously, only dropped 3 sets in all of the summer split. Insane. Gene is gonna come out first here on a map like Golden Gulch, where you have a lot of bushes. That scouting is gonna come in handy.
Okay, well, good ban so far. I like to see the Star Nova highly valued here. Gene first pick, what's not to like? The one time that we did see a little bit of a scrim for foot, they did bring in a GG spend, just so you know, as well. So just putting that one out there early on, just in the eventuality it does come to fruition. But Max, very aggressive ideas already coming in here from Humble. I quite like it. I mean, sometimes we see the Daryl combined with the Gene on the left side here for foot. That's quite a disgusting little strat sometimes, but the Max is certainly going to be able to bring this whole force forwards. Kind of want to see whether we might see maybe even like a Meg come in here as well to really assert that kind of pressure.
Thinking perhaps maybe like, oh no, Nodria's banned it out. I was about to say that's a Luki specialist. I think they, yeah, you speak about the GG. I'm scared if they go Meg, right? Because
then you might see it.
Yeah, but
yeah.
we're going to see it. But they go with the Pierce. I mean, it's Luki at the end of the day. He's going to be tapping everyone regardless. So now, if you're foot, you've got the Gene already. You need somebody that is going to push the opponents back with a little bit more range. Gene actually has some decent matchups into the Pierce and Max so far. What realistically can you go? Surge is still open, although it is a little bit risky into the Pierce. We saw it yesterday. I mean, it did work out actually for Crazy Raccoon here, but I think into the Pierce it can be devastating. They go with a Byron. Again, this is Nob's bread and butter, it feels like. And now they're surely going to be pairing this with an aggressive option. Surely it's going to be Mina. Surely it's going to be something that's pushing the opponents back.
Mina coming in here. Great analysis from you, Spen. A very foot-coded comp here, something we have seen from them quite often already. On the side of Humble, they finally get to play their Pierce. It was banned out against them every single round in the semis again. And we did have 5 sets of that. Now finally Luki can play his main brawler again. We have still one more pick on the side of Humble. Not too much to pick anymore, I feel, as they have the speed, the range already. Something aggressive would be good on their hands as well. Buster gonna come in, didn't scrim it too often, but I rate it quite highly, especially into that Gene. What do you think of these two drafts here, Spen? You're our specialist this weekend.
I was going to say Buster or Daryl. So Buster's good into the Mina because you can interrupt the third sequence. And with Mina, you want to be up close and personal, right? So it's quite clear with with Humble's strategy, they're going to be trying to play the late game here. With Mina, it's going to be hard to pick off a kill. But again, it's Angel Boy and Mina. You can never doubt it.
Okay, well, in we go for the last grand final in EMEA 2026. It's the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed. For Esports, already off to a good start. Trying to keep Humble clustered up here as well. Just going to give more value over to Guesty. Boss trying to dig around this and get some space for his team. He's down to 344 HP in that top corner. And it's immediately Humble met with a bit of a brute force object here as for Esports is much more in control.
Yeah, Nob is tapping on the Baron so far. I mean, he has a decent matchup into the Max and the Pierce. Boss is trying his best to fight himself out of spawn. Guess he already has the super. He's not going to miss one of those. It's an easy pull onto Semantic. So far, so good for Foot as Boss dwindles down. Luki's getting not a lot of value so far with the Pierce pick. It seems like Foot just have the strategy to adapt into this Buster pick. Again, it's quite clear with Buster. You want to be waiting towards the end game, but you've got to get there first and foremost, and Foot know that, so they're rushing against the clock.
Now with the speed. And there, the montage coming forward as well. Humble trying to make some moves happen. Oh my word! That was fast, that was quick, and now Nob all alone at such an early stage in this game, and he can't even shoot his HP to keep it low. He hasn't got anything to do with that. It's maxed already. Gas so far away here. I mean, Boss going to come around now, and it might even give a hypercharge over to Nob if he's not careful here. So, I mean, but what an explosive way to start the round, and this is what worries me a little bit with Humble having this max.
I think especially you pair the max hypercharge with the Buster. You saw it work right there. Boss is going to work his way onto it. Nob's going to find the kill onto Boss. But hey, Semantic was just having a little cuddle session with Luki there. He knew that he could just charge his hypercharge for free and didn't really want to engage with Nob too much. So again, I think Humble are just going to wait for that hypercharge. They know that Nob was lurking there the past 2 rounds. This time, all 3 members of Foot are going to group together. Angel Boy knows he has to take an aggressive position. But how will he find the kill? Luki is alone at the moment. If Angel Boy manages to sniff him out, could get a good super. Hypercharge is popped here. Semantic is pushing in. It's insanely aggro, but he's really weak. He needs to be careful. Nearly gets caught out by the Baron Hypercharge. But that's a lot of utility wasted from Humble.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, look at that smash as well from Nob, gonna seal it. I love the way that Foot there were just so quick on the retreat. They cannot afford to allow the bus to close the gap and then connect that slow-mo replay gadget, which then sucks in the opposition. That's the magic handers there with Guesty and Angel were there for support. Just a 3v1 in a position that Luke cannot realistically win or contest. Should be a straightforward round, but not a squad to really fumble these kinds of moments. They'll just seal it up and lock it down. First game goes the way of Foot.
I think looking back on that, the Humble guys will surely think they made a mistake and an error there. They used their utility way too early, and then when you use it, you're like, okay, well, now I've just wasted all of it. Then sometimes you try and overextend and gain it back. They could have probably held on to that and waited towards the end game. A little bit unfortunate there, but yeah, they need to not let that affect them because they've got another few games here where they can turn things around. They nearly do so straight away with Guesty getting pretty weak. Now Foot are getting pinned back into their spawn. Nob is insanely weak here, does get pinched down. Lukey with a super as well. This is a great turnaround from Humble so far as Angel Boy has to retreat into the spawn again. You've got Max and Buster who can charge up their supers automatically here. So if you're Humble, you're just trying to get some chip shots. You're trying to build up that utility for the second round.
Yeah, the way Humble approached that was so much better in my opinion. Really boxed out there, Nob, and once you take down the healer of this comp, it's definitely going to be a much swifter way of just toppling down the rest of the players. Gas coming in, as I'm sure Angel will be welcoming that one for sure. Will pop, and that first round goes then the way of Humble. Let's see now as they come back in if they can keep this up or whether Foot will start to then resist the attempts. Once Guesty gets Magic Hand, things do tend to change to how aggressive Humble can afford to be.
Let's see what Humble's strategy is this time around. Guesty got to be lurking towards his super here because he's starting to be a little bit more aggressive. Hype Charge Buster should be able to deflect that if he times it correctly. Bob's got to be working his way to a Hype Charge pretty soon. Angel Boy, he's lurking with the super. He did manage just to gain it in that last interaction in the last round there, which Humble shouldn't really have afforded here, but Angel Boy goes in here, tries to bait out Semantic, does land the super, and great team communication there. They get the kill onto Semantic, and that's exactly what they needed. 3 versus 2 situation here. If you thought you're going to try and get this Gene super, Boss is trying his magic so much. Lukey is going for it here. Boss is going extremely aggressive, but Max is more of a support brawler. It's really hard to confirm kills with her, but in the end, Foot are in a great position here, slowly pinching down Lukey. Lukey has his hypercharge for the next round, though. Boss probably does as well. I couldn't call it at this position. Oh.
I was surprised that Boss used speed, honestly. I mean, I like that from Humble. The idea of not taking it lying down and trying just to equalize the playing field, make it a 2 versus 2. I think he got some good value afterwards regardless, though, so yeah, getting back. Oh, look at that! The second he was able to get that utility in the hypercharge inbound. Guesty secures it. Now, Foot in a 3 versus 2, tapping away Semantic as well. Nicely done there as well. Now, Lukey should shortly fall. Nob's still going to join the party. He was down there on the bottom of the map. It's going to be very, very tough now. I think that, despite the way that Humble started, I thought they had a real chance to make it work. I mean, Lukey gets that kill. I still feel like unless some mistakes are made here, the Angel Boy is slow going to heal up and not take his chances. I mean, Pierce does have the range, but I think in this position now, with the gas coming in, something badly wrong has to happen here for this to not go Foot's way.
Yes, it confirms the kill, and they confirm the set just like that. And it's crazy the level of these two teams where we're only talking about like micro misplays, not even misplays, it's just small interactions that don't go one team's favor. Max, again, you spoke about Boss using that super. I believe he used a gadget as well. I don't think he had Phase Shifter available, and that's why Gene could confirm a free pull. Again, only small moments go in the way of Foot there. It wasn't like a complete domination. Humble are in this, but they are also moving on to Pit Stop. It's a map that they don't like, and Foot like it. In this situation, if you're Humble, you needed to win the map that you picked.
Lukey finally gets to play his Pierce. Still, Humble can't get that first set. That was also their map pick. We're now heading over to one of Foot Esports Special, but Lukey standing there alone at the last moment. If it was any other team, I might even say he can win a 1v3 with Pierce. Not in this one. Foot's just too good, playing it perfectly together. Also got a couple of very comfort picks, of course, with Nob on the Byron and Mina in hands of Angel Boy.
Some strong stats here. I mean, Guesty on a Gene with 7 kills is really massively commendable. I'm sure a lot of those were the resulting hand of, like, you know, combining 2 players to swiftly take down those max pulls, which happened a bit too frequently for me. I mean, that's a brawler which can, like, phase shift away and have a lot of, you know, evasive tactics that just were not being really implemented. It's just amazing to see every single time that speed came forward, Guesty didn't hesitate. And it's very, very scary to me just how punishing for esports can be in these moments. And you know, with a team like Humble right now, which normally I'd be siding with as having a much closer prospect here, but they are not looking comfortable. Things are not looking right to me on those player cams. They're looking stressed. They're not necessarily smiling. Even if they're kind of winning, that's one thing that they are quite reserved in. But in these moments, you do got to come together. For bans here as well, I'm looking for these big heavy hitters. Miko, Shade, Kit. I think as well, brawlers like Edgar and Barry have got to have a place here as well. So good to see a lot of those banned out early on.
It was just Guesty's aura on that Gene. It confused Boss and he got himself pulled a bit too often. For Foot, we saw this map twice already. It's one of their favorites, I feel. Played Kit in both times, so for Humble to ban him out here actually super wise. They paired it twice with either a BB or a Shade and then had something to defend, Lumi or Grip. Many of these brawlers are now out of the way, all of them now, as Shade is the first pick for Humble. So they watched very closely what Foot did in the quarters and the semis. All 6 brawlers that Foot had so far in this map are now either banned or picked.
I think the only other counter you can really go is the Buzz, and Angel Boy has loved Buzz for years. They take away 3 of the best counters to Shade, as you say, but there's surely a couple of more that they can spring in here. Buzz is one of my favorite brawlers in Pit Stop because you have so much utility, being able to defend with the stun, and then with the hypercharge, you can turn into Spider-Man and just launch up the map. So he's going to go on to Buzz. It's Angel Boy, right? He's known for his Buzz. So now, in the past, weirdly enough, Foot have also turned this into like a control map. They like a lot of like Meeple, weirdly enough. They liked Roughs in the past, which like for a base race map, you wouldn't see these types of brawlers. So I wouldn't see it. I wouldn't mind it being paired with a Meeple.
Kaze here is not banned. I think that it's definitely a Foot Esports comp. They would pair it with the Kit being banned out the side of Humble. I think it was wise, but it's still so dangerous to leave open. Carl, though, going to be more their flavour for the moment. Let's see how that one is going to fare. I definitely feel like there's like space to maneuver, more of an aggressive push. I think that, you know, brawlers like Edgar being banned out by Foot going to be quite key to eradicate those sort of things as well. So I think there's some very good bans overall. Despite the BB ban, Bull can sometimes come through here. Don't necessarily mind it if it does, in my opinion, but certainly as well, I think Barry, very underrated here. The Colt is a concern too, though, that Humble wouldn't mind bringing in. It can just open up so much and just change the way that this draft is going to play out. So I wouldn't mind seeing that either.
I would like to see something to defend here. Humble goes with Otis. As soon as I saw the Carl, I was thinking, Surge, you jump him out of his super. You just make sure he can never really super knock him out of it. Otis, still a decent pick here, especially into that boss, is gonna do a lot of damage, has the stun also to defend. They now have something to deal damage, something to defend, can go with something with a bit more range here now, or just double down on the attack. And today, Pit Stop has just been that base race map, so I feel like doubling down here on the damage would not be a
really
wrong
your best
choice. Go with the Kaze themselves, we mentioned it. It's one of a common pick also for the side of Foot Esports, taking that away, doubling down on the damage. I think that was the right choice.
I was going to say BB, but it is banned out. What do you go here now for Foot? So you've got one brawler that primarily is just going to go on the offense with Carl. You've got Buzz that can do a little bit of in between, but like 2 in between brawlers really, Foot, that can go on the defend and then go onto the offense as well. Again, this would be a good Surge game. Surge still not picked up. It's a good defense into Shade, and it's a good defense into the Kaze as well. So yeah, this is a good draft from Foot, but I'm interested in the Otis because, again, I would have preferred a Surge as a defensive brawler for Humble, but they picked the Otis instead. Maybe they're seeing something we're not here. They're the professionals, so let's see how it plans out.
Yeah, same. Surge is going towards the side of Foot Esports. Let's see what the Otis can do. Overall, I still kind of side with Humble's comp. As said, Pit Stop is the base race map, and they have a bit more of a base race comp. Therefore, they should be able to take this one and potentially even out the score.
Yeah, I side with you as well, Sonny, in that regard. I think that Humble have got the comp that I prefer. I mean, Shade and Kaze. But then Foot Esports, always find a way. You know, this is the scariest thing about them. Like, they know exactly what they're doing. Not going to Carl as well. I mean, I love to see him really champion this brawler. It's been a while since I've really seen him on it, but I just cannot forget how accomplished he really is on it. Pinched out there, though. Guesty will get the trade and make it good on the side of foot. Keep that pressure on. It's 9% that he was able to achieve on the save with that pickaxe. And now Humble are still chasing their first glimmer of a bit of a scratch to the save.
Your boy getting really weak there. Luki confirms the kill. Luki on the shade is extremely dangerous. Semantic on the save. The lead barely going towards Humble, but Nob with the fire gadget is going to burn the save down. Just a few percentages left. He gets the crack just in time. And you can see this happen again. Angel Boy has hypercharge already. He's going to work his way onto the save. He's going to save his super. He knows not to waste it because Otis is just going to mute him, plain and simple. Holds it for now because Boss now is without super, but just about confirms the kill in time. But here we have just Nob on the save and Semantic and Luki on the save on the opposite side of things. That's going to be a crack to each team.
Nob there with damage gear. Used the heater check to catch it onto the Otis there, not onto the save. I didn't mind it, it got the kill, but normally you'd be reserving that to get maximum effect on the save. He got the crack regardless, and at 49% apiece, we are neck and neck. Foot trying to hold down his defensive position here, as Guessy does earn the super. Gets a nice hit on Semantic there. Luki choosing to actually hold back on going on the aggressive there. I thought he was going to go in. Nice stun there from Angel Boy through the wall as well for good measure, and now Foot can go on the hunt. Angel Boy comes back and baits it out. Normally goes straight to the safe. He lands smack bang onto Semantic there instead.
That was insane from Angel Boy. The way that he was just so patient, waiting for Luki to use his super. Guesty manages to get the knockback. He knows there's a surge. He can't really afford a shade to go onto the save. Great hypercharge super there from Angel Boy. He's still going to stay alive, but they get the defense onto the Carl. Carl not really paying too much dividends. He's getting onto the safe every now and then, but is it going to be enough with 15 seconds left? It's looking like Humble should be able to go on the offensive, but Guesty's going to get the takedown. Boss is trying to get a little bit more damage. The lead is going the way of Humble. No one is up from Foot. And maybe Humble might have learned from all of the beatings in the past. Can they finally beat Foot on this map?
That was very convincing. It was much better. You can see that they are now communicating a bit more on the side of Humble, and it's maybe not necessarily all smiles just yet, but it's the start that they needed to have. I think that if they didn't really get that first game in the bag, then it may have just continued down this kind of path of misery. I like the way the surge was working out, far better than I was expecting it to. I think Guesty's really landing a lot of these shots and getting the upper hand more often than not. But really, I've got to see Angel Boy making his way to the safe a bit better. This Otis is shutting him down time and time again. So if him and Nob can continue this aggressive idea here with those lane sides, Nob landing that heat ejector and having the support, this is good early damage here for Foot Esports.
Have complete control, eventually going to get pinched out. And Guesty, he's just going to be the sweeper keeper here, sweeping up everything going his way. Angel Boy's going to work his way onto this save. Instead of going onto the save, he kills Semantic still. And that's thanks to the stop out. It gives you the additional 0.5 second stun. And that's great into those tanks. Angel Boy now with his super. He's probably working his way already close to a hypercharge. Nob just being annoying, just constantly with a Carl. You have to pinch out a Carl. That's why he's so annoying on a map like this. Angel Boy confirms the kill again. It feels like he does not miss on the bus.
Banstorm there from Semantic, who's being a real pest on this bottom left now as he gets the pinch between Angel Boy and Guesty finally. Angel Boy with some value, gonna go to Semantic as well, and still gets the kill on 5 HP. Damage gear rolling in, and that's a lot of damage for Foot Esports. Nob's gonna heal though. Angel Boy too, and Luki knows it's time to strike. Oh my word! Angel Boy is absolutely disgusting, as now all 3 members of Foot Esports surround the safe, get it done, equalize the set.
I think Angel Boy realized, like, yeah, I'm getting some kills throughout the game, but I'm just gonna go to ham right now. He's so good, and this is why so many pro players have said this year that Angel Boy is the best in the world. He's always been so good, and now everything is just playing so, like, it's perfect for him. The storyline is really building up right now. Angel Boy again going straight onto Semantic. Semantic does a much better job this time around. He dashes out of the way and confirms the kill onto Angel Boy. Now let's see if Semantic can get onto the save. Angel Boy is that close to super, so he should be able to get some damage. 12%, 16%. That's a bit better from Humble this time around, but time and time again, it feels like they just can't keep this Carl away from the safe as he chips away again. Foot are on the offensive with 3 players now burning down the throats of Humble.
Fast splatter there, which did not connect onto Nob, keeping him in position now, and all this damage is happening because they did not get that kill when they needed to. 42% left then on the Humble safe. I think that Humble can definitely still do this. It's not all lost, but look at that. Between Guesty there and Nob and Aiden, boy, this is just absolutely disgusting. Straight on the safe yet again, trying to get this crack. I'm not sure they're going to be able to succeed on it. Still time for Semantic to get it done on the other side of the field. Gets the crack from Zone, but it's playing so much catch-up now. I mean, one little tap in that safe, and then Esports are already on that final crack, and there it is.
High charge from Guest. He's trying to shoot against the wall to get an extra bit of damage. Really good heads-up play from him so far. He's going to get the kill onto Boss as well. We've only 25% left on the save. The super's going in from Nob. That's going to be a lot of damage. Angel Boy on the save as well. And there we have it. Foot 2 sets up to 0. It's incredible gameplay. Honestly, just their management of the game. They're consistently cycling out respawns. And that just means Humble just have no breathing room. And especially in the first interaction, they win it, they get the lead, and then they just can continue because that's how it works in Heist. If you get that lead, you can build on that momentum. So fantastic play from Foot so far. For one moment, I thought Humble might have found the answer, but then Foot just find another way to win once again.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I felt like there was definitely a set there for Humble. I mean, they definitely showed signs of great promise. I think the comp was definitely very good, but I think that against the might of the Carl and the Buzz, it was just so hard in that stage to really do much about it. It's just a very scary prospect for me that for Esports, despite all this kind of pressure that Humble were able to inflict on things, as the #2 seed in EMEA, there still seems like such a big divide between these two teams. It's kind of insane to me.
Looking at the stats here now too, it kind of went down like we established coming into the match. Yes, Humble might have the better comp, but Foot will eventually find a way, just like we said. They dropped their first game, but then they adapt, overcome, and win it anyways. 2-0 up right now. The Surge, a lot more kills than the Otis. Should they have picked up the Surge like we said? I don't know if it was just that in the end, but yeah, something went wrong for Humble again.
I think no matter what Humble are trying right now, it's just not working. And it's not because Humble are a bad team whatsoever. It's just Foot are that good. They find ways to win, even in situations where, Humble come up with a bit of a different pick. I mean, Otis isn't like the worst brawler in Heist. He's really good, but he's phased out of the meta a little bit. It's a great shutdown option, and they still manage ways to get onto the high safe every single time. Now moving on to Pinball Dreams, and we have the Max, which is a great pick in Heist as always. I mean, it's just a perfect first pick. There's no Crow as well, so realistically in Pinball Dreams, I don't know, Rico is banned out as well. Perhaps the Stu maybe and a thrower?
Max was the first pick also in the semis, so makes sense here.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's very safe for sure. Definitely brawlers that worry me here as well that can change the tide here. I think Griff as well. Going to open things up for a potential Pierce, though. We know Lukey's going to be looking for that kind of brawler too. Love that Stu coming forwards for sure. Let's see as well how they fare for Esports. Can be combined with some throws as well, looking maybe at a potential Burial or Willow coming forwards later on in this draft. But back over to Humble, and will they kind of deviate towards this Pierce? I just kind of wonder if the map can be opened up a little bit along the way. It would definitely helping hand the idea, or just deviate away from that entirely.
Meeple picked away here also from Humble. They had Max, Meeple, Star Nova in their match against Heretics. It worked out wonderfully for them, one of the quickest Brawl sets we've seen. And now both of these out of the way. They need something good to pair here with the Max. M's coming in here. Now this makes sense. The synergy is here. They don't have the most range though. With that Meeple on the other side, I am a bit afraid of it. Pinball Dreams is also a map where I do want to mention throwers, even with that series banned out. Willow would still be a possible option here. And so far, outside of that Stu, we don't have too many wall breakers.
I'm thinking that Foot are going to bait them into something here. Stu and Meeple are both countered by the same types of brawlers. They have low damage. You'd think they'd go Ash, okay, Damien instead. So maybe they've read the bait here, I'm thinking. Again, like Stu and Meeple have the same counters. So what are Foot going to go now? I feel like that was probably their strategy leading into a last pick, Damien. You can't really go a thrower into this anymore. There's too much speed and aggression. you kind of need something that is a bit tanky yourself because Ems and Damien, and it's the Buzz again with Angel Boy. This is a great counter pick into the Ems, into the Damien as well. But I like both teams' compositions. Honestly, this is another 50-50 battle for me.
For me, I think that, you know, Humble have got a high win rate in this map, 90%. It could be the place where for Esports crumble. They haven't had the best success in their practicing, but again, scrims rarely say the full extent of the story, and a lot of the time, if teams are really doing what they should be doing in scrims, which is experimenting, trying to see what they can find that works, I mean, you know, that's what can bring down a win rate in that regard. But Buzz, definitely a dangerous brawler, who's already sitting in the right hands of someone like Angel Boy. It can do wondrous work, but until you've got that utility earned, you might be sitting back a little bit. You know, I think that it's going to help Angel Boy in moments like this where he can just earn that stun, but it's going to be where Humble can be able to push forwards and try to get that early advantage.
Angel Boy's going to take a while to get his super. He does get it now, and again with the extra stun star power, he's going to find that matchup into Semantic. Really nice, but Semantic manages to stay alive now with the amount of health that Humble have, but the ball has been spilt. Angel Boy is going to be able to respawn in time, and again, I think that's a tiny bit of a fumble there. It was a little bit hard with the Rage Quit gadget. The ball wasn't completely in their position, but still, they're going to be happy with this because the max speed is coming in imminent. Super coming in as well. Does actually not... Oh no, he does still get the shield. He's going to confirm the kill as well. Angel Boy with a response. Does actually stun out 2 of them, but Luki managed to stay alive now. 1 versus 3, sorry, but Boss is just going to walk this one in because of the lack of damage of a Stu and Meeple. I'm liking this Damien pick so far, but now Angel Boy on the reply with a Buzz Hypercharge. He's stunning galore, but I don't think he can confirm a kill onto Semantic. Now on the counter-aggressive here. Humble look to finish off this game. And there we have it. The Meeple and Stu's strategy is not pairing off too well. You called it quite correctly there, Ark, where this is looking like a good map for Humble.
It's no DPS, really. I mean, they're really so dependent upon the Rage Quit gadget of the Meeple, which, you know, to Nob's credit, worked out tremendously well to be able to evade one of them, but then he didn't have it on that recharge ready for the next inevitable attack. I mean, Ems and Max is dangerous and brutal in its own right, but then you add a Damien to the mix, and you're so dependent upon this Buzz to try to have to be able to, you know, take care of things. Now, Charles to the foot. We haven't really seen them in this position so far, and almost a shot on goal there from Guesty. Great aggression. What an early start in the opening 21 seconds of this game, and that's better from foot. We need to see more of that. This, though, with the max coming in, could be returned in kind very quickly.
Semantic jumps in here surely against the Stu and the Meeple. There's not enough in the tank. This is looking perfect if you're a Humble fan. Finally, we see a little bit more life from them. But now Nob has a Hypercharge. Pretty soon to use. They need to make use of this utility. Hypercharge is going to allow a few shots onto Damien. Guess he goes down though. Great kill from Boss over on the right-hand side. But the longer the game goes on, it's going to favor Humble even more. Angel Boy is going to... Oh, so close! I thought he had it there.
It's ridiculous. Nob is tapping so hard, by the way. I mean, 6 consecutive shots and then a follow-up. He only missed 1 and then got the 7th. I mean, it's just my rock. That's my rock. That's all I've got to say to that. Ridiculous. Angel Boy's getting all the fancy plays, but Nob is just so underrated. I say that because I don't think that people open their eyes enough to what he does for this squad. And then Guesty and Angel Boy take a lot of the flashier plays, but without Nob, they're nothing, and they know that as well, equally so. Guesty still on the top left-hand side, get Luki trying to open up some space here. Allow Semantic to come in, Hypercharge from Guesty will get the heals, but shut down nicely down there as Boss and Semantic hold the fort.
Angel Boy with the Hypercharge though, he's not letting any pressure get to him. Hypercharge from Meeple as well. Wow, this guy is insane. I'm running out of words. I mean, he's just so good on the Buzz. You can't even allow him to get control of the ball. No matter where he is on the map, he's gonna find an opportunity to score. And that might be the nail in the coffin. Because if you're getting scored on like that, your mental's got to be cooked.
I mean, it's one of those instances where if the chat is saying, stop the Angel Boy glaze, I'm sorry, I ain't listening to you. It's going to be happening all day long with plays like that. What's not to love? Absolutely insane. But a set that is far from over. Humble have got some momentum, but that was definitely a battering and a bit of a bruise to their Ego is now the push coming from the right-hand side from Luki and Boss. The speed is there, but no utility really from Boss. The ball passes to the left, and as quickly as that foot deflate the situation, and maybe even go for a little push for their own. Going to slow things down a little bit, tap away Boss, get that super in hand, but Boss has got no angle on goal. Almost got an absolutely disgusting rage quit super synergy, but it wasn't to be.
That was extremely close and extremely aggressive. I mean, the cheek of Nob to try and squeeze that one in.
Imagine if he had.
I know, he was trying to out-better his teammate there, trying to find the better goal. But Hypercharge already from Nob. He's not up to use it just yet. He knows he can just use that to confirm the kill pretty easily. Now the pressure going for Foot. They're going to wait for Smantic to respawn though. Angel Boy needs to build up that super. Now there's 3 people within his ring. He can get a super so quickly, but Boss says no. Maybe the wrong opportunity there because Humble can go on the counter attack here. Max Super, Smantic has so much health. Buzz with a respawn manages to save it just in time. And it feels like Angel Boy will now have his say. He should be able to get the kill onto Ems. And it's moments like that that you need to go in your favor if you want to beat a team like Foot.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But now Damien with Hypercharge could be the very thing that might be able to seal it. Samantha goes in, gets some great value. Not by fault here, he does. Angel Boy with the ball though, gets the stun as well. Past the Guesty, and the synergy is just unreal. For Esports get the goal. They're on match point, and Hub will have got to make the play.
You can just see it happening, but you can't stop it. These guys are just on a different wavelength. The stun from Angel Boy, Smantic jumps out, manages to get a double kill though, but time is against them. 30 seconds on the clock. They need to make use of this ball right now. Boss overextends though with 20 seconds left. They need to reply. They've got no Damien Super, a teammate that is needing to be respawned. Smantic's gonna go down as well, and it looks all but over.
A shot, a little glue there from Guesty trying to make a little flashy play, but it didn't quite go in. Angel Boy now 4 HP, goes straight in, gets some stunts for a good measure, Nob staying in position, and it's there for Esports, our champions yet again. It's 5 out of 6. For me, the most historic run in Brawl Esports history. Foot Esports are just inevitable.
3-0, 3-0, 3-0 against the second best team in the region. EMEA has always been known as one of the strongest regions in the world, and just to demolish your opposition every single time. No words left for this team. Moving on to the World Finals, these guys look unstoppable.
At LAN, at the World Finals, if Guesty is as good as he is at home on the world stage, they're champions. I can see it. I don't think that anyone around the world, and call me biased to my home region, can battle this, can fight this. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't know where Foot Esports have weaknesses. I don't envy any team around the world that have got to play this squad. It's just play after play after play. I mean, the production team behind the scenes, I can guarantee you've got to have the fastest fingers in the business to get this show reel ready in time, because every 5 seconds, there's a play to have to capture. It's just ridiculous, unreal from Foot, not just today, not just this split, but the entire season long.
It's kind of getting boring, isn't it? Just
No,
eating up
no.
first. Foot comes out on top, winning 5 out of 6 grand finals. You just witnessed the last grand final of EMEA this year. No more after that. It's just Worlds, and now we unfortunately don't get to see these guys play again until November. That's kind of heartbreaking. Humble, I must say, commiserations to them again. They definitely came into play today. They had some great moments. They looked like they're turning things around in that Brawl Ball set. Also in the heist set at that, but Foot just always finds a solution. Even if they drop the first game, they just adapt, overcome, and win.
They just go up another level every single time. Again, it's not because Humble are bad. There was moments in that game that they could have well and truly won. But again, it's these fine margins. As a pro player, they'll be watching back the VOD and they'll be talking about it. You know, if this went the other way, they could have maybe won a set. But for Foot, you don't really see those moments, and that's why they're winning time and time again. And it's just a synergy in Brawl Ball. I just absolutely love that. I know I don't like 3-0s. Nobody likes a clean sweep on the desk. But to see that synergy, at the end of the day, I'm so happy to see that. That was insane.
If you want to watch this team play live, then you better lock in your tickets. There are only a couple of tickets left to go to Tokyo. They're going to play in the Metropolitan Gymnasium there, and you want to be amongst the crowd. When or if Foot Esports at this point wins it all, we will find out in November. Until then, we will have to be a bit more patient.
I want to ask you, Sven, because I want to hear what you have to think about this. These are the groups coming in. Like, is there a group death here? Like, what do you feel about the way that this is situating to be so far? Like, you got LCQC2 in that Group A coming in as the seed 1 in Group B as well. Where would you not want to be?
I wouldn't want to be in that Group B, for sure, for sure. Crazy Raccoon. You've got North America C2 as well, which could be Tribal Team Electros. I think going into this, especially Heretics in the semi-final number 2, if they got past Humble, they would have even wanted to win again, so they could have been seeded into the upper bracket, the Group A. And then also want to talk about as well, playoffs. We're going to have to wait an extra day to see Guesty on LAN. I don't know whether that's going to favor a team like Foot or not, but there's nothing that we can really talk about other than the fact that Guesty hasn't played on LAN. And at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to affect him because he's just sweeping everybody. They probably would have liked a day 1 warm-up,
yeah.
But hey, they're just so good that they get straight through to day 2.
I'm so excited for World Finals already. I can't believe we still have to wait so many moments, but we do get to see a couple more events along the lines. We still have challengers. 1 more LCQ slot is gonna go towards 12 teams that will play in that. They already had to go through a gauntlet in their own region. Now they get to play on a stage in Istanbul. After that, LCQ happening in Guangzhou, as we announced just 1 month ago. I'm excited for that one too, and it wouldn't be the first time where an LCQ team actually then ends up winning Worlds. So we're still in for surprises at this stage. Now, I want to welcome Guesty to the show. First ever interview, and congrats to him already. Guys, you made every single grand finals of the entire year, winning 5 out of 6 of them. That's pure supremacy. How are you feeling?
Yes, hello. Thank you for congratulations. Of course, we are so happy for winning this one, and I think it was one of the hardest monthly finals. That's all in general, and yeah, we are so happy.
One of the hardest monthly finals, he said, but they didn't drop a single set. We saw some balance changes and new brawlers like Bolt hitting the stage today. Yet you guys still only dropped 3 sets in total in the entire summer split. How do you adapt to a brand new meta so quickly?
To be honest, meta haven't changed from the last finals, so it wasn't that hard as before with new buffs in previous months. But right now with the new Brawler Bolt, we haven't played a single game against him because VSV global banned him, and the other one, we haven't played with him, so no need to be worried about this guy. But in general, yes, this Brawler looking so dangerous and we don't like to play against him.
This is not the last time we hear from you before the World Finals in November. Do you have a message to Zeta Division, Crazy Raccoon, and all the other teams around the globe waiting for you there?
I haven't played against them, sadly, but I would like to play against them before even, but I couldn't go for a Brawl Cup. But at least, I hope I will go for a World Finals, and I will, I guess, and I would really like to face them and play against them.
You will get a chance, I'm sure about it. It's so good to have you on the show, by the way. Thank you for giving us that interview that we were waiting for. 6 grand finals already. We had 5 chances to speak to you. Now we're finally here. We did not get to see a Brawl Cup, as you just mentioned. Are you nervous playing on stage?
No, to be honest, I was nervous before the first match, but after this first one, I was feeling fine.
Okay, well, you had the most dominant run any team has ever achieved in all of EMEA, so go celebrate. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
So good to have him on the show for once. I don't know if the two of you also had some questions, by the way. What would it have been?
Okay, well, but at the end of the day, I mean, like, they've got to go out and enjoy the rest of the day. I mean, they've got a party to have. I mean, at the FUT Esports camp tonight, I mean, you know that's the place to be. I mean, like, they're going to have it all there. I mean, just an incredible run. I mean, for EMEA, especially, like, with the height of the competition this year and, like, with... year by year, it's one of the toughest regions, right, in terms of qualifying through. And, like, we look at just Novo Esports. I don't want to throw shade at them again, but they didn't qualify for 3 monthly finals, and they're still going to the World Finals. I think that says a lot about this region as a whole and how challenging it is. So for a squad like FUT Esports to drop 3 sets since April, to have 5 out of 6 grand final wins against a team that are world champions, it's just, honestly, just ridiculous. It's been unreal, honestly, and EMEA is going to be, in my opinion, that team that I hope many are preparing for. As we saw in Brawl Cup, some regions slightly behind them, but I think that that was enough to be a catalyst for them going to the World Finals to make it a much closer affair.
Was very, very happy this weekend that we got to have Spen here, an ex-world champion 2019. It's been a while since then, but still, talk us through the most picked and most banned brawlers of today. Anything noteworthy for you?
I mean, the Griff. I was a little bit of a hater on Griff, and you can see the win rates. He was picked a lot, but not really winning too many games. I mean, it's quite clear that Max is a top 3 brawler inside of the game, right? 8-bit with a 67% win rate as well. Pearl, 17% win rate, by the way. I think pros have figured out Pearl is a great brawler, but you can outrange Pearl still because she doesn't have the firepower with her gadget, which she used to do in previous metas. Now moving on to the bans as well. 8-bit banned 16 times, Star Nova 13 as well. A bit surprised by the Lumi. I mean, Lumi is a great brawler, but 100% win rate. No wonder she was banned out so much.
Offers so much area control, just like the Brock as well. 100% win rate on him too, so they were banned out with every right. Now, the interesting part for me, global bans, so different compared to East Asia because it's the region of FUT. We have Ross banned out way more often on the global ban stage than anywhere else. Bold, surprisingly banned out a lot less. He was completely left open a bunch of times, so EMEA either has learned how to play against him. Well, he did win both times he was actually picked up, so I don't know if that's true, but they seem to not value him as much as East Asia.
And I think as well, the maps make a massive difference, right, as to how that fares. I mean, the amount of times we've seen pit stop be played as well, and kind of like, I think a lot of EMEA are maybe considering those things a little bit more as to how do we kind of like choose the maps so we can kind of manipulate that like sort of banning process a little bit more in their favor. But certainly for me, I think the Bolt is a brawl which I will be happy to see the end of for the remaining regions to come. A brawl that I just don't think you can take the risk with.
And I think as well, I don't know, with Bolt, it's an interesting one because you can counter him, right? But it's just a relentless pressure. There's no other brawler like that inside of the game. And eventually in a game mode like Gem Grab, you just need that one interaction and he's just going to kill the gem carry easily. So yeah, I mean, the meta, like Guesty said, didn't change too much from the last monthly final. So hopefully with update probably rising soon, we'll see some new buffies and a different meta.
I want to say this was a perfect ending to a phenomenal weekend, both in East Asia and in EMEA. We got to see the top 2 battle it out one last time. It's not yet over. The summer split still has 2 more weekdays to go, or the whole weekend next week. And tune in on Saturday for South America, North America to round it out on Sunday. We see you then.